a large man barged into a diner full of women with a weapon. "Everyone get on the ground!" The frail old man laughed, and the large man looked extremely confused because he expected him to panic. The woman across from me pointed at the weapon. "That's a cute toy you brought." The whole booth cracked up. He started getting angry that we weren't freaking out, so he waved it around and tried to scare us. "Everybody shut up or you're all getting shot. Sweetheart, your hand is shaking so hard I can't tell if you're trying to threaten us or if you're having a seizure." He spun toward the woman who said it, and that's when every single woman started clowning his attempted robbery. Bro walked into a diner on a Sunday with one pistol, no mask, and picked the table by the window. This is the saddest robbery I've ever seen. Are you here for the cash register or our purses? Because all I have in my purse is $14 and a bingo card. Suddenly, he pointed the weapon at the old man, and the whole diner went silent. Ruth stood up. "You can wave that thing at us all morning, but if you point it at Walter one more time, we're going to have a real different conversation." He laughed and asked what a bunch of middle-aged women were going to do about it. "We ride with a motorcycle gang called Iron Widows. Half of us have done time and the other half just haven't been caught for our crimes yet." Walter stared him down from behind the counter. "Son, I've watched these women put bigger men than you in the ground for less than waving a gun in my diner." He lowered the weapon an inch, and it looked like he was about to give up. "Smart call. He's been feeding this club for 19 years. We take care of our own." His jaw clenched, and he lunged at Ruth, ready to shoot. Walter stepped out from behind the counter and planted himself between them. "That's enough, son." He grabbed his wrist and slammed him into the counter. For half a second, the diner was dead silent. Then Ruth came over the table like something feral, and three of us were right behind her. Someone cracked a chair into the back of his knees, and he folded immediately. The pistol spun across the tile, and boots were on his neck before he could reach for it. "Please, lady, I can't breathe." Ruth leaned down to his ear. "Should have thought about that before you put hands on Walter." When the cops rolled up, every woman in the diner was already pulling her leather jacket off the back of a chair. Iron Widows stitched across every one of them, and 40 bikes were still parked in a row under the neon sign outside. My daughter Stacy was 10 when she decided she wanted to be a spy and started lying about where she was going. She'd say, "I'm going to my friend's house," then secretly sneak down into our basement and giggle to herself for hours about how she'd fooled us. It was her thing. But then one day, our house caught on fire, and I grabbed my husband and we evacuated. But while on the front lawn, our house started to collapse, and I asked my husband where Stacy was. He reassured me that she'd left for Rebecca's house an hour ago, but something felt wrong in my chest. I grabbed my phone and called Rebecca's mom. "Hey, is Stacy with you?" "No, we haven't seen Stacy." I almost collapsed and realized Stacy had lied about where she was going and once again hid in the basement. She was in the basement of our burning house. I ran to the firefighters, screaming, "My daughter is in the basement. Ma'am, we checked every room. There's no one in the house." "Yes, there is. Please, I'm begging you. Go back and check the basement." "We can't. The structure is already falling. It's too dangerous to go back." My husband grabbed my arm. "Stacy probably just went to a different friend's house. We saw her leave ourselves, and they said they checked the rooms. What matters is everyone here is safe." But then our roof collapsed. Stacy wasn't safe. Every second she spent in there was a second closer to death. I was crying, begging my husband to trust me. I begged the firefighters to go back. "She does this. She hides in the basement. Please." But nobody was moving, and I realized I had no choice. I took off and ran into the burning house, covering my face from the flames. I went down to the basement immediately, yelling, "Stacy," over and over, but there was no response. I pushed open the door and saw Stacy surrounded by smoke, unconscious on the floor. I picked her up and ran out to the front lawn. I put her on the ground, and the firefighters gasped. "Oh my God, she was in there." My husband dropped to his knees, crying, checking on Stacy, repeating, "I'm sorry." Finally, Stacy started coughing, and her eyes opened. I cried and asked her, "Why do you do this? Why don't you ever tell us when you're going to hide?" She gave a weak smile, because spies never give away their location. A woman in Target grabbed my cart and demanded I give her son the last Nintendo Switch. Her kid had spotted the box across the aisle, tugged her sleeve, and said, "Mom, that's the Switch I wanted." So she marched over and stopped my cart with her hand. I tried to pull it past her, but she held on. "No, this is the last one, and I'm getting it for my nephew. He's been begging me for 6 months and his birthday's tomorrow." She didn't move. "Well, my son's birthday is today, and today is more important than tomorrow, isn't it?" Her kid reached into the cart for the box, so I snatched it up over my head. The kid threw himself on the floor screaming, and the mom didn't even flinch. She grabbed my cart handle with both hands. "I'm not moving until you do the right thing." I told her to let go, and she did, but pulled out her wallet. "Fine, $50 cash right now." I shook my head, and she fanned out 100 and waved it in my face. 100, last chance. No, I tucked the box under my arm to leave, but before I could take 2 steps, the mom gave her son a small nod, and the screaming got louder. He started kicking the shelves so hard products were falling off, and a security guard came around the corner. "Thank God you're here." This woman snatched the last one from my son, and now look what she's done to him. She went from waving money in my face to sobbing mother so fast it had to be rehearsed. I told him I took it off the shelf while her son was across the aisle. But right between screams, the kid glanced up at his mom and smirked like he was waiting for her to tell him what to do next before he went right back to crying. A few seconds later, the kid peeked through his fingers to check if anyone was still falling for it. The mom grabbed a woman next to her by the elbow. "Can you believe this? She won't give a child his birthday present." But the woman had been watching the whole act and pulled her arm free. The mom whipped around to the guard screaming about discrimination, but he'd been standing right there the whole time. "Ma'am, I've been standing here the whole time and your son's not fooling anyone. You need to leave." She grabbed her kid off the floor and stormed toward the exit, screaming about corporate. She caught her foot on the door ledge on the way out and went down hard. Her son stood over her, completely calm, wiped the tears off her cheeks and said, "Mom, it's okay. We don't need to pretend anymore. Let's try Walmart." Mom wrote "no dating until college" on our family rules chart and stuck it to the fridge, saying relationships were academic suicide. I thought she was bluffing until I was at my best friend's birthday party and she showed up to drag me home because a boy appeared in someone's Instagram story. She lectured me the entire drive home and grabbed her pill bottle off the counter. "I'm so tired. You're gonna put me in an early grave." But that didn't stop her from scrolling through my messages and making me FaceTime her from every hangout to prove I was only with girls. The worst part was, I got straight A's. So every semester, Mom would tap the fridge and say, "See, the rule works." That rule stayed on the fridge for 2 years, until a boy named Harvey sat next to me in math class. He asked me for help studying in the mornings, and Mom allowed it the second I showed her his report card. We'd meet at the school library, where we'd spread our textbooks across the same table, and he'd always have a coffee waiting for me. After a few weeks together, we had inside jokes that made me laugh so loud he would clamp his hand over my mouth so the librarian wouldn't kick us out. Everything felt harmless until I asked him to check my work, and he pulled his chair right next to mine. His thigh touched mine, and I gripped my pen so hard my knuckles went white. But he didn't move, so I exhaled and let my leg settle against his until the bell rang. After that, he'd trace formulas on my palm, I'd fix his messy hair, and we'd hold hands under the table. Then one day, he kissed me in the parking lot and we started dating. I started coming home smiling and humming, and my mom noticed. She figured it was because Harvey helped my math grade go from an A- to an A+, so she told me to invite him to her birthday dinner. Everything was normal at the restaurant until Mom's left hand couldn't grip her napkin. She laughed. "Sorry, I'm just so tired lately. Are you all right?" he asked. Just then, Mom's left eye started drooping and her whole left side sagged. Harvey instantly pulled his phone out, dialed 911 and said, "Female, approximately 50, showing clear stroke signs." After he gave our address, he moved around the table, gently supporting Mom's head. "Can you squeeze my hand?" He took her right hand and Mom squeezed. He kept talking to her, tracked her pulse, and had me time everything on my phone. At the hospital, Mom squeezed Harvey's hand and said, "Thank you for saving my life." Harvey squeezed back. I got an A in health education. Then she asked, "So how long have you been dating my daughter?" We froze. "You were happier this year and your grades improved because of him." Turns out relationships aren't academic suicide. The next week, Harvey came to dinner as my boyfriend, and Mom finally erased the rule from the fridge. We were sitting in the living room watching Shark Tank when my daughter looked at me and said, Mommy, I'm gonna be the youngest CEO in the whole neighborhood." The next weekend, she set up a lemonade stand, but instead of mixing regular country time lemonade like every other kid, she came up with a bright idea. She spent the morning in our kitchen, mixing what she called gourmet flavors, watermelon mint, strawberry basil, and something she called lavender honey that actually tasted incredible. She printed labels from our home printer and charged 50 cents more per cup than every other kid on the block. Our neighbor, Mrs. Haggerty, was having a yard sale that weekend. Mia knocked on her door and offered her 10% of her profits to set up in front of her driveway for the foot traffic. She was out there at 7 in the morning with a painted sign and little sample cups for people to try before they bought. She sold out by noon. Saturday afternoon, she recruited 2 neighborhood kids and gave them matching visors. She trained them on how to greet customers and how to make change. By Sunday morning, she was running a 3-person operation from our front yard. That's when the man in the BMW pulled up. He looked at the stand and said he only had Apple Pay. Mia reached under the table and pulled out her dad's portable card reader. She held it up to him and said, "No problem, sir. You can swipe, tap, or contactless. No excuses." His mouth dropped open while a 9-year-old processed his credit card for $3 worth of lemonade. An hour later, a kid 3 houses down set up his own stand. Mia walked over with her biggest smile and said, "Hey Noah, wanna merge? We'd cover way more customers together." Intimidated by her professional setup, he agreed immediately. Within an hour, she'd absorbed his whole operation and put him in charge of what she called their satellite location. By the end of the weekend, she counted everything out on the kitchen table, $217. She looked at her dad and said, "I just made more money than your Starbucks habit costs you in a week." Then she pulled out a notebook and started flipping through pages of profit margins and expense tracking for every flavor. I asked her where she learned about profit margins. She looked at me like it was the most obvious thing in the world. "YouTube, Mom. There's tutorials for everything." My phone died while I was babysitting my cousins one night, so I was forced to sit and watch COMPILATION with them. But while I sat there, I kept hearing a weird sound. I thought it was coming from the show, but when I turned the volume down, I heard it again. Something metal. It was real. Their house was old and scary, and tried to convince myself it was just the house settling. But when I realized it was coming from the basement, I felt myself sweating. I walked over to the basement door and heard the sound again, but as soon as I opened the door, I saw it was pitch black down there. The sound immediately stopped. My gut was screaming at me that something was wrong, and when I looked at my little cousins, I knew I wasn't risking their lives. My phone was still dead, so I picked up their old phone and dialed 911. I told them I was home alone and heard something, but there was no need to rush because it was probably nothing. She told me to lock the door, so I did and sat back down. But only 4 minutes later, I heard sirens. Someone banged on the door as both my cousins shot up. "Is that Paw Patrol?" But I got got up and answered it. The cops ran in saying, "Are you okay? Did anything happen?" I was confused, but they started searching the house. They made us wait outside, telling me it wasn't safe in there. I thought this was a lot for just hearing something, but then I heard them shouting. I had no idea what was going on, and my mind was racing. Who was down there? I heard more yelling, and when they came back up, I gasped. They were dragging a guy outside who looked homeless. He was staring at me, smiling, and I found out he was down there the whole time. That noise was him hitting a large knife against the dryer to lure me down, and when I called the police, after I hung up, the operator could still hear breathing. He was listening on a different phone. My 11-year-old daughter texted me, "Mom, help me please," and shared her location. When I saw the address, my blood froze. Jenna's tattoo shop. My ex-husband's girlfriend who'd been trying to convince Lily for weeks that tattoos were cool. I grabbed my keys and bolted out the door, running every red light on the way. When I pulled into the parking lot, the sign said closed, but I could see light coming from the back room. I tried the front door, but it was locked, so I banged on the glass with both fists and screamed my daughter's name. A shadow moved in the hallway, and Jenna appeared in the doorway holding something in her hand. She looked right at me through the glass, and we made direct eye contact, but she didn't move toward the door. Instead, she just stood there staring at me. Then her mouth curved into a slow smile. She turned around and walked back into the back room, disappearing from view. My heart dropped into my stomach. I called Lily's phone, but it went straight to voicemail. I dialed 911 and told them my daughter was being held here against her will, but I couldn't wait after seeing that smile on Jenna's face. I grabbed a landscaping rock from the entrance. My hand trembled as I lifted it. I stared at the window for just a second, then threw it as hard as I could. Glass exploded everywhere. I reached through the jagged opening and felt glass slice deep into my forearm, but I didn't care. I found the lock with my blood-slicked fingers, twisted it open, yanked the door toward me, and ran inside. Jenna started screaming about her window, but I pushed right past her and burst into the back room, then stopped so fast I almost fell forward. Lily was face down on the tattoo chair with her shirt off, and her entire back was bright red and raw. There was a half-finished demon mask covering her back in black and red ink. A Yakuza tattoo on my 11-year-old daughter. She was crying, her shoulders shaking. I screamed and ran to her, grabbing her and pulling off my jacket to wrap around her trembling body. Jenna's voice got loud behind me. Lily wanted this. She asked for it. Lily sobbed into my chest. I didn't. I said no. Sirens wailed outside, getting closer. 2 police officers came through the broken door, their boots crunching on glass. They saw the shattered window, me holding Lily, and Jenna pointing at me screaming that I'd broken in. One officer walked toward me, and his eyes went to my arm where blood was dripping down onto the floor. "Ma'am, did you break this window?" "Yes, but my daughter. I need you to set the child down and put your hands behind your back." I had no choice. I let go of Lily and turned around, feeling cold metal click onto my wrists. Jenna's face changed when she saw me in handcuffs, relief flooding across her features. She told the officer I'd been harassing her for months. "Look at my daughter's back," I said, my voice shaking. The officer who'd cuffed me was looking at Lily now. He walked over and knelt down in front of her. "Hey, sweetheart, are you okay?" Jenna moved closer. "She's fine, officer." The officer looked up at Jenna with narrowed eyes, then back at Lily. Something about his expression made her feel safe. "I'm not okay." Her voice was barely a whisper. She wouldn't stop. She pointed at Jenna. "What's under the jacket, sweetheart?" Lily looked at me, and I nodded. She turned around and let my jacket fall off her shoulders. The officer's whole body went rigid when he saw the demon face covering her entire back. His partner stopped writing, and both turned to look at Jenna. "Did you do this to her?" Jenna's confidence cracked. "Her father gave me permission." "There is no permission." The officer cut her off. "Tattooing a minor is a felony in this state regardless of parental consent." Jenna started pointing at me frantically. "But she broke my window." The officer walked over and unlocked my handcuffs. "A parent has the right to protect their child from immediate harm." He turned to Jenna. "You, turn around and put your hands behind your back." I heard the handcuffs click onto Jenna's wrists as I pulled Lily into my arms. I grew an inch, and my parents were terrified. My parents told me I had a rare condition that prevented me from growing normally, and I needed to take medication every day. When I was 16, I was only 4'3" and weighed 55 pounds. One day, I heard my dad say, "How much longer do we give her the pills?" Mom said, "Just until she's 18. After that, it won't matter." I didn't understand what they meant. I went back to my room and started Googling my condition. I couldn't find anything about it anywhere. I searched for hours and found nothing. That night, I pretended to take my pill, but hid it under my tongue instead. After my mom left, I spit it out. I took a picture and posted it online. Someone responded saying it was a veterinary growth suppressant used to keep show dogs small. I felt like I was going to throw up. I secretly stopped taking the pills. My mom measured me against the wall where she'd been tracking my height for years and freaked out. She said, "You've grown an inch in 2 weeks. Something's very wrong." She started crushing the pills into my food to make sure they absorbed properly, so I stopped eating anything she gave me. I grew 3 more inches in a month. My dad sat me down at the kitchen table and said, "Your condition is worsening. We need to try a more aggressive treatment." He showed me brochures for a surgical procedure that would insert metal plates into my bones to stop them from growing. That night, I went to look at the brochures and found something else instead, a document about a trust fund. It said my grandmother had left me $2 million, but only if I was over 5 feet tall and healthy at 18. If I was under 5 feet tall and classified as permanently disabled, the money would go to my parents as my legal caretakers. Just then, my parents walked in. I said, "You've been poisoning me since I was born so you could take my money." My dad said, "Your grandmother created an impossible situation. We chose what was best for the whole family." I said, "You chose $2 million over your daughter." He pulled another bottle of pills from the safe and said, "We can still fix this." My mom moved in front of the door and blocked it. I screamed so loudly my neighbor heard and called the police. My parents were arrested and charged with child abuse and fraud. I got the $2 million, but I'll never get back the height they stole from me or the childhood I spent thinking I was sick when I was really just being robbed.
I was sliding a lasagna into the oven when I heard pounding on my front door. I opened the door and 2 cops were shining flashlights in my face. "What's your name?" I told them. They looked at each other. "Date of birth?" I told them that too. "Turn around and put your hands behind your back." "What? Why?" "Turn around, now." They cuffed me in my own kitchen and I kept saying, "We just moved in here today. I don't understand what's happening." They didn't answer. As they walked me toward the door, I stopped. "Wait, the oven is still on. At least let me turn it off." They pushed me past it and out the front door. They put me in the back of the car and I watched my house get smaller through the window with every light still on and dinner still cooking. Nobody told me what I did. Nobody told me where we were going. They booked me into a cell and I sat on a metal bench. When they finally let me use the phone, I called my boyfriend 3 times. He didn't answer. I didn't sleep that night, just sat there counting the cracks in the wall until the sun came through the window. In the morning, they opened my cell and handed me my phone without a word. It was blowing up. My family had been calling all night because I vanished. My boyfriend had been calling because the fire department showed up at our house. The lasagna I begged them to let me turn off burned our brand new home to the ground while I sat in a cell for something I didn't do. I spent the whole morning screaming at anyone who would listen until someone finally sat me down and told me why I was there. A woman with my exact name and birthday stole a car with kids in the back seat and they arrested me instead of her. We had the keys for one day. I had a lawyer by the end of the week. Their own body cams caught everything, so it was over before it started. I finished suing them 14 months later and bought a much nicer house. First thing I did was hire a private chef. I haven't touched an oven since.
My dad made us hold our breath every time a man opened his mouth. After Mom died, Dad sat me and my little sister Fern down in the living room. Women don't deserve to breathe the same air as men's words. So when a man is speaking, you hold your breath until he stops. At dinner that night, Dad started telling a long story about nothing. And then I went to the hardware store and they had all these different types of nails on the wall. He droned while Fern's lips turned blue. He smiled. I'm still speaking. It was worse at school. I was holding my breath during my teacher's lecture when everything went black. I woke up in the nurse's office. She has a condition, Dad told the nurse. The next morning, he started homeschooling us. It lasted 45 minutes, and by the end of it, I could barely see straight. The next one went over an hour. One afternoon between lessons, I pressed my face to the fence and whispered to a neighbor, "Please, our dad is hurting us," I said, gripping the slats. But Dad's face appeared in the window. That night, he made us kneel in the living room. "Women who talk to outsiders deserve whatever happens to them," he said. "Your mother tried to turn people against me too. Look where that got her." He went on for another 30 minutes before Fern's eyes rolled back and her body hit the floor. I screamed her name and shook her, but she wouldn't wake up. At the hospital, a doctor held up Fern's scan to a police officer. Her brain has been starved of oxygen, months of it. They handcuffed Dad right there and later tore through our house. An officer pulled a journal from behind a loose panel in Mom's closet and read the first line out loud. "He wants to control how the girls breathe. I'm going to the police tomorrow." The last entry was written the day before she died. I thanked my brother's killer. My older brother, Travis, was not a good person. He was physically abusive towards me, always hitting, always pushing me around. To our parents, he was the golden child who could do no wrong. When he broke the law, nothing would happen because our father was the mayor. As children, he blamed me for things that I never did, and our parents always took his side. The day Travis died, he seemed off. He appeared sickly paler and thinner than usual, with bloodshot, restless eyes and dark circles. He jumped at every little noise and stiffened if someone touched him. His eyes kept sliding back to me, and I didn't like his attention. After dinner, my parents announced they were going on their usual date night, and that Travis was spending the weekend with us. I was going to be home alone with my tormentor. He shot me a sly grin, followed by a secret wink that my parents didn't see. I felt sick to my stomach. Travis wrapped an arm around my shoulders and squeezed tightly. "What should we do first?" he asked with a crazy grin. "I think I'm going to my friend's house," I said. His grin slowly faded away as he stared at me with dead eyes. "I don't think so," he said softly. I shook my head and backed toward the stairs. "No, we don't," I protested. "Just leave me alone." I turned to run up the stairs, but he was quicker, leaping forward and grabbing the back of the shirt. I cried out in alarm as he yanked me away from the bottom step. I hit the ground hard and laid there, dazed and gasping for breath. He grabbed my arm and pulled me to my feet while I was still a little dazed. I shook my head to clear it as he began dragging me to his room on the first floor. My body froze and I tried to yank myself free. Taking a deep breath, I kicked him hard in the shin. He cursed and loosened his grip enough for me to pull free. Then I ran, straight out the front door and down the street. I could hear Travis following me, muttering curses and yelling threats. Without thinking, at the next block, I raced across the street, hearing the squealing of tires and honking horns. Then, I heard the horrific sound of a crash, followed by a few screams. I spun around to find Travis on the ground, dead. She was a young woman in shock, and I threw my arms around her neck. "Thank you for killing him," I whispered in her ear. "You saved my life." I noticed a strange man reach over and drop something into my friend's drink while she wasn't looking. I instantly rushed over and grabbed her glass. "Don't drink that." We looked around, and the same man was going table to table, doing the same thing to dozens of girls' drinks. It felt seriously wrong, so me and Becca immediately walked up to him and grabbed his arm. "What are you putting in people's drinks?" He shook his free hand. "I'm only trying to help." I took his white pill and examined it. Becca felt like something something was wrong too, so she shouted, "This creep is spiking drinks." He panicked and tried to say he wasn't, but every girl turned to him. "Manager, we have a creep." Becca threw her margarita in his face, and the bouncer came over and immediately punched him, and he fell to the floor. He was crying. "You don't understand," but the bouncer grabbed him by the collar and dragged him out, while he kept saying he's trying to help. We all cheered. But the next week, Becca and I went back to the same bar, but it was closed. There was a news van outside, and I asked the reporter what happened. He showed me a headline. The bar was getting sued by the man. Apparently, his daughter had been drugged at this bar, then assaulted, and the managers knew it happened but did nothing. So ever since then, he'd been coming here with test pills and checking strangers' drinks, just so we wouldn't have to experience what his daughter did. My autistic nephew was smiling for photos, holding his comfort plushie, when the bride walked over. "Get rid of that plushie. It's ruining my wedding photos." I told her the plushie wasn't harming anyone, but she smiled at me. "I wasn't talking to you." Billy started squeezing his plushie over and over, trying to keep calm. I stepped between them and told the bride Billy's autistic. The plushie prevents extreme meltdowns, so if she doesn't want her wedding ruined, leave him alone. She laughed. "I know how these things work. My husband's brother is on the spectrum too, and he doesn't need a plushie. Autism is different in every person." "No, it's not." Before I could react, she called her maid of honor over and asked her if the plushie was normal. The maid of honor shook her head. "Honestly, it's a little weird for a wedding. Thank you. Now take the plushie away from him." I shook my head. I saw the bride's face change. She knelt down and tapped Billy's shoulder. "Hey, sweetie, can I take that plushie from you? You're a big boy. You don't need it." But Billy was twitching now. The last time someone took it from him, he flipped the tables in his classroom and dumped water all over his teacher. I could tell the plushie was the only thing keeping him from doing the same right now. I told the bride, "Please, for your own sake, don't touch him," but she rolled her eyes. I said, "I know how these things work. He'll be fine." She reached over and yanked the plushie away from Billy. Just as she did, a loud song started, and flashing lights hit the floor at once. Billy had nothing to calm him down. He screamed, and his hands started going everywhere. He knocked a waiter carrying a tray full of red wine, and the glasses went flying. They spilled on the bride's dress. She started screaming, which only made Billy panic more. He started running around, knocking into tables and tearing at the flowers. I tried to grab Billy and tell him he's okay, but he wasn't listening. He was freaked out and overstimulated. The bride instantly realized what she'd done and started rushing to hand Billy his plushie back, but that's when her husband's brother appeared. He crouched next to Billy and gave him his own plushie. Billy grabbed it tight, and instantly his breathing slowed. He stopped freaking out, but the damage was done. 4 tables were flipped. The bride's dress was ruined. There was even cake in her hair. She looked over at her husband's brother, shocked. "But I thought you didn't need a plushie." That's when her husband walked over to her. "I've told you a million times my brother needs a plushie. Your problem is you never listen."
My husband tried a labor simulator, and his reaction was not what I expected. For as long as I can remember, my husband has dismissed the pain of childbirth. He's looked at me crying in agony and told me to toughen up. When I passed out from the pain, he asked the doctor if painkillers were really necessary, and every time I've told him how it makes me feel, he's brushed me off. Women have been doing this for thousands of years, and I'm not special. Then last month, he brought up having a 4th baby. I told him I didn't know if my body could handle it, but he took my hand and said, "You'll be fine. Your body knows what to do by now." I reminded him that last time I almost needed a blood transfusion, but he scoffed. "You didn't though. Everything went fine." I told him he had no idea what it felt like, and he shrugged. "It can't be that bad, or women wouldn't keep having kids." I was in disbelief, and the next day saw an ad for a health exposition happening with a labor pain simulator. I signed us up and told him if he can endure the simulator, I'll have a 4th kid. He grinned. 4th baby coming up. The day of the expo, he was laughing the whole way there. I'm about to prove childbirth is a walk in the park. We got to the expo, and a woman strapped electrodes to his abdomen and explained this machine goes from level 1 to level 10. She turned it to level 1, and my husband laughed. "This is what you complain so much about? It barely tickles. We're having that kid." The woman kept turning it up, and my husband kept smirking. But then she reached level 5. My husband's hands suddenly shot to the armrests, and his eyes opened. "I'm guessing this is a really bad childbirth," he commented. The woman shook her head. "This is early labor. Most women are at this level for hours before they're even admitted to the hospital." He turned to me, and I saw sweat form on his forehead. "Before being admitted? This is before it even starts?" The woman cranked it to level 6, and he doubled over, groaning through his teeth. He looked up at me completely red. "Was it actually this bad for hours?" The woman answered for me. "No, it was way worse." She turned the dial to 7, and he screamed. His body seized. Level 8, the tears started. His face twisted, and he let out a sound I'd never heard from him before. I can't do this." The woman looked at him. "Your wife did, for 6 hours." He mouthed, "I'm sorry." But before I could respond, the woman asked, "You still want that kid?" and turned it to level 9. He slid out of the chair onto his knees, sobbing and begging to turn it off. She kept her hand on the dial. "You're about to experience transition, the most painful part. Women are here for over an hour, and they can't tap out. They have to keep going. It feels like this." She turned it to 10. He collapsed forward and screamed so loud the whole expo turned. He grabbed my hand, pressing it against his face, crying so hard he couldn't breathe. "I'm sorry. I didn't know. I didn't know." The woman turned it off. He stayed on the floor shaking and never dismissed my pain again. I was sitting in the back corner when the substitute stopped mid-sentence and stared at me. "Take off that ridiculous wig. It isn't Halloween." I told her I had a medical condition. "Let me guess. Cancer?" I nodded and she shook her head. "I've been teaching for 20 years. You don't look sick to me." I tried to explain that I was in remission and still growing my hair back, back, but she held up her hand. You want attention so badly that you're pretending to have cancer? That's disgusting. 2 rows ahead of me, a girl named Brooke turned around and looked right at me. Brooke had been telling everyone I was faking for months. She convinced kids to stop signing the get well cards the school sent when I was in the hospital. But sitting there watching the substitute say the same words she'd been saying all year, she didn't say a thing. The substitute grabbed a fistful of my wig and yanked it off my head. I sat there with my patchy scalp exposed while she held it up for everyone to see. Where'd you buy this? The dollar store. She tossed my wig onto her desk. Real cancer patients are fighting for their lives and you're using their disease to get out of homework. I told her I had documentation and she rolled her eyes. I'm sure mommy and daddy paid good money for that fake paperwork. Did they make a lot of money on GoFundMe? She laughed at her own joke and turned to the class. Everyone look at how pathetic she is. She shaved her own head just to sell the lie. A boy in the front row said, I think she actually does have cancer, and she pointed at him. One more word and you're going to the office. She walked back to my desk and leaned in. You're going to stand up and admit that you lied about having cancer. I told her I wasn't lying and I could show her my port scar. She grabbed my arm and pushed up my sleeve. That could be anything. Looks like a birthmark. A tear slid down my cheek and she smiled. Oh good, here come the waterworks. Right on cue. A chair slammed against the floor. Brooke was standing in the middle of the room with her hands balled into fists. The substitute pointed at her. Sit down. Brooke didn't move. She's not faking. She went through 6 rounds of chemo and 20 sessions of radiation. She almost died twice. The substitute's face twisted. And how would you know that? Brooke's voice cracked. Because I know what cancer looks like. My mom died from it 8 months ago. It killed me that she survived, but my mom didn't. So I started telling everyone she was lying. She walked toward the substitute with tears streaming down her face. I did it because I was broken, and I wanted her to hurt as much as I did. But you don't get to touch her. She fought for her life, and you don't get to call her a liar. She grabbed the wig off the desk, walked over to me, and placed it gently back on my head with shaking hands. She turned back to the substitute. Say you were wrong. The substitute's face went pale. I was wrong. Brooke shook her head. That's not enough. Say you accused a cancer patient of lying and ripped off her wig. The substitute's voice came out barely above a whisper. I accused a cancer patient of lying and ripped off her wig. You wanted everyone to see what a liar looks like? Now they do.
The woman at the yard sale grabbed my husband's arm the second he touched the green recliner. Just take it. Get it out of here. We didn't ask why. We just loaded it in the truck. The first night, our dog refused to enter the living room. She just stood at the doorway growling at the empty chair. We thought the dog was just being weird. Then people started sitting in it. My mother-in-law was the first to sit, and a rusty spring sliced her leg open. She needed 7 stitches. When we checked the chair afterwards, we couldn't find the spring anywhere. My sister laughed at our superstition and sat in it on purpose. Her phone died instantly from a full battery, and an hour later, she got a call on our landline saying the dream job she'd been chasing for months was gone. My 3-year-old daughter started warning visitors on her own. Bad chair hurts people, she'd say with her eyes wide. We never once discussed the chair around her. My husband tried to destroy it with a chainsaw, but it died mid-cut. That night, he woke up screaming with marks on his arm that matched the cuts he tried to make. So we dragged it to the curb, but the next morning, it was back in the living room. We tried 4 more times, and it always came back. So now there's a rope around it. People ask, and we just say it's complicated. But after everything that's happened, I've stopped trying to get rid of it and started thinking about what it's good for. My boss has been making my life hell, so I invited him over for dinner. I'm going to offer him the green chair.
I was sitting in class when I noticed the boys next to me started passing notes. But just before our teacher saw, someone burst through the door. Our principal yelled at her. Get out here. She walked out scared. And even though the door closed, we heard him yell, Are you an idiot? You lost my office key again? You're lucky you still work here. Everyone felt horrible, but she walked back inside crying. She kept teaching, but every time she turned away, they passed more notes. But this time, just as he reached across, she turned around and saw him. She was already upset, so she stormed over. Give me that. But the boy looked terrified. He shook his head, but she thought they were writing about her. She grabbed him and tried to take the note from his hands. Hey, no please, but she wouldn't stop. She ripped it from him, and both the guys looked at each other in fear. She held it up. I left it in the garbage bin in room W12. It's all there with the... Suddenly, she froze. She looked down at them, eyes wide, and was lost for words. Her face went pale. Then she grabbed them both and literally yanked them out of the room. The door slammed shut, and we all sat there confused. What did that note say? But nobody knew. We sat there for minutes, wondering if we should leave, until the door opened. Police officers walked in, angry, and told our whole row to come with them. He shouted, now! We all had to go to the office and saw the guys sitting there. The cop said, who wrote the note? Everyone immediately pointed to the 2 guys, but they quickly said, no, it wasn't us. We swear we didn't do it. We knew they were lying. One of us asked, what did it say? But the officers stayed quiet. Last chance. Whoever wrote it, come forward. Nobody moved. The principal stepped in and said, since none of you will admit it, you are all being expelled. We all started yelling about how unfair this was. We saw them do it, but the police dragged us out. Someone yelled, what did the note say? But they wouldn't tell us. My parents were furious until the police showed up at my house. They interrogated me, but showed me the note. It said, it's all there with the gun and the key. Do it quick. They found a gun in the trash can because those guys were planning to break into the office that day and fire at the principal. My teacher almost killed me by accusing me of doing drugs. I've never once vaped or done anything to get high. It was during lunch that I realized I must have been allergic to something I ate. I specifically asked asked the lunch lady if there were nuts in the spaghetti. She said no. The staff knew about my severe nut allergy. I carried an EpiPen everywhere I went just in case. But something was in the food that was causing my throat to close up and my face to swell. Hives broke out on my arms and I clawed at my throat trying to breathe. A nearby teacher noticed my face and accused me of doing drugs. I've never done any of that, I tried to say, but the words were too thick around my swollen throat. Tears of despair filled my eyes as I reached into my backpack for my EpiPen. Allergy, I tried saying. Mrs. Jackson grabbed the case that had my EpiPen in it. Vapes aren't allowed on school property, she snapped. Not vape, I wheezed. EpiPen. She opened the case and stared inside before glancing at me. Self-medication isn't allowed, she sneered. You know this. She shoved the case in her pocket and grabbed my arm, yanking me to my feet. She dragged me to the principal's office and slipped inside while I waited on the bench outside the door. One other kid was sitting on the bench, hood up and earbuds in, ignoring everyone around him. I took my phone out with shaking fingers and typed out an SOS message to my mom. Help. Allergic reaction. School thinks I'm high. My breathing was becoming labored. My nose wasn't working right. Something was wrong with my sinuses. I suddenly collapsed on the floor, hitting my head hard on the concrete. The kid on the bench sat up and ripped his earbuds out of his ears. Hey, are you okay? He asked, concerned. Help, I whispered. He saw my swollen face, swollen throat, hives all over my body. Do you have an EpiPen? He asked quietly. I barely nodded my head. Where is it? Mrs. Jackson, I whispered. His eyes darkened as he stood and immediately barged into the principal's office without knocking. Elias snatched the EpiPen from Mrs. Jackson and jammed it into my thigh. I gasped for breath, feeling dizzy and nauseous. Elias spun around to glare at the principal and Mrs. Jackson. She was having an allergic reaction, he yelled. The principal immediately called 911. My mom showed up a moment later and really let the staff members have it. The paramedics showed up next and loaded me into the ambulance. Mrs. Jackson lost her job over this. I was folding laundry when my phone dinged. Don't bring your daughter to Caitlin's party tomorrow. I don't want her face scaring the other kids. I looked over at my daughter, Bonnie, practicing her cartwheels for the party. She has Down syndrome and had never been invited anywhere before. This was the biggest day of her life. I looked back at the text from Caitlin's mom, thinking what to do, when suddenly, I heard Bonnie's voice behind me. She thinks my face is scary? I turned around and saw Bonnie's lips trembling and eyes filling with tears. I'm not going to the party? I knelt down and held her shoulders. Bonnie, baby, you are going to that party. Bonnie shook her head, now crying. But she said no. She turned around and looked in the mirror. I hate my face. I stepped in front of the mirror and looked her in the eye. Bonnie, you're the prettiest girl and going to that party. Do you trust mommy? She wiped her eyes and nodded, but I could tell she didn't believe me. Next morning, while she slept, I drove to a store and bought a princess gown with LED stars sewn into the fabric. It lit up and shifted colors when she moved. When Bonnie woke up and saw it, her jaw dropped. Mommy, it's magic. I spent the next 2 hours weaving lights through her hair and dusting her in glitter until she looked like a real princess. She looked in the mirror. I am the prettiest girl. We drove to Caitlin's house and walked to the front door. Caitlin's mom opened it and blocked the doorway immediately. I told you, your daughter is not allowed here. She went to close the door, but before she could, Caitlin squeezed past her mom and her whole face lit up. Bonnie, she yelled. Your dress is doing magic. She grabbed both of Bonnie's hands. Her mom told her to go back inside. Bonnie wasn't allowed in. Caitlin looked up at her. What do you mean she's not allowed in? She's my friend. Her mom stammered. She started to explain, but Caitlin cut her off. It's my birthday, and my friends are coming. Bonnie is my friend, and she's the coolest person here. She turned back to Bonnie. Can you do the cartwheel you told me about? Bonnie backed up and threw the most perfect cartwheel in her light-up gown, stars spinning across the front lawn. Every girl at the party came running after seeing the lights. Caitlin's mom stood in her own doorway, face beet red with embarrassment, watching her daughter hug the girl she tried to ban, while every parent stared at her with disgust. My family gave me garbage for Christmas every year, so I finally returned the favor. Every Christmas, I spend around $200 per person on presents, and I get garbage in return. My sister asked for a $400 designer purse when last year she gave me a $4 clearance candle with the price tag still on. My brother forgot to get me anything but asked for a sold-out gaming console. I decided this year would be different. I drove to the dollar store and found a sad votive candle that smelled like synthetic vanilla for exactly $1 and left the price sticker on the front. I picked up a blank card and wrote "I owe you" inside for my brother. Then my phone buzzed with a text from my sister that said, "Did you find the purse yet? Because it's selling out and I really need the cream one specifically." I rolled my eyes and texted back that I was still looking before smacking the candle against a shelf to crack the glass a little. 3 days later, my brother called me and said, "Hey, I've been telling all my friends I'm getting that console and they're super jealous." After I hung up on him, I went back to playing with the console that I got for myself instead. I wrapped their dollar store gifts in beautiful paper with perfect bows and waited. We gathered in my parents' living room and my sister ripped into her gift with this greedy smile that vanished instantly. She held up the votive candle with the $1 sticker on the front and said, "What the hell is this?" My brother tore open his card and found the "I owe you" and his face went red. "Where's my console?" The room went silent and then everything exploded. My brother knocked his chair over and yelled, "You're a psychopath and you need professional help immediately." My mom started sobbing and said, "Grandma would be rolling in her grave if she could see what you've become." My dad pointed his finger in my face and said, "I didn't spend 20 years raising you to be disrespected." My sister threw her candle against the wall so hard it shattered and screamed, "Who keeps score of Christmas gifts like some kind of psychotic accountant freak?" I handed her a spreadsheet showing that I spent $4,847 and received $291 over the last 5 years. My mom grabbed the paper and said, "Keeping a spreadsheet of Christmas gifts is genuinely the most disturbing thing I've ever seen in my entire life." My mom looked me in the eyes and said, "If you disappear tomorrow, no one one would even notice. Everyone laughed. I raised my hot dog and said, "Challenge accepted." That night, I packed 2 suitcases and left my key on the kitchen counter. No note, no goodbye. I'd spent 29 years organizing every holiday, baking every birthday cake, and cleaning up after everyone while they took selfies without me in them. I moved 3 hours away to a cabin by the lake and blocked every number in my phone. First week, my phone stayed silent, exactly like Mom predicted. Week 2, my brother tried calling 47 times. Nobody could figure out how to work the washing machine I'd been fixing for years. He ended up buying new underwear instead of learning the spin cycle. Week 3, my sister showed up at my old job crying and begging my coworkers for my number. She couldn't figure out how to renew her car registration, the same one I'd been handling since she was 16. She'd never even been to the DMV. Month 2, my dad missed his blood pressure medication for 3 weeks straight because nobody remembered his refill schedule. He ended up in urgent care. The doctor asked if he had any family support at home. He just stared at the floor. By month 3, my mom had a full breakdown when she realized I'd been handling every birthday, every anniversary, and every doctor appointment for the entire family. She hired a professional organizer for $200 a week to do what I'd done for free my entire adult life. The organizer quit after 2 weeks because Mom kept telling her to just handle it the way I used to. Meanwhile, I was taking pottery classes by the lake and sleeping in past 7 for the first time in my life. Mom finally tracked down my number and called sobbing. "We fell apart without you. Your father can't find his own socks. Your brother flooded the laundry room trying to fix the washer." I listened to her cry, the same woman who told me no one would notice. Challenge completed, Mom, and I hung up. Turns out people do notice when you disappear. They just never bothered to notice when you're there doing everything for them. When my mom joked about putting my dog up for adoption, I immediately started sweating. She always joked about how much she hated him, but I never thought she'd actually do it. However, the next night I got home late, and when I just wanted to see him, he wasn't at the door waiting. I searched everywhere but couldn't find him. That's when I remembered what my mom said. In that moment, I completely lost it. I immediately stormed out to my living room and completely lit into my mom. I called her the worst mom in the world and said she doesn't love me. I told her I hope I never see her again and stormed off to my room, locking the door. I laid there crying, and even though she knocked on the door, I told her to go away. I couldn't believe she just gave my dog away. But when I woke up the next morning, I heard something. I heard a scratching sound, and when I opened my closet, my dog jumped out. I was so happy to see him. I thought he was gone, but then I realized what I had done. I felt so horrible and had to tell my mom how sorry I was. I immediately went out to see if she was still home, but she had already left for work. She had to drive all the way to Manhattan, so she left early and came home late most days. I felt so bad I stayed home from school waiting for her to get home, but as I sat there watching TV, the channel changed itself. I saw a building on fire, but as I sat there, I realized that was the same building my mom was in. I started panicking, wondering if my mom was okay, but then the phone rang in the kitchen. I immediately ran over and answered it, and I heard her voice. She was crying, telling me she loves me, and was so sorry for being such a horrible mom. People were shouting, and I tried to tell her I was sorry for what I said. She told me she loves me, and before I could say anything, I heard a loud crash over the phone. Then, the line went silent. "Mom, Mom," the line was dead, but when I looked at the TV, I saw the building collapsing. I'll never forgive myself. If you still have your parents, please go tell them you love them.
My daughter went to sit down for her birthday dinner, but her aunt jumped into her chair at the last second. My daughter started crying, and her aunt just shrugged her shoulders. I deserve to sit wherever I want. I pulled her aside. "You told me you wouldn't do this anymore." She immediately got angry at me like I was the one in the wrong. I already went my entire childhood feeling invisible, and sitting at the top of the table is my way of finally feeling seen. You don't get to take that away from me. I knew something had to change. So, a year later, on the morning of my daughter's 9th birthday, I locked the dining room door and got to work to set the trap. I set up a giant balloon arch above my daughter's seat and a satin sash with my daughter's name draped across the chair. I knew her aunt wouldn't be able to resist sitting on it, and when everyone started to come in, I caught her aunt eyeing up the chair and knew it was time to strike. "Come here, Alice. Time to sit down at the head of the table." Suddenly, her aunt rushed ahead like always, ripped the sash off, and dropped herself into the chair. But as soon as she sat down, her weight pressed on the pressure-sensitive plates and triggered the release. Suddenly, a 5-gallon bucket hidden inside the balloon arch tipped forward, dumping bright green slime all over her blown-out hair, her diamond earrings, and her white designer dress. My daughter started laughing so hard she fell out of her chair, and her aunt ran from the room screaming. That's when I picked up the sash, draped it back across the head seat, and sat my daughter down where she belonged. "You deserve this."
My mother-in-law pulled one of my curls straight and said, "I hope my grandkid doesn't get this hair." His sister twirled a strand of her blonde hair around her finger and asked my husband, "You couldn't find a nice blonde girl to breed with?" I slammed my hand on the table and told her I'm not an animal. My mother-in-law said, "If you don't like how this family talks, there's the door." My husband pushed my hand off the table and laughed. "I'm sure he'll fit in with the family." My mother-in-law stared at my hair. "One way or another, he will." My son was born, and by 5 months he had grown the most beautiful head of dark brown curls. But at his first family dinner, one of his blonde cousins said, "He looks adopted." His aunt looked disappointed in me. "You really cursed that poor boy with your inferior genes." His sister ran her fingers through her daughter's blonde hair. "I'm so glad mine came out right." My mother-in-law watched from afar but was visibly pissed. She finally marched over and told my husband, "His hair can't stay like this." Then one day I was leaving work work when my husband called saying, "You might want to hurry home." I ran in through the front door, and my son's hair was bleached blonde and curls gone. His eyebrows were bleached too. My son was crying at the top of his lungs. I screamed, "What the hell happened?" My mother thought it would be a nice surprise, but thinks he had a bad reaction or something. I immediately took him to urgent care, where they told me he had chemical burns on his eyelids. My husband hugged me and said, "My mom was way out of line. I'll talk to her." I pushed him off me. Talk to her? No. She burned our child and could have blinded him. You better tell her to lawyer up. He said, "If you sue my mother, I don't think our relationship will last." I said, "There's the door." He packed his bags that night. By the time my son was 1, I had full custody, a restraining order against his mother, and signed divorce papers.
My new neighbor knocked on my door holding a leash. My dog is barking a lot because he misses my husband, so if you hear him going crazy, just ignore it. Sure. But over the next few hours, I could hear the dog barking, screaming, and wailing at the top of his lungs. And when I heard the dog throwing himself against the wall, I knew I had to knock to find out what was going on. She opened the door by an inch, and I could only see her eyeball. "Hey neighbor, what's up?" I could still hear her dog crying. I just wanted to check on the noise. Is everything okay?" "Yep, I'm so sorry about the barking. He's never acted like this before." And before I could respond, she shut the door. And that night, I could hear him digging at the floorboards and chewing her carpet. I knew from my old dog that meant severe distress, so I finally picked up the phone and called animal control. 2 hours later, animal control and the police were banging on her door. She walked out holding the dog by the collar. "Here, just take him. I don't care anymore." But the second the officers stepped inside to grab him, he ripped free and ran straight to the bookshelf. The door opened, and inside, the dog was clawing at the base of a bookshelf and barking his head off. "Ma'am, do you mind if we take a look?" She forced a smile, but no words came out. They opened the wall, and inside was her unalived husband. The dog really did just miss her husband.
My daughter came home holding candy, and I instantly asked, "Where'd you get that?" She just smiled. "An old man was at the bus stop today. He gave it to us." Alarm bells started going off in my head. The next morning, I walked with her to the bus station. The man was standing there holding a bowl of candy. He just started handing them out, and I knew something had to be wrong. I grabbed my daughter's arm. "Wait, don't eat that." I took it from her and checked it for anything bad. The man just smiled at me, but when Sadie's mom saw him, she panicked. "What are you giving my daughter? Stay away from her, you creep." He looked upset and just walked away without looking back. I was confused, but when he showed up the next day, Sadie's mom lost it. She started calling him a stalker and called the police. He tried to tell her he wanted to keep them safe, but she knew something had to be wrong. The police came and put him in handcuffs, but he kept saying he was keeping them safe. I thought it was weird, but when I was watching the news that night, I couldn't believe it. Apparently he had a heart attack later that day, but they were saying he was a hero. Apparently his daughter was waiting for the bus playing too close to the road and got hit by a car. So the old man would go to bus stops and hand out her favorite candy to keep other kids away from the road. All he wanted to do was make sure none of us had to go through the same pain he did. After our child was born, my husband said 4 words that made the police lock him up and throw away the key. Mark and I had been trying for 8 years to have a baby, and with that came so much disappointment. So when I finally got pregnant, we were both over the moon. Mark immediately went out and bought a tiny baseball glove for my son, he said with this huge smile on his face. I just laughed and told him we didn't even know the gender yet, but Mark didn't care. He immediately converted our spare room into this sports-themed nursery without even asking me. He'd already picked out a name too, Mark Jr. I was scared about what he'd do if it wasn't a boy, but we wanted the gender to be a surprise. So when I gave birth is when I found out what gender our baby was. And when I was in the hospital and just finished giving birth, the doctor announced, "It's a girl." I looked over at Mark, and he looked extremely disappointed. He wouldn't cut the umbilical cord, wouldn't hold her. While I was hemorrhaging and the nurses were trying to stop the bleeding, Mark was standing in the corner of the delivery room on his phone. After we brought our daughter Lindsay home, Mark completely checked out. He wouldn't say her name, called her the baby, or it. He moved into the guest room and said it was because he needed sleep for work. His mother came by one day and actually said to me, "Don't worry, dear, the next one will be right." I had a feeling something bad was going to happen, but I didn't know how to stop it. The next day, I asked Mark to watch Lindsay while I took a shower. When I got out, I called Mark and asked, "Where are you and Lindsay?" He responded, "I'm at the mall." I asked again, "Where's Lindsay?" He hung up. My mama bear instincts went off immediately. I ran to my car and sped towards the mall. As I drove around the parking lot, I finally spotted his car, and I parked near it. I saw Lindsay strapped in her car seat, her little face bright red and drenched in sweat because it was 95 degrees outside and all the car windows were up. I ran to open the door, but it was locked. I pounded on the window screaming her name while digging for my phone to call 911. Then I remembered I had Mark's spare key. My hands shook so bad I could barely get the door open. When I did, I immediately felt like I was in an oven. Lindsay was barely conscious. I grabbed her out of that seat and ran for the mall entrance and the air conditioning, screaming for help. That's when Mark strolled out of the furniture store carrying a catalog. dog. "Oh, you found her," he said, chuckling to himself. "You left our baby in a hot car," I screamed at him. "I forgot she was there," he said with this little shrug. "I was picking out furniture for the next baby's room." That night, he was arrested, and the prisoners found out what he did and beat him until he was a vegetable. I was playing The Sims when a SWAT team raided my home. 2 officers grabbed me off the couch and forced me onto the floor, and not in the good way. "Hands behind your back," they said. Mom was crying. Dad came running downstairs in his boxers. "What the hell is going on?" he yelled. No one answered him. The officers sat me on the couch while the other officers went through every room. When they were done, I asked again, "So, what's going on?" That's when a detective walked in. My parents were brought to another room. The man sat across from me and placed a folder on the coffee table. "We need to talk about Jimin Kook. He's a missing persons case. Jimin was my best friend's ex-boyfriend, and I hated him. Jimin's been missing for 6 days, and right now, you're our primary suspect." My eyes widened with shock because I didn't know that. An officer brought my parents back into the living room, and they sat down beside me. The detective reached into his pocket and pulled out the voice tape he brought with him. "Your daughter has been planning this for weeks. We have recordings that prove it," he said, clicking play. I listened as my voice came through the recording. "I just trapped Jimin in a room. He's going to die." My mom's hand flew to her mouth. Dad looked at me like he didn't recognize me. I shouted, trying to defend myself. I was talking about The Sims. The detective stopped me. "Don't even try. We have more recordings." He played the next one. "I'm watching Jimin starve. It's been 4 days. He keeps crying, but I don't care anymore." I buried my head in my hands. I made him starve and killed him in The Sims. A video game, not real life. Police officers came into the room with handcuffs. "Play the whole recordings, not just clips. Play everything." I could tell he hadn't done that yet. Someone else must have found the snippets of the recordings for him. He turned to the tech officer and said, "Pull the full audio files." The officer pulled my MacBook out and found the original recordings. In that one, I mentioned The Sims. They then pulled up The Sims on my laptop. Right there, I had a lot called Jimin's Prison. They unlocked my cuffs and left within minutes, which is funny because I was the one who organized for Jimin to be kidnapped and unalived. On my birthday, a group of masked guys ran up behind me, put a bag over my head, and shoved me into a white moving van. I tried to pull the bag off and heard a click behind my head. "Don't move." The voice was calm, like he'd done this before. Through a gap in the bag, I could see my phone glow under the seat in front of me. I slowly reached for it, inch by inch, and managed to pull it toward me. I typed out my location and "kidnapped in a car, please help," and sent it to the police. The loading circle spun until it sent. Suddenly, the car slowed down and turned off the highway. The engine cut off. Someone ripped the bag off my head. The driver turned around smiling. "Welcome to Disneyland." He unlocked the doors and I stumbled out to see my dad standing there with all my friends behind him. "Happy birthday, my beautiful daughter." Then 3 police cars came screeching into the parking lot. Officers jumped out with their hands on their weapons and my dad's face went white. He started waving his arms. "It's okay. It's a surprise birthday party. The driver is her uncle. I'm her father." I was not ready for what happened when my boyfriend met my daughter. I told Pete on our first date that I had a 6-year-old daughter, and he said, "I'm going to be honest. I don't really like kids." I appreciated the honesty, so I kept things casual and never had him meet my daughter. Pete was a fun time, not a future. A few months in, I thought I might be pregnant. I told Pete while we were eating takeout on his couch, and the color drained from his face so fast I thought he was going to pass out. "I'm not ready for that," he said, and he couldn't even look at me. "I'm not built for that." It turned out I wasn't pregnant, but the way he reacted confirmed everything I already knew about where this was going. But weeks turned into months, and somewhere along the way, I fell completely in love. I knew I had to end it, but I kept putting it off. Then one night, Pete was at my apartment, and my ex showed up unannounced with Molly. I tried to shuffle Pete toward the bedroom and keep Molly in the hallway, but she spotted him immediately and froze. "Mommy, who's that man?" My stomach dropped. Pete looked at me, and I expected him to grab his jacket and bolt. Instead, he walked over and crouched down to Molly's eye level. "Hey Molly, I'm Pete. Your mom talks about you all the time. You want to see something cool?" He pulled out his phone and played a video he had made of himself telling a story with puppets, doing all the voices, acting out this whole adventure about a princess who trained dragons to deliver pizza. By the end, she was laughing so hard she forgot about the nightmare entirely. She made him play it 4 times before I could get her into bed. After she was asleep, I found Pete in the kitchen and I could barely talk. "When did you make that video? Which one? Which one? There's more?" "I've been making them for about 6 months. I have like 40-something on my phone." He scrolled through video after video of puppet episodes. "You said you didn't like kids," I said. "I didn't." Then I realized I was in love with a woman who has one, so I stepped up. My daughter asked me, "Mom, can I dye my hair blonde?" I knocked my chair back so hard it hit the wall. "What did you just say to me?" Juliet flinched. "I just asked if I could dye my— No, stop. Something is wrong with you. You told your aunt she looked like a burnt corn husk for going blonde. You told a girl her hair looked like it was dipped in piss. And now you want to be blonde?" She started crying. "Why are you screaming at me? It's literally just a color." I should have felt guilty, but I knew something was seriously wrong with my daughter. The next morning, Juliet walked into the kitchen asking me to make her scrambled eggs. I spat out my water because Juliet has gagged at eggs her entire life. I made them anyway because I needed to watch her eat them. She ate every single bite. "Thanks, Mom. These were really good." I called my best friend for help. She said I was spiraling. My mom told me to stop smothering Juliet. Her father just said, "Relax." Nobody was listening to me, but I wasn't wrong, because before she went to bed, she said, "Good night, Petra." She saw my horrified face and bonked her head. "Sorry, Mom. I meant Mom." Juliet had never called me mom before. That weekend we went to the mall because I needed to do something normal with her, but then she stopped in front of a mirror and said, "I really think I'd look good blonde." I grabbed her by the shoulders and turned her around to face me. "Why do you keep saying that? You have hated blonde hair your entire life. What is happening to you?" Juliet shoved me off. "Why can't I just want something different without you completely losing it?" "Because you're not my daughter. Why won't anybody believe me?" I was crying now. Juliet was backing away from me. Then a man walked over and said he was a psychiatrist and could help. The psychiatrist asked, "Juliet, do you have gaps in your memory?" She looked scared. "Sometimes I'm at school and then I'm home and I don't remember the drive." He recorded the session and then played parts of it back for her. She watched in horror. "That's not me. I didn't say that. That was 11 minutes ago, Juliet." He sat back in his chair. "Juliet, what I'm about to tell you is going to be hard to hear, but I need you to listen." She was shaking. "You have something called dissociative identity disorder. The blonde hair, the eggs, calling your mother Petra. That wasn't you, Juliet. There is someone else in your mind, and when she comes forward, you don't remember any of it." Juliet looked terrified. Juliet started treatment that same month. The alter's name is Eloise. She likes scrambled eggs and calls me Petra. Juliet still hates blonde hair. Eloise still asks to diet. Some mornings I can tell who I'm talking to before she even opens her mouth.
I started stumbling around my students like an alcoholic. "I'm having a stroke again. Call 911, please." Suddenly, the class clown snatched the phone out of my hand. "You took my vape and made me get a suspension. So no, you took my stuff, I'm taking yours." I felt the left side of my body go numb and the class laughed even harder. Stroke. I had 12 minutes to live and not a single student was willing to help me. When I felt my knees give out, I frantically tried to grab a desk to drag myself to the door, but a student leaned against it and closed the blind. "One time I threw a shoe at you and you made me stay for detention. So why should I let you leave?" More laughter. 9 minutes left. I tried to yell for help, but all that came out was a weird groan. "Ooh!" The class groaned it back at me. My eyes darted and I breathed a sigh of relief when a student finally stood up. "Guys, maybe we should do something." Half of her face is drooping. She reported me for bullying and got my parents called in. I almost got expelled because of her. This is karma. She sat back down and I could feel my vision getting darker. I reached for my wallet that had my emergency contact card, but my hands were shaking so badly that I dropped it. Cards scattered everywhere. "She's throwing her credit cards," another student laughed, "making it rain." 3 minutes left. Vomit rose in my throat, and as soon as it hit the floor, my legs gave out and my face smacked against the floor. 1 minute left. I started pounding against the wall next door for help, but the kids started pounding along with me, and I got drowned out in the noise. I had 10 seconds left, and when I could feel myself blacking out, I knew I was going to die. Until 2 days later, when I woke up in the hospital, the room was full of my students' parents. The class clown's mom started crying. "Your 911 call went through. My son forgot to hang up, so the dispatcher heard everything and sent an ambulance." She could barely look at me. We all listened to the recording. The room was silent until another parent spoke. "Every parent here has already pulled their child out of your class." He wiped his face. "And every single one of them wishes their kid had been the one to call the ambulance instead of the reason it came." I got called to a car accident and arrived to find the driver pinned behind the steering wheel. But when I started trying to pull him out, he grabbed my wrist hard and said, "There's a little girl in the back seat. Please pull her out first." I turned around. A car seat was strapped in the back, but there was no girl there. "Sir, there's no one there." His eyes went wide and he started pulling against the wreckage. "What? She was right there. Why isn't she there? Please find her first." So I checked the whole car, under the seats, in the trunk, around the entire wreck. No child anywhere. I pulled out my radio and announced a missing child from a car crash, and within minutes, police and paramedics were searching everywhere. The man was screaming from the car the entire time, blood pooling from his head. "Her name is Lily. She's 4 and wearing a pink jacket. Please find her." I went back and we cut him free. I could tell he had severe brain trauma. We loaded him onto the stretcher, but he started fighting us immediately. "Go back. My daughter's still there. Why are you taking me away from her? You have to go find her." We told him units were searching the area, but he begged us to turn around the entire ambulance ride. He kept saying her name, kept describing her jacket, and praying he'd get to see her again. When we wheeled him into the hospital, he was still asking about Lily. But then, a few minutes later, his wife walked into the waiting room. She looked up at the TV on the wall and dropped her bag. The news was reporting Lily as a missing person, showing the car seat, talking about her pink jacket, and asking people around the area to help in the search. His wife collapsed into a chair and started sobbing. I ran over to comfort her, but then she said, "Lily's dead. She died in a car accident 3 years ago, in that exact car seat." She wiped her face before I could respond. "We kept her car seat to never forget her. Please call off the search." I watched her gather herself and run to her husband instantly. I realized Lily was never in the car seat. She was dead. The accident had simply transported the man back to the last moments his daughter was alive, but he was about to find out he'd lost her all over again. My mom squeezed my stomach at my cousin's wedding dress try-on and said, "You gained so much weight." I rolled my eyes, but when I got home, the scale read 160, which was 15 more than my usual. And since nothing in my closet fit for the wedding, I got rid of the meals and grabbed 4 containers of Tic Tacs at checkout with 0 calories to keep my mouth busy. But somehow, in the next month, I hit 168 pounds. My doctor ordered every test imaginable, but when she spread the results across her desk, every line read as normal. And when she started accusing me of lying about what I was eating, I walked out and hired a personal trainer. He made me run every morning on 600 calories, but somehow, we still watched the scale climb every week. After I gained 20 pounds, pounds, he told me I was breaking the laws of thermodynamics and handed me a refund. My last hope was a dietitian over video call. I sat fidgeting with an empty Tic Tac box while she reviewed my file. What is that? I held it up. I go through about 2 of these a day instead of meals. 0 calories. She pulled up a calculator. Each one is actually 2 calories. She explained that the FDA lets anything under 5 per serving be labeled 0. 400 pieces a day is 800 calories you're not counting. I threw it all out and made it to my cousin's wedding. And this time, when my mom squeezed my stomach, she didn't say a word.
My mom said to me, "Did you hear your brother got out of prison?" I froze. "What? What do you mean?" She just laughed. "Relax, honey, we have a restraining order." But I was freaking out inside. I just tried to take my mind off things, so I did what I always do when I'm anxious. I just put my noise-canceling headphones on. I was just trying to drown out the noise. There's no way he'd come for me, right? It was illegal. But then I felt it. I felt someone breathing on my neck, and I screamed. He was standing right there. "Hey sis, did you miss me?" I didn't see my mom. I couldn't believe I was looking at him. "You can't be here. We have a restraining order." I tried to scream for my mom, but he put his hand over my mouth. "I don't care about your restraining order. Do you know how long I've waited for this? To get you back for calling the police on me that night?" And that's when I saw his eyes move. We both saw the knife. I shoved him, but he grabbed me. He was holding my arm while he tried to get the knife. I yelled, "Mom, help me!" But she couldn't hear me. My brother pulled me back and put the knife against my neck. I could barely breathe and felt like my life was about to end. I knew I had to do something, so I did the only thing I could think of. I kicked him as hard as I could right in the balls. He instantly let go, and I had enough time to rip myself away from him. He cut me, but I didn't stop. I ran for the stairs, screaming at the top of my lungs, "Mom, help, Mom!" But he was right behind me. "Get back here! I'll kill you!" My heart was racing as I slammed the door, but he started banging. "Open this door now!" I was crying, looking for anything to defend myself. Bang, bang. The door was breaking. I couldn't grab anything, and the door exploded inward off its hinges. He ran at me, holding the knife above me. He knew I was cornered, and I knew this was the end. I wasn't looking at my brother anymore. He raised the knife, but then I saw my mom. She smashed a lamp over his head, and he collapsed. Glass went everywhere, but when they checked, his pulse was gone.
My brother called me a terrible artist, so I showed him exactly how effective my paintings can be. After what my family called the incident, my older brother Nathan had to move back in with our parents while I was in high school. I couldn't wait to escape to art school because Nathan is the worst. I've been painting in our garage since I was a kid, and I've won a ton of awards. But after he moved in, Nathan used all his money to buy a crappy motorcycle, and my parents told me I had to share the garage with him. My dad is the chief of police, so you can't argue with him. I tried to make it work. One day, I was painting when my grandmother called. Nathan was supposed to get her groceries, but he never showed. I rushed over to make sure she was okay. When I got back to the garage, my painting was on the ground, crushed under Nathan's motorcycle. A bunch of older paintings were on the ground too, soaking in rainwater and ruined. I stood there shaking. I needed those pieces for my portfolio to finally get out of this house. I stormed into the living room, but Nathan didn't look up from his video game. He said, "That motorcycle is worth way more than your stupid paintings are. Art's supposed to make you feel something or whatever. Why are you acting like you can get into art school when you suck?" I told my parents, and Dad said, "Maybe he's right. Are you even that good? Your paintings never impress me." Mom sighed and said, "You know Nathan's going through a hard time with the incident." So I came up with a plan. The incident was that 6 months earlier, Nathan drove intoxicated and killed a little girl. He didn't do any jail time because Dad covered it up. Nathan and my parents acted like he was the victim because he lost his job and his apartment when a girl lost her life. I decided I was going to test their theory that I'm a horrible artist and my work isn't effective. I painted that night on the road and the dead little girl and my brother standing over her, looking down. I found a spot in our kitchen and hung it up. When Nathan saw the painting, he froze. "Hey, can you tell what this is? I know I'm a really terrible artist, so I wasn't sure people were going to get anything out of it." He started wailing, "Oh God, what have I done?" My parents ran in and yelled at me, but the damage was done. Seeing the incident in front of him made Nathan feel so guilty that he turned himself in behind my father's back and went to prison. Dad did time too for covering it up. I submitted that painting with my portfolio and got into every school I applied to.
My parents saw my unborn child for the first time and stormed out in disgust. I tried to ask why they were leaving, but Mom slapped me and said, "I'll go to prison if I have to, but you're getting us a boy." Just then, the pink confetti went off around us. You see, my parents hated that their only child was a daughter. Dad always cut my hair like a boy's, and Mom introduced me as their son. When I turned 16, they said, "We want grandsons," and started force-feeding me fertility pills meant to increase the likelihood of giving birth to boys. Then I got pregnant at 19, but when the pink confetti went up, Mom didn't call for 3 months. I gave birth to Alice alone, but 18 months later, I got pregnant again. And when the ultrasound showed a boy, Mom called begging to be part of our lives. They started visiting with gifts, but only for my son. He got toys, iPads, attention. Meanwhile, Alice drew her grandma pictures she wouldn't even look at. Then one day, I came home to Alice passed out in the backyard while my parents were inside with Evan. She'd been out there over 2 hours in July heat. She wanted to play outside, Mom said, shrugging. We could see her from the window. I banned them from seeing my kids on the spot, telling them they're lucky I'm not pressing charges. They were furious and said I'd regret that. that. I had no idea what she meant until weeks later I came home and saw my parents' car in the driveway. I walked in, and they were in the living room cradling Evan. Mom was holding up a spare key she'd made without me knowing. I didn't see Alice anywhere, so I asked Mom where she was, and she pointed to the kitchen. She was interrupting us with Evan, so we put her there. I pushed open the kitchen door and saw Alice's brown leather shoes, motionless on the tile. She had foam coming from her mouth. A Windex bottle was tipped over beside her head, its blue liquid spilt. Alice's sippy cup was empty. My parents walked in still holding Evan. She's probably just faking for attention. She's always been dramatic like that. I screamed at them to get out. At their court hearing, Mom kept sighing like this was an inconvenience, and when she took the stand, she pulled a picture of Evan out and said, "Your Honor, she still has this angel right here, her baby boy. That's what matters most. They were sentenced to the maximum and will die in prison."
A man sat down next to me on the bus and pressed something hard against my pregnant belly. "Don't scream and don't move." I tried to catch the bus driver's eyes, but he was watching the road. The old man in the back row was asleep, and the two teenagers across the aisle had their earbuds in. He got close and whispered, "I only want 3 things from you." He pressed harder against my belly. "Give me $100. I told him I only had 20, and he laughed so loud the bus driver checked his mirror. He twisted it into my stomach, so I pulled out the crumpled bill with shaking hands. He snatched it and shoved it in his jacket pocket. "Now your license. I need your address." My fingers could barely grip the card, but I managed to pull it out and hand it over. He read my full name out loud, smiled, and slid it into his jacket next to my 20. "Now the final thing." He leaned closer. "Say you like me." I said it, and he got angry. "You're lying. Say it like you mean it." I said it again with tears running down my face, and he started screaming. "You think you're too good for me?" The old man in the back woke up. The teenagers pulled out their earbuds. The bus driver looked in his mirror, but nobody moved. He leaned into my ear and whispered, "If you won't let me be the baby's new father, there won't be a baby." I felt his finger tighten around the trigger, and I closed my eyes. Click. Nothing happened. We both froze, staring at each other. I snapped. I swung my purse into his face so hard he stumbled into the aisle. Suddenly, everyone retaliated. One of the teenagers jumped over his seat and tackled him to the floor, while the other one pulled out his phone filming. The bus driver slammed the brakes and radioed for police. I crouched down, reached into the man's jacket pocket, took back my 20 and my license, and walked off the bus with my baby intact.
I was pushing my baby on the swings when an old woman walked up to us and said, "Such a beautiful baby. May I see his shoulder?" I immediately pulled my son off the swing and backed away. As we left, I heard her whisper, "The birthmark. I need to see if he has the birthmark." 2 weeks later, she was parked in front of our building, hunched over her steering wheel crying. When she saw me notice her, she drove away quickly. I held my baby extra tight that night and decided to take him to a smaller park 6 blocks away, just to be safe. But she showed up there too, this time with a teddy bear. The tag was still on it, but it looked old, like it had been saved for decades. I grabbed my son out of the swing and yelled, "Leave us alone!" But she latched onto my shoulder and said, "Please, I just need to know about the birthmark. Does he have a star-shaped mark on his left shoulder?" I yanked her hand off and threatened to call the police. She backed off but followed us home at a distance, repeating, "My son had the same mark. Please just tell me." The next time she was at the park, a woman was with her saying, "Mom, you have to stop this. It's been 40 years. James is gone." The older woman broke down completely. "He's not gone. If I could just see the birthmark, I'd know." That's when I'd had enough. I marched over with my baby in my arms but froze when I saw her holding an old picture of a baby that somehow looked exactly like mine. "What's going on? Who is that?" I freaked out. The old woman said, "This is my son James. My ex-husband kidnapped him when he was a baby." Then she pointed at my son's shoulder. James had a perfect star right there. "Tell me, does your son have it too?" She looked so desperate and broken that I finally answered her. I pulled my son's sleeve back to show her the star-shaped birthmark on his left shoulder. The old woman's legs gave out. Her daughter caught her as she sobbed uncontrollably. "My husband has the same birthmark," I said, "and he's adopted." The old woman looked at me and whispered, "What's your husband's name?" "James." I woke up in the back seat of my parents' car to red and blue lights flashing through every window. 6 officers had the car surrounded with their hands on their holsters, and my mom and dad were already outside with their palms flat against the hood. An officer opened my door, asked if I was Tracy, and when I nodded, he pulled me out by the arm and walked me to the curb. He told me they received 2 911 calls and a thread of texts from my phone during the drive reporting that I was being held hostage in a moving vehicle. I told him I didn't call anyone because I was asleep for the entire ride home. He held up my phone and scrolled through texts that said, "Please help me, I'm being kidnapped, I can't get out." I kept telling them it wasn't me, but they turned me around and put me in handcuffs anyway. And my brother started laughing like this was a joke. My mom screamed from the hood of the car that I would never do this, and then she stopped. "We have a dash cam. Check the dash cam." The officers pulled the footage and watched my 9-year-old brother pick my phone off my lap while I was asleep, dial 911, and whisper that he was being held hostage, grinning the entire time. When the cops questioned him, he said it was because I caught him snooping through my phone and told him I'd call the cops if he touched it again. He thought I was serious and tried to get me in trouble first. They took the handcuffs off me and put them on him, but he cried, "Wait, I'm just a kid." They walked him to the squad car as he screamed for them to take me instead, but they shoved him into the back seat. My brother spent 3 months in juvenile detention for filing a false police report. During my flight, a man came up to the girl I saved and tried to grab her headphones. He said, "Don't you know it's rude to wear headphones indoors?" I said, "Please leave her alone. Relax, sweetheart. I'm just teaching her some manners. He smiled like that made it okay. Amara was gripping the armrest so tight her knuckles had gone white. She doesn't want to talk. Please respect that. I'm not being disrespectful. I'm being neighborly. He reached across me again and poked the girl. Hey, I'm talking to you. Take the headphones out. I stopped him. Those aren't headphones. They're noise-canceling earpieces. She needs them. For what? The plane's not that loud. I shook my head. I didn't want to explain Amara's file to a stranger on a plane. The refugee camp where she'd spent 7 years. The militia attack that killed her parents in front of her. The 36 hours she spent under her mother's body, not moving, barely breathing. Sir, I need you to stop talking to her. Or what? He laughed. I paid for my seat same as you. I can talk to whoever I want. Amara was rocking now. Small movements. The way she did when things got too loud, too close, too much. He waved down a flight attendant. Excuse me. This woman is being extremely rude. I've been trying to have a simple conversation and she keeps shutting me down. The flight attendant walked over. If she's making other passengers uncomfortable, then she should really take the headphones off. She reached for Amara's ear to take it off. Don't touch her. Too late. The earpiece came out and Amara screamed. Not a startled scream. A primal, broken, terrified scream. The kind that comes from somewhere so deep it doesn't sound human. She threw herself against the window and started hitting herself over and over again, clawing at the plastic, hyperventilating, screaming words into Grynia that I couldn't understand but didn't need to. The whole plane went silent. Amara, it's okay. You're safe. You're safe. She wasn't hearing me. She was somewhere else. 7 years ago, listening to machetes drag across concrete while hiding from people who wanted to hurt her. The man in 14A had pressed himself against the aisle, face white. I didn't know. You didn't ask. I was trying to hold Amara without restraining her. I had no idea how I was going to help her. And that's when an ex-veteran in uniform from 3 rows back stood beside us. He didn't say anything, just stared at us. He pulled off his own noise-canceling headphones and held them out to me. The flight attendant stepped toward him. Sir, you need to return to your... He held up one hand. Didn't look at her. Didn't need to. She stopped mid-sentence. I slid his headphones over Amara's ears. Her hands flew up to grip them, hold them in place. Her eyes were still wild, but her mouth closed. The screaming stopped. He gave me a single nod, then walked back to his seat without another word. The flight attendant's face crumpled. I'm sorry. I didn't know this would happen. The man said he felt unsafe. Shut the F up. You chose his comfort over a traumatized child's medical needs.
I lifted up the hair behind my customer's ear when I saw a jagged scar shaped like a lightning bolt. I was sure that it looked familiar, so I zoomed in on a photo of my dead twin brother before he drowned to confirm it was the same one. It was. My scissors hit the counter and the guy jumped. Sorry, fingers cramped up. But when he went back to his magazine and started mindlessly humming, I completely froze again. Because it was the same commercial jingle Miles used to sing on repeat until our mom banned it at dinner. I tried to focus on just cutting until he scratched behind his right ear with his pinky. Because it was the exact same thing Miles did when he'd sit at the kitchen table doing my math homework in my handwriting so we wouldn't get caught. That's when I had to start a conversation. So, did you grow up around lakes? His whole body went rigid. No, I can't stand water. Lakes especially. My eyes widened as he rolled his shoulder to crack his neck, because Miles did that after every piggyback ride he ever gave me to school. What was the first state you ever visited? He turned to look at me, but I guided him back to face forward. Well, I was adopted when I was 8, so I don't remember much before that. He smiled, except for my dog. Mushroom? How did you know his name? You named him that because he was brown and wrinkly. You kept him in the shed for 3 weeks and fed him scraps when mom wasn't looking. He turned slowly in the chair to face me. I helped you hide him. I brought him food every morning before school. His hands were shaking. That's not possible. I never told anyone about that dog, not even my adoptive family. I showed him the photo on my phone. Miles, I'm your sister. He stared at me. My parents told me I didn't have any family. Yeah, and my parents told me you were dead.
My daughter with Down syndrome burst through the door, showing me her phone. She had just been added to a group chat called Prom Squad with the entire varsity football team and their dates. Messages were flooding in. Can't wait for prom night. She's going to freak out when she notices. I had a bad feeling. Natalie has been getting bullied for her entire 4 years of high school. Why would she be in this group chat? She pointed to a specific name in the chat. Mom, Ashton's here. Ashton was Natalie's crush, always saying hi to her, holding doors open for her. He was a good kid, but good kids can still do mean things. I scrolled through the chat and everyone was making prom plans, confetti, potential slime pranks. Natalie watched with pure excitement. But then I realized something. There were 10 football players in the chat, but only 9 had posted pictures with their dates. Ashton, the team captain, was the only one not posting. My heart raced. Natalie grabbed the phone and pulled up a photo of a dress. Mom, I already found a dress. Can I get it just in case? In case what, sweetie? In case Ashton asks me. She said it like it was obvious. I wanted to protect her and tell her not to get her hopes up, but I couldn't crush the way her eyes lit up. We'll see, I said. The next 3 days, Natalie checked the chat every 5 minutes, but there was nothing about Ashton's date. Natalie got quieter, and her excitement faded. She'd stare at her phone, then put it down with a sad sigh. But then on the 4th day, Natalie screamed from her bedroom. I ran in. What's wrong? What happened? She was on her bed crying. Ashton asked me to prom. She showed me a message. Hey Natalie, I'd love for you to go with me to prom. Natalie typed back. I'd love that too, Ashton responded. Awesome. What color will your dress be? I'll match my tie. Natalie looked at me. Mom, can we go buy the dress now? She picked out the exact dress she'd showed me and twirled in it like a princess. Ashton texted me asking what flowers Natalie liked. When he officially announced it, the group chat exploded with excitement about Ashton and Natalie. On prom night, Ashton showed up smiling with a purple tie. He brought Natalie's favorite flowers and called her beautiful. He opened his car door for her, and Natalie texted me pictures all night. Her and Ashton dancing, laughing with his friends, doing the tradition of dumping slime on old old textbooks. One photo showed her wearing his varsity jacket because she was cold. I cried from joy. When they came home, Natalie floated through the door. Ashton's friends are my friends now. He stood in the doorway. Thank you for trusting me. I know it probably wasn't easy. She made my prom unforgettable.
When my husband offered to do the dishes, I immediately asked the kids to leave the room. Something was very wrong. We had been married for 10 years, and this man had never once voluntarily touched a sponge. My husband lunged across the table and grabbed my daughter's wrist. Don't you dare go upstairs. His face was gray and his whole body was shaking. My daughter started crying and my husband turned to me. We need to leave. Right now. Don't ask questions. Just get the kids to the car. He grabbed our son, I grabbed our daughter, and we moved toward the front door. My husband walked backward the whole way, eyes locked on the second floor landing. My daughter squirmed in my arms. Mommy, I need my jacket. It's in my room. My husband grabbed her face in his hands. You are never going in that room again. He took both kids and carried them out the front door. I followed, my legs barely working. We got the kids in the car and my hands were shaking so badly I could barely buckle my son's seatbelt. Then I looked back at the house. My daughter's bedroom light was on. I knew for a fact it had been off during dinner. My husband saw it too and floored it out of the driveway. He drove us miles away from home. Then he pulled over so fast we skidded. He started crying and handed me his phone without saying a word. On the screen was a photo of my daughter's bedroom taken from inside her closet. The photo was timestamped 1 hour ago, and below it was a text that read, "She's even prettier up close. Keep everyone but her downstairs. Tell her to be a good girl, do what I say, and stay quiet, or I'll show her what happens to little girls who scream." My husband called 911, and the police found the man still hiding in her closet 20 minutes later. He had been coming into our house for weeks. I bought a cheap jacket from the thrift store, but when I came home, my husband couldn't stop staring at it. That's so nice. Where did you get it? His eyes were wide, and I wondered if he recognized it. I told him the thrift store, but when I went to hang the jacket up, I found a USB stick sewn into the lining. I decided to plug it into my laptop and saw videos of a woman I didn't recognize. She was filming herself, explaining what to do if she goes missing. Whoever buys this jacket, just know my boyfriend killed me. He's a psychopath living a double life. Here's his phone number. Please don't let him away with it. I thought it was a prank or scam, but when I checked online, I saw an article about this exact woman. She'd gone missing 10 days ago at the nearby theme park. I was freaked out, and when I went downstairs, my hands were trembling. My husband instantly noticed and asked, "What's wrong?" I told him work stress, but he took my hands and jokingly said, "Did the jacket make you sad?" I didn't laugh back, and suddenly his face turned serious. "If there's something on your mind, please tell me. There's not a problem I can't solve." I thought about it and told him, "Follow me." I showed him the videos I found, and his face dropped and went completely pale. He clenched his jaw, smiled at me really wide. "That just freaked me out, honey. I need to go on a walk to clear my head after seeing that." He walked out before I could respond. I sat there looking at the videos, and at the phone number the woman was telling me to call. For some reason I can't explain, I picked up my phone, typed in the digits, and dialed. But suddenly, something inside my husband's drawer started ringing. I freaked out and opened it with shaking hands. I saw a lock screen of my husband with his arm around the missing woman. The passcode was the day she went missing. I realized my husband was the one who killed her. I scrolled through their photos spanning the last 3 years, and I started crying and instantly called police. They arrived immediately and arrested my husband as he was entering our house. They found a knife in his pocket, hydrochloric acid in his car, and 2 tickets for me and him to the nearby theme park the woman went missing. He was minutes away from killing me, and as they let him out, I draped the jacket over his shoulders so he would never forget. The principal burst into homeroom and asked, "Who here plays Minecraft on the school server?" It felt so random that we were too scared to raise our hands, so he slammed his fist on the desk. "This is a legal matter, and if we find out any of you are withholding information about playing Minecraft, you will be expelled immediately. No questions asked." Me and a few others raised our hands. "All of you to my office, right now." We followed and saw the librarian and our IT director waiting with 2 laptops open. The principal folded his hands. "Who here plays survival mode?" 4 hands went up and he continued. "Who only plays creative mode?" 4 kids raised theirs and she pointed to the door. "You're done." He pulled something up on her laptop. "Who logs in past 8 p.m.? Half the room left, and now it was just me and my best friend Mateo left in the room. The principal called someone. "We're down to 2. You can come now." He hung up and the IT director clicked her laptop and 2 usernames appeared on screen. One of these accounts built something on the server last night that we need to talk about. Mateo leaned forward. "Like a building?" The principal shook his head slowly. This was not a building. He pulled up a blurred screenshot of some massive shape made of blocks that looked wrong, even blurred. But before I could speak, the door opened. A 6th grader sat in one of the chairs, hoodie pulled low, hands clenched in his lap. The IT director handed us Chromebooks. "Open your server logs and show it to the boy." I had no idea what was going on, but didn't want to be expelled, so I directed it towards the 6th grader, who leaned over and started checking mine, then Mateo's, then mine again. He stopped on Mateo's screen and pointed. "That one." The IT director looked at me. "Step outside, now." I got up slowly because I wanted to see if they'd finally explain what was going on. And just before I opened the door, the principal said, "Look at this." The screenshot was unblurred now. It was a block-for-block replica of a real house with the front porch, the mailbox number, the bushes, everything exact. And next to it were 4 signs with threats. "I know what time your mom leaves for work. I know your back door doesn't work properly. And if you tell anyone about this, next time, this won't just be in Minecraft." The principal looked at Mateo. "We know which account built it. We know how long it took. And we know every message came from your login." Mateo kept shaking his head. I wouldn't. The kid looked up. Me and my sister knew it was you. You never got over her rejection.
My parents called a family meeting to ask me to share my boyfriend with my little sister. Growing up, my sister was the baby and the favorite. Then I met my boyfriend, and for the first time, someone chose me. But the moment I brought him home, my sister decided he was hers. She was 15 and called him her practice husband, said she was just waiting for her turn. My parents thought it was adorable, and every time I brought it up, my mom said I was overreacting. Then she turned 18, and the crush didn't stop. It got worse. Our family went to a beach house right after her birthday, and my parents drove, so we were stuck. My boyfriend came back shaking and said my sister cornered him, barely wearing anything, and whispered, "She doesn't have to know." I told her to stay away from him. She looked me dead in the eyes. "You can't keep him forever." Then I woke up in the middle of the night to my sister standing outside our door in the dark, just making sure he's still here. She laughed. My boyfriend showed me texts from my sister telling him I was cheating on him and that I never loved him. The last one, "You were always meant to be mine. She just got to you first, but that's about to change." I put the phone in my mom's hands and she said I was being dramatic. That evening, my mom called a family meeting. This wasn't a crush. This was a plan. My mom said my sister had real feelings for my boyfriend and that I should step back and give her a chance. I waited for her to laugh. She didn't. My sister said she'd waited 3 years and it was her turn. My boyfriend put his phone in my dad's hands. My dad barely looked at it and said she just had a crush and I was overreacting like I always do. My sister lunged out of her chair screaming that I stole him, that she'd been planning this since the day I brought him home. She grabbed my boyfriend's arm and he pulled away. "Why won't you just choose me?" He said. "I did choose. A long time ago." She swung at me. My dad had to hold her back while she was screaming and clawing to get free. My mom reached over and rubbed her back. I grabbed my boyfriend's hand and walked out without a word. We filed a restraining order. She violated it and got arrested at his job. I blocked my parents' numbers. He proposed last week. My son grabbed a fork from the drawer and said, "Mom, Ms. Tucker taught us how to make lightning today." I didn't think anything of it, but right as I walked out, I heard a loud bang behind me. And I dropped everything and ran back out as fast as I could. "Mikey, what happened?" There was smoke everywhere, and his arm was black. "The lightning struck me, Mom. My arm. It hurt so bad." The microwave had exploded. I dragged Mikey away and looked closer, and there was a fork inside. "Mikey, you put a fork in the microwave?" He was sobbing. "Yeah, Mom. Ms. Tucker said that's how you make lightning." I picked him up and ran to the car and had to carry him into the emergency room. "Is this from a microwave?" "Yes. Please save him." I watched the medics rush him away. "He's going into a coma. Hurry." I felt the tears in my eyes, but the doctor grabbed my shoulder. "Ma'am, how did this happen?" His teacher told him to put a fork in the microwave to make lightning. I kept sobbing, but he said, "Wait, did she tell other students?" My eyes went wide. I realized what it meant. If Mikey did this, oh no. He dialed 911, and I immediately hopped in my car. I had to find Miss Tucker. I ran into the school, bursting through her classroom door. "Hey, you told my kid to put forks in the microwave?" She looked confused. "Mikey is in the hospital. Do you know what you've done?" She rolled her eyes. "Oh, please, they're just being dramatic. Maybe you should have been a good parent and actually watched him." I grabbed her shirt, furious. I was seconds from punching her when we hear someone yell, "Ms. Tucker! Ms. Tucker!" The vice principal burst into her room, clearly stressed. "What did you do? 9 of your students are in the hospital. You didn't tell them to put knives in the microwave, did you?" She started shaking. "Oh my God, I didn't think they'd take it seriously. I just thought it was funny." He looked like he might strangle her, but she started backing toward the door. "I need to go. I can't." And just as we tried to grab her, she took off. She ran for the door, grabbing the handle. "Stop!" She was about to escape, but just as she swung it open and ran out, she instantly collided into the chest of a cop. Mikey spent 2 months in a coma before he woke up, while she's spending 30 years in prison with no parole. A woman attacked me and called my dead father meat because she wanted my seat on a flight. As soon as I found out my father died, I was at the airport trying to make it to his funeral the next day. The gate agent announced the flight was overbooked and they needed 1 volunteer to take a later flight. A woman in a pink tracksuit pointed at me, "Just kick her off the flight." The agent asked if I'd volunteer, and I explained that my father just died and the funeral was in the morning, so I couldn't. The woman laughed. "So? He's already dead. He's not going to get more dead if you're late. My birthday is tomorrow and I have friends in Cabo waiting for me. I only turned 30 once, but your dad is going to be dead forever." The woman walked over and sat right next to me. "Just volunteer. You'll get a voucher and a free hotel. Your dad is a corpse. He won't miss you." I told her to leave me alone. "I'm trying to help you see the big picture. You're going to spend all weekend crying over a body that doesn't even know you're there. I'm going to be celebrating my birthday with people who actually want me around. One of us matters, and it's not you." Her friends gathered behind her, giggling and recording us on their phones. "Kenzie, go off." She smiled at the camera. "This woman thinks her dead dad is more important than my birthday. That's so toxic. The dead don't have feelings. They're just like meat. Sorry if that's harsh, but it's literally biology." I stood up to move away from her and she grabbed my arm. "Don't walk away from me. I'm not done." I pulled free and told her not to touch me. "Or what? You'll cry about it like you're crying about your dead dad? Boo-hoo. Daddy's gone. Join the club." Her friends laughed. "She's literally shaking. Get this." I walked to a different row of seats and sat down, but the woman followed me and sat right next to me again. "Your father is rotting in a refrigerator somewhere waiting to be put in the ground, and you're acting like being on time matters. He stopped being your dad the second his heart stopped. Just give me your seat, then you can go cry at home like a normal person. I stood back up and told her to get away from me. You're being selfish. Grief isn't an excuse to ruin other people's plans. I've had the perfect trip booked for 6 months. What do you have? A sad little service with 12 relatives counting down the minutes until they can leave? My weekend matters. Yours is just depressing. She got in my face and I could smell her nasty perfume. Give me your seat or I'll make your life hell. I'll scream until they drag you off this flight. I'll tell everyone you threatened me. I told her to back off, and she shoved me hard enough that I stumbled backward into the seats behind me. Don't tell me what to do. An elderly woman nearby stood up. Security! The woman in the tracksuit spun around. Mind your own business, Grandma. She turned back to me and ripped my boarding pass out of my hand while I was still trying to get up. I'm taking this. You can have mine. Problem solved. I scrambled to my feet and grabbed it back, and she slapped me across the face. The entire gate went silent. 2 security officers came running towards us. The woman immediately started crying. Thank God you're here. I was just sitting here and she attacked me. The elderly woman stepped forward. That's a lie. I watched the whole thing. She followed this woman around the gate, harassing her about her dead father. Then she tried to steal her boarding pass. Her stupid little friends recorded everything. She pointed at the phones. Check the video. The officers grabbed the woman's arms and she started thrashing. Get off me. It's my birthday. I have reservations. Do you know how much this trip cost me? One officer looked at her friends. You 3 too. Let's go. They dropped their phones. We didn't touch anyone. We were just filming. The officer said he didn't care. Move. They dragged the woman toward the terminal while she screamed about how unfair this was and how everyone was going to regret ruining her 30th birthday. Her friends stumbled after her crying. I boarded 20 minutes later and made it home in time to say goodbye. I told my sister she can paralyze her own baby when she manages to keep one. I had just gotten my 8-month-old daughter on the changing table when I turned my head for 2 seconds. Then I heard a sickening thud. She had rolled right off onto the hardwood floor and started screaming. I dropped to my knees next to her and her little arms were reaching up for me, but I kept my hands hovering near her head without touching her. My sister ran into the room, saw the baby on the floor, and lunged forward. I threw my arm out and blocked her. Don't touch her. Are you insane? Pick your baby up. We can't move her. I already had my phone out and was dialing 911. My sister kept trying to push past me while I talked to the operator. My daughter's face was bright red and both arms were stretched toward me. Your daughter is screaming and you're just doing nothing. I'm doing exactly what I'm supposed to do. This is so cruel. You're torturing her. She needs her mother. She needs her mother to protect her spine. The operator told me to keep her still. My sister kept pacing. I can't watch you do this to her. This is sick. My daughter kept crying, but I didn't pick her up. When the paramedics finally arrived, my sister said, she left this baby on the floor for 15 minutes. He turned to me. You did the right thing by not moving her. My sister looked shocked. They put a tiny neck brace on my daughter and took her to the ambulance. My daughter was taken in for a CT scan. My sister was still furious. I cannot believe you just left her on the floor crying like that. I didn't look at her. She was terrified. She didn't understand why her mother wouldn't hold her. If I moved her, it could have paralyzed her. You don't know that. Exactly. I don't know. So I did the safest thing. She sat down. Any normal mother would have comforted their child. You neglected her. When the doctor finally came, he said my daughter was going to be fine, and I started crying from relief. My sister stood up. See? She was fine the whole time, and you traumatized her for nothing. I wiped my eyes. She could have had a spinal injury, but she didn't, so you put her through hell for nothing. Honestly, I'm questioning if you're fit to be alone with her. Something inside me snapped. When you manage to keep a baby long enough to have one fall off something, you can paralyze it however you want. Her eyes filled with tears. How dare you? You know what I've been through. I've lost 4 pregnancies and you're throwing that in my face? You just attacked me for an hour for keeping my baby safe. She walked toward the door and stopped. Don't contact me until you apologize for what you said. I never sent that apology. My best friend tied a bracelet on my wrist saying, don't take this off, no matter what anyone tells you. Why? I asked, but Celeste was already walking away. I figured I'd ask her about it tomorrow, except the next morning her seat was empty and her locker cleaned out. By the end of the week, her house had a for sale sign and people said she transferred to a boarding school. The bracelet was the only thing I had left of her, and I wasn't taking it off until she came back to tell me why it mattered so much. But then her friend sat down next to me and asked to see the bracelet. Celeste made me one too, and I want to compare. She reached for my wrist, but I pulled back, and her smile disappeared. Celeste felt sorry for you. You know that, right? That bracelet is a piece of trash she probably made in 5 minutes. I almost laughed. Then why do you want it so bad? Her jaw clenched, then she shoved her chair back and stormed off. A few days later, her boyfriend cornered me at my locker. Celeste texted me saying she wants her bracelet back. I rolled my eyes. Don't lie. She's not texting you because she doesn't text me either. He pressed me up against my locker. Her family is dealing with something serious, and you walking around with that bracelet is making everything worse. Take it off. I glared. What is it about this bracelet that has everyone losing their minds? He punched the locker. You're the reason this is getting ugly, then walked away. I sat in my bed that night, running my fingers along the bracelet when I felt something stiff. I grabbed my scissors and started cutting and found a small folded paper. I unfolded it. It was Celeste's ultrasound. I later found out that her family wanted to send her somewhere quiet, have the baby baby. Give it up and bring her back with a story no one would question. But her boyfriend and friend knew I had the only evidence that could destroy their lie. My older brother threw a house party while our parents were away, and I tried to just hide in my room until it was over. But as I did, older kids kept trying to come into my room looking for an empty bed together, and I had to kick them out. But when it kept happening, I got so mad that I went to find my brother. There were so many people there I could barely get around, and from what I could see, our house was getting completely trashed by all of my brother's high school friends. I had never seen any of these people before, but just as I thought I saw my brother, I noticed a crowd of guys standing around something in our kitchen. They were all laughing at something in the middle, and as I pushed through to get closer, I heard a beep. Everyone started screaming, and they were all freaking out. I shoved my way through everybody and saw that the oven was on, and when I looked closer, I saw my dog inside, and when I realized what it was, my heart completely stopped. I immediately shoved the guy to the side and slammed the oven open as quickly as I possibly could. My dog instantly jumped out into my arms, his fur hot from the heat. He was whimpering, and as soon as I had him, I felt the rage completely filling my body. One of the girls was calling the police, realizing how insane this was, and I noticed him start to get worried. They were getting ready to run, but when I looked at the guy who put him in there, I couldn't hold back. I saw the bottle on the table and yelled, "Hey!" And when he looked at me, I didn't even hesitate. I grabbed it and smashed it across his stupid face so hard he fell backwards. And when the police came, they were happy to hear I did that.
My boyfriend returned my car, but I instantly realized the interior now smelled like smoke. He said he was sorry and that he'd lit up a cigarette because he was feeling depressed about his brother's death. But then I checked the car, and when I opened my trunk, I realized the urn was missing. I'd put my mom's ashes in here a few weeks ago. I instantly asked my boyfriend where the urn was, but he went pale and shrugged. I swear I didn't touch it, but then I looked up and noticed my car's dash cam. I pulled the footage and saw my boyfriend crying over his brother. I felt bad at first, but then I continued watching and saw my boyfriend leave the car and take the urn out of the trunk. He opened it, poured the ashes into a cigarette, and smoked the cigarette with the ashes in the cabin. I was shocked and looked up at him. Why did you do that? He didn't even try to defend himself and coldly explained that he smoked the ashes because I didn't go to his brother's memorial. You disrespected my family, so I disrespected yours. How does it feel knowing I smoked your mom? He started laughing to himself, expecting me to cry, but that's when I started laughing back. His smile dropped and he asked what was so funny. I got in his face. Do you know why I didn't go to your brother's memorial? Why? Because I was picking up his ashes as a surprise for you. I pulled out my phone and showed him the video I took yesterday of me taking my mom's urn out of my trunk and putting his brother's urn there instead. I was waiting until the 1-month anniversary to give it to you, I said coldly. I watched his face change as he went green and started crying. How does it feel to know you smoked your own brother? He started getting sick in the driveway. During an escape room, weird gas started coming in through the vents. Someone said, "Wait, this level never advertised fog," but then I smelled it and realized this wasn't regular fog. People started coughing and someone yelled, "Ah, my eyes," and my throat suddenly burned so bad I could taste it. We tried to leave, but the game master's voice came through the speaker. "Nobody's leaving. This is all a part of the game." The door clicked and locked. Everyone was choking from the gas and screaming, "It burns." We tried every key and combination, even kicking the door. We faced the camera and begged, "Please, you need to let us out." But the game master announced, "Not happening. Just hold on a little longer. We have something special planned for you." We were trapped. I coughed up blood and everyone dropped to the floor because the air was slightly better here. "Please let us out." The game master's voice came through again. "Now, everyone say hi to someone special." We immediately heard a loud thud come through the speaker, like a body hitting a desk. We all just kept coughing. Then a different voice came through. "Hello, everyone." My whole body went cold because I recognized the voice instantly. A few months ago, police showed up at me and my twin sister's dorm room, investigating a murder. This man came with them because his brother was the victim. "This gas is deadly," the voice said. "You have 30 seconds before you start passing out." We all freaked out, trying to scream through the smoke in our lungs, but the voice kept going. "I'm recording everything right now. I want you to confess to the murder." He was talking to me. I couldn't understand why. I was innocent. "If you confess, I'll turn off the gas. If you don't, you and all your friends will die." Everyone's heads shot towards me, their hands together. "Confess. Please just confess. I don't care if you did it." I tried to say it wasn't me. It really wasn't. But the voice interrupted me. "I saw your face that night. You have nowhere to run." 20 seconds. I thought about it. How could he have seen my face? I wasn't there. But then it clicked. A few hours before the police came to our dorm, my twin sister frantically packed a bag and flew to Canada without explaining why. I never understood it until right now. I screamed back, "It wasn't me. It was my twin sister." The voice laughed and said, 10 seconds. The room was blurry and the gas had reached the floor, and I saw my best friend's eyes roll back. She passed out. At that moment, I broke and immediately yelled, "I did it! I killed your brother!" The hissing stopped instantly, and the gas started clearing. I heard the man laughing, then dialing. Our door opened minutes later, and officers stepped in. The man was behind them with a smirk, holding his phone with my confession. The officers walked towards me, and I held my hands out ready to be arrested. They took out their cuffs, but then they looked at the video one more time. The man behind them smirked. "This is the least you deserve. I'll see you at your trial." But just as he went to walk away, the officers turned around and cuffed him instead. "You're under arrest for attempted murder, coercion, and assault and conning of the game master." His jaw dropped, and he locked eyes with me before being dragged out, and I could see the pain in his face.
A man stopped me from saving his wife because I'm a woman, and it cost him everything. A woman collapsed in the grocery store, and I started CPR immediately, but then her husband shoved me off her. "You're going to kill her." I told him I was a nurse. A nurse isn't a doctor. I'm not letting some random woman break my wife's ribs because she watched too much Grey's Anatomy. I tried to get around him, and he shoved me again. "Don't touch her or I will call my lawyer." His wife was turning blue behind him. Other shoppers started gathering around us. "Let her help. Your wife is dying." He didn't budge. "She's probably a secretary playing pretend." I told him every second he wasted was killing his wife, and he rolled his eyes. "Even if you are a nurse, nurses don't do CPR. Real doctors do CPR. Men who actually went to medical school." The ambulance was still 5 minutes away. I tried to push past him, and he grabbed my wrist. "I'm not letting my wife die because some hysterical woman wanted to play hero." His wife's lips were purple. A man in a work uniform tackled the husband to the ground. "Do it now!" I dropped to my knees and started compressions while the husband screamed, "She's killing my wife! This is assault!" My arms were burning, but I kept going. 90 seconds later, the paramedics ran in and took over. They shocked her twice and got a pulse. The man who tackled him helped me to my feet. "You saved her life. Don't let that piece of garbage make you think otherwise." I was shaking too hard to respond. I went to the hospital the next day to check on her. A nurse led me to her room where her husband was sitting beside her holding her hand. She looked at me. "Are you the one who did CPR?" I told her I was, and her husband started talking fast. "Honey, I told you. The paramedics got there just in time." The nurse cut him off. "This woman performed CPR while your husband tried to stop her. She's the reason your heart kept beating." The wife looked at her husband. "You tried to stop her?" He started stammering about not knowing if I was qualified, and she pulled her hand away. "Leave, and don't come back." She pressed the call button. "I need security to remove my husband from this room." She looked at me. "Thank you for saving my life and showing me who he really is."
I invited dozens of strangers to my daughter's 10th birthday party. For my daughter's 10th birthday party, she insisted on inviting everyone in her new school and new life. So when the day came, I booked out her favorite restaurant because everyone said yes. But after an hour went by, no one showed up. So I texted the mom's Facebook group chat asking, "What happened?" No one responded, and my daughter kept staring at the window asking, "Why is no one here, mommy? Is there bad traffic today?" Suddenly, the door opened and one of the moms finally walked in, except her child wasn't with her. She wasn't holding any gifts. She grabbed my hand. "We need to talk." I left my daughter with one of the waiters as she dragged me out the room and gave me a hug. "Do you know why none of the moms brought their kids here today?" "No." She started tearing up. "One of the moms found the article about your ex-husband." I gasped as it all made sense. After me and my ex-husband divorced, every computer in his workplace underwent a mandated search. They caught him with a very illegal hard drive, filled with very illegal photos and videos of the most horrific things known to man. He'd hid it from everyone. So when the news articles came out, I was shocked, and me and my daughter immediately moved to a new state. "Please, you can't tell my daughter what happened." She nodded and said, "I would never. Trust me. I know how it feels." While I cried, she smiled, "I know what to do." She grabbed my phone out of my back pocket and opened a local Facebook community. I watched as she typed, "No one came to my daughter's birthday party. If anyone has kids and wants to stop by, they're more than welcome." We walked back, and I saw my daughter with the mom's daughter and a gift bag. That alone was enough to put a smile on my face. But then the doors opened again. This time, it was because a huge family showed up with piles of gifts. Within the hour, my daughter forgot all about her friends who never came. I thought the past had ruined our lives, but that day, a stranger proved me wrong.
My best friend on Club Penguin asked me to meet him at the park, and it almost cost me my life. My best friend on Club Penguin was a kid named Husky Lover 8. We played together every single day after school for 6 months. One day, Husky asked if I wanted to meet up at the park near the library, and I immediately said yes. He said he'd wear a penguin shirt so I'd recognize him. I told my mom I was going to the park and promised I'd be back before dinner. She kissed my cheek and sent me off. I sat on the bench by the swings and waited, but one by one, every other kid left the park, and no one in a penguin shirt ever showed up. That's when a man with glasses walked over and sat down next to me. "Are you Husky's friend? He's at home and asked me to come get you so you two can play on his computer." I told him I had to get home since I had to keep my promise to mom, but his hand locked around my wrist. "If you scream, I'll hurt you, your family, and Husky." He shoved me into the back seat and drove. I pressed my face against the window and memorized every street sign, the color of every house, and the number on a mailbox we passed. He brought me inside a small house hidden in the trees and led me to a back bedroom. He sat me in front of a computer and smiled. "I'm sorry for lying. I'm actually Husky. I just really wanted to hang out with you." He left to make snacks, and I did the smartest thing I could think of. I opened Club Penguin, found a crowded server, and typed as fast as I could. A man took me from the park. "Send help." I typed the street names, the mailbox number, the color of the car, and the house. Someone responded, "LOL, nice try," and waddled away. I kept going room after room until one kid stopped and asked if I was serious. I typed yes, and he told me to wait while he got his mom. That's when the man walked back in and saw the screen. He yanked me out of the chair, screaming that we were leaving, and dragged me toward the back door. I grabbed the door frame with both hands and held on as hard as I could. Then I heard sirens. The front door burst open and officers were everywhere. They pulled me away from him and pinned him to the floor. The kid who believed me had gotten his mom, and she'd called the police telling them everything I typed. I never found out who that kid was or even thanked them because I never logged into Club Penguin again.
A girl walked into my salon with a man twice her size. Buzz every hair off her head. As she sat down, I could tell her hair hadn't been washed in weeks. "What are we doing today, sweetheart?" But just as she opened her mouth, he stepped forward. "I already told you what we're doing today. You have 20 minutes, then we're leaving no matter what. We have somewhere to be." I tilted the girl's head back over the basin and lifted the hair off her forehead. Written across her skin in black Sharpie were 2 words: "Help me." I let the water run and kept my hands moving, but everything in my body locked up. The girl locked eyes with me like I was the last person on earth who could save her. But the man was watching us from 15 feet away. I had 17 minutes to call the police. I stepped away from the basin and pretended to grab a towel when really I was trying to get to my phone. I got 3 steps before he looked up from his chair and looked suspicious, so I grabbed the towel rack instead. 15 minutes. The girl lifted up her sleeves to show me her hands covered in scars, and I knew something was very, very wrong. I quickly grabbed a receipt and scribbled, "Call the police." I tried to pass it to the receptionist, but the man called out from his chair, "What did you just hand her?" The receptionist froze, looked at the note, looked at the man. "Yeah, what are you doing?" she asked, completely oblivious. "Oh, I just wanted you to throw this out for me." She threw it away without reading it. 12 minutes. He stood up. "How much longer?" I held up a chunk of matted hair. "These knots go all the way to the root. If I rush this, it'll rip her skin open." He sat back down, but moved his chair closer to us. I leaned in to adjust her cape, and she whispered, "If we leave, I'm not coming back." 9 minutes. The back room was 20 steps behind me. I could get there and dial 911 in under a minute, but that meant leaving her alone with him. 6 minutes. I looked around the whole salon. Every stylist was with a client. The receptionist was on a call. Nobody was looking at us. I had nothing. 1 minute. He walked straight toward us. "Give me the clippers. I'll do it myself." But just as he reached past me toward the counter, the front door swung open. 2 officers barged in and followed the direction of my coworker, who was pointing straight at him. Every woman in that salon watched as he was escorted out in handcuffs. "How did you know to call the police?" The back of his neck had the Buddhist symbol of peace. The second the door closed behind him, the girl grabbed my arm with both hands and buried her face into my shoulder. When she finally pulled back, I took a warm cloth and wiped the Sharpie off her forehead. "He's gone. So what are we actually doing today?" She looked at herself in the mirror and her eyes filled up. "Can you just make it pretty?"
I was in class when out of nowhere I felt lightheaded. I knew my blood sugar was probably crashing, and as soon as I started seeing spots, I knew I needed something sweet. I knew I brought a Twix bar to school, but when I walked over to my desk, it was gone. What the? I looked around the room, but when I looked towards the front, I noticed Ms. Kelly licking the chocolate off her fingers. I was shocked. "Miss Kelly, did you eat my chocolate?" She barely looked up. "Oh, was that yours? Shouldn't have left it out. No snacks in my class." "What? Ms. Kelly, I needed that. My blood sugar is dangerously low and I can barely feel my legs right now." I felt my arms tingling and the room started spinning. Then, my insulin pump started beeping. The whole class turned to look at me, and I knew I had to get some sugar ASAP. I had M&Ms in my locker, so I started walking towards the door, but just as I reached for the handle, someone grabbed me. She stepped in front of me and said, "Where do you think you're going?" I told her my insulin pump was warning me, and I had to get some candy from my locker. "You're not going anywhere until I dismiss you. I really need sugar, or I'm going to black out." She looked me up and down. "Nice try. You just want a snack. I know a binge eater when I see one." I felt like I was losing my balance. My classmates started to notice this was serious. "Please, Ms. Kelly, just let her go." "Nope, that door stays locked." My insulin pump beeped again, but before I could say anything, I felt my legs gave out. I collapsed onto the floor, and the entire class yelled, "Ms. Kelly, she needs it." But Ms. Kelly kept going. "She's obviously faking it." Then she walked over to her desk, opened a drawer, and pulled out a Kit Kat. "What's wrong, Tubby? Jealous?" She unwrapped it and started eating it right in front of me, not even breaking it in half, biting it down the middle like a psycho. I felt my consciousness fading out, and I thought this was it for me. But then, I heard a giant thud. I felt someone grabbing me, tilting my head up. Then the sweet taste of something pouring in my mouth. I opened my eyes and saw the 300-pound linebacker, Jabari, pouring Kool-Aid into my mouth. And when I looked up, Ms. Kelly was knocked out on the floor. He saved my life, but before I could thank him, he broke the Kit Kat in half and finished it. My parents gave me up for adoption because I was a redhead. When my brother got engaged, they asked for a favor. Firefighters found me outside their station, wrapped in a blanket with a note pinned to it that said, "She has the devil's hair." I was 3 months old. I was adopted by a couple who became the only parents I've ever known. My mom taught me to arrange flowers and told me every morning that I was absolutely luminous. My dad coached my soccer team even though I once scored on our own goal. He high-fived me after the game anyway. I was 28 when I got a text from a number I didn't recognize. "Hi, sweetie, this is your birth mother. We'd love to reconnect. Are you free Saturday?" That Saturday, they showed up at my door with 3 kids I'd never seen, all blonde, and my biological mother pulled me into a hug while I stood there with my arms at my sides. My brother waited until everyone sat down and said, "My fiancé would love to meet you, especially since mom mentioned your mom is that famous wedding planner." We were hoping, well, family helps family, right? I looked around the room at the family that gave me away and heard myself say, "I'll think about it." I wrapped both hands around my tea and said, "I'll consider the wedding, but
first, you need to answer one question. Why did you give me up? The room went quiet. My biological father cleared his throat. It was the hair, he said, without looking at me. Not many people in our family have red hair, so I had a DNA test done right after you were born. You're 100% mine. But in our faith, red hair is considered an unlucky omen. My biological mother nodded and said, we couldn't just shave your head. You're a girl. That would have been cruel. My father leaned back in his chair, slapped his knee, and laughed. We had 7 kids total, and only 2 had red hair, so we gave both of you away. Your sister, we gave up 3 years after you. But hey, it worked out perfectly. No bad luck for 28 years. My mug slipped out of my hands and shattered on the floor. I told them to get out of my house and never contact me again. My mom drove over that night with a box of tissues and a plate of cookies she'd baked so fast the edges were still burning. She held me while I cried about having a sister out there somewhere who got thrown away just like me. I hired a private investigator the next morning. If they want to talk about family helping family, I'm going to find mine. A rock smashed our bedroom window with a note attached. I'd seen the kids' initials before because they were the same ones on every vandalized telephone pole on our street, the same ones carved into the bench in our backyard. My husband reassured me. I did the same thing when I was a foster kid in a new neighborhood. Let me handle this. The next afternoon, my husband dragged the kid through our front door. They went straight up to the attic without saying hi. From downstairs, I could hear shouting. 2 hours later, the boy came down with red knuckles, sweat soaking through his shirt, and a busted lip. My husband patted his back and he flinched. Same time tomorrow. And a week later, when I saw him with a black eye, I finally asked my husband, what are you doing up there? He put his hand on my knee and said, trust me. I wanted to, but the next day, the boy came down for water with a limp. So I waited until he walked back up and burst through the door. They both froze. A heavy bag was hanging from the ceiling on a chain, boxing gloves on the floor. He's teaching me to kickbox. Please don't make him stop. My husband explained that before he was a foster kid, his mom would be really mean to him. So when he entered the system at age 12, he had extreme anger issues, and no one wanted to keep him, until a wholesome foster family finally took him in and taught him how to channel his anger through boxing. And now he was helping the kid do the same. The initials that used to be on every pole on our street are now on a pair of boxing gloves in our attic. I was walking alone at night when a police officer started walking beside me and grabbed my arm. Don't react and keep walking. Someone's following you. I subtly turned around and saw a man in a dark hood 30 feet behind me, matching my pace. I stopped for a second, and he instantly leaned against the wall, trying to seem discreet. The officer told me to stay calm and walk with him. He guided me forward, gripping my arms so tight I couldn't pull away even if I wanted to. I kept glancing back, and the man was now closer. That's when he walked through a streetlight, and the light shined down on something metallic sticking from his pocket. My whole body went cold. I pressed closer to the officer and told him what I saw. He nodded and said, don't worry, we'll get you home. You're safe with me. But then he started steering us away from the lit up main road and onto a darker sidewalk, almost like he was leading me somewhere specific. That, plus his grip on my arm, made me feel uneasy. But when I turned around, the man was now walking straight at me, holding the metallic object and no longer trying to be discreet. I knew I had no choice but to trust the officer. I told him the man was closer, and he looked around, pointing to an alleyway nearby. This cuts through to the other side of the street. You can call a cab from there. He gripped my arm even tighter and pulled me. I was about to just go with it, but then I saw a taxi sitting 50 feet in front of me with its light on. I told the officer I'll just take this one, but his grip tightened. The man is still too close and the alleyway is safer. He tried pulling me again, but I yanked my arm free and sprinted toward the cab. He reached for me again, but I was too far away. I got in and locked the door, shaking and unsure what to even think. Then 3 weeks later, I was watching the morning news, and my coffee slipped out of my hands. 2 men were arrested for the murder of a woman, the officer who grabbed my arm and the man in the hood. They worked together. The man followed her at night, and the officer lured her into an alleyway under the guise of safety. The woman who trusted the officer never came home to her kids.
My father kicked in my closet door, grabbed me by my neck and said, it's my birthday, I want a cake. My father was an abusive alcoholic. Ever since I was 6 years old, he's been hitting me, stabbing me, burning me with cigarette butts and fire pokers. I would have fought back, but I weigh 90 pounds soaking wet and he's a cop. Now that I'm 18, I've finally made my escape plan. I work at a beauty supply store and I've saved $7,000. I just put a deposit down on my own apartment and I was 1 day away from getting out. Then he came home drunk with that quiet, vicious look. He and his cop buddies love their booze. I heard him downstairs and locked myself in my closet. He kicked the door in and grabbed me by my neck. It's my birthday. I want a cake. I made his favorite flavor, hoping it would be enough for him to leave me alone. It wasn't. He hated it, spit it out, grabbed a fistful of cake and shoved it into my face. I tried to run, but he tripped me. My nose hit the hardwood floor and cracked. I bumped into the cabinet that opened up a drawer that I was hiding my apartment lease in. He saw it and became even more enraged. He ripped up the lease and stole my entire life savings out of my wallet. He lit all $7,000 on fire over the stove. Then he picked up a knife, pressed the blade against my cheek, and drew blood. You think you can leave me that easy, huh? Today's the day of my birth. It'll be the day of your death, I prayed. Nothing else left to do. The front door burst open. Tom, an ex-Marine and one of my father's fellow cops and drinking buddies, entered. He knew what my dad was doing to me, and he'd warned him a month ago that if he ever laid a hand on me again, there would be consequences. I closed my eyes. terrified. My father didn't believe Tom, thought he was soft. That was a mistake. My dad put the blade against my neck, and then I heard 3 loud pops, then a heavy thud at my feet. When I opened my eyes, my father was lifeless, and Tom was standing in the doorway, holstering his gun. I held onto him until I stopped shaking. We handled the disposal quietly. Some things you settle outside of the system. Tom and I have been best friends ever since. I went to the student bathroom and found a newborn baby in the trash can. It was covered in blood. I thought it was dead, but then it moved. It was alive. I yanked off my cardigan and wrapped the baby. I held it against my chest and burst out of the bathroom screaming for help. The nurse came, then the principal, then paramedics. They took the baby from my arms and I just stood there, shaking, blood on my shirt. That's when Principal Davies pulled me aside. "Let's keep this contained," his voice low. "Don't talk to anyone about what you saw." I stared at him. "There's a girl somewhere in this building who just gave birth. She needs help." He put his hand up. "The police will handle it. Don't say anything." He walked away. He didn't care about the girl, but I couldn't do that. I needed to know who the girl was. I started with Brianna Mills, a student who knows everything about everyone. "Did you hear anything today? About someone being pregnant?" Or her smile disappeared. "No, Brianna." I said no. She grabbed her bag and walked away fast. Next was a student named Claire who sat in the back of every class and noticed everything. "Do you know what happened in the bathroom?" She didn't look up. "I promised not to say," she whispered, her eyes tearing up. She grabbed her stuff and ran. There was only one option left. The security office was supposed to be locked, but I knew the security guard took his smoke break at 3:15. I had maybe 10 minutes. I slipped inside. The monitors were still on, footage from every hallway in the building. I found the camera outside the bathroom and rewound. Then I saw her. 2:47 p.m. A girl walked into the bathroom. 3:12 p.m. The same girl walked out. I paused the footage and leaned closer. When her face came into focus, my whole body went cold. She was the last person I would have suspected. The girl was Grace Mitchell. She wore long skirts and a cross necklace every single day. I made my way to her classroom and peered through the door. I asked the teacher to send her out. When Grace stepped into the hallway, she was pale, moving slow, wincing with every step. "I know what happened. I saw the footage. I just want to help." Her lip trembled. "Please don't call my father." There was terror in her voice. "Who did this to you? Who's the father?" She didn't look up. "My dad is. He's our local pastor." I took her hand. "You're safe now." I called CPS. My son's teacher taught him something so inaccurate that it almost killed him. Me and my son were in the car when he told me he had a headache. I said, "Okay, honey, I'll get you some Tylenol when we're home." But when we got home, I handed him the bottle of Tylenol and he said, "Thanks, Mom. I love these red M&Ms. They always make me feel better." I laughed because I thought he was joking. My son spoke again. "No, Mom, I swear. My teacher, Mr. Janik, said these are the red M&Ms that make the headaches go away." I just rolled my eyes and we sat on the couch and I fell asleep while he drank water with Tylenol. But when I woke up, he was clutching his stomach on the floor and crying. "Mom, the pain is getting really bad. Why aren't they working?" I asked him what he was talking about and he just kept crying, saying the M&Ms weren't working. I said, "Okay, let me grab you some more painkillers." I ran into our kitchen, but when I opened the cabinet to grab some Tylenol, it was empty. I shook the bottles and nothing came out. I ran back into the living room screaming his name. "Dominic, did you eat these? Did you eat the whole bottle?" He was crying harder now. "Yes, I ate all the red M&Ms. I just wanted the headache to stop. Why am I in so much pain after eating red M&Ms?" I looked at his face and his pupils were massive. I picked him up and ran toward the front door without shoes and threw him into the back seat. I was driving to the ER in my socks, having no idea what 50 Tylenols could do to an 8-year-old, but I knew I couldn't waste a single second. I was running every yellow light, honking at people to move. We were stopped at a red light and he started shaking. Then it got faster and faster. His whole body started shaking and it all hit me that he was having a seizure. I screamed his name. I hit 3 curbs pulling into the hospital parking lot, not even turning the car off. I ran toward those automatic doors holding my son, and when they slid open, every single person in that waiting room turned and looked. Dom was moaning, barely conscious, and there was foam starting to form around his mouth. I heard a woman say, "Oh my God, that kid has rabies." I ignored all of them. I ran straight past the check-in desk toward the back, yelling for help. "Help! Somebody help my son!" Nurses came rushing out, and before I knew it, they had him on a stretcher and were wheeling him down the hallway. I tried to follow, but someone grabbed me. They told me I couldn't go back there. They guided me to the waiting room, and I just sat there furious. And that's when I remembered what Dom said in the car. The red M&Ms. He said his teacher told him that. I hopped back into my dented car and soon walked into his school still just in my socks. My son's teacher, Mr. Janik, was sitting at his desk when I found him, chair pumped all the way up because he was 5'2". I yelled, "M&Ms? You told a 7-year-old that Tylenol is red M&Ms?" He instantly looked nervous, shriveling his shoulders together. He said, "I was just joking. I thought I should teach them how to take medicine at an early age." My son almost died. I looked at his right jaw and I swung as hard as I possibly could and watched the red fly out of his mouth as he fell back. I was silent for years. Then I whispered just one thing. I have selective mutism. It's not shyness or nerves. It's like my body hijacks my voice. The words are all there in my head. I just can't get them out when it matters most. At school, teachers gave up and stopped calling on me. Kids would ask, "Why don't you ever talk?" and then laugh before I could answer. Some thought I was rude. Others thought I was dumb. But Riley never assumed. She just pulled up a chair next to me in 3rd grade and said, "Hi, I'm Riley. You don't have to talk. I'll talk enough for both of us." And she meant it. When I got picked last in gym, she'd say it was because I was secretly a superhero and hiding my power. powers. When people teased me for not speaking, she'd look at them and say, "You're just mad she doesn't waste her words on you." We shared everything, especially our obsession with the show Miraculous Ladybug. We'd rewatch episodes 100 times, and she always said I reminded her of Marinette because I was braver than I looked. I always wanted to say something back, something she'd remember. So for her 15th birthday, I built her something in secret, the jewelry box that held the Miraculous. I spent weeks building the box, painting the swirls just right, and carved each drawer to match the ones that held the powers. But instead of charms inside, I filled them with things from our world. A tiny picture of us from 6th grade, cut into a heart, a handmade mini version of the scarf she gave me when mine was lost, and I placed a ladybug locket I bought with months of saved allowance. Then I wrote a note that said, "Your miraculous powers, loyalty, laughter, and being the best person I know." On her birthday, we sat on her floor like we had since forever. I handed her the box in silence. She stared at it, stunned, and whispered, "No way, no way, you made this?" Her fingers traced every inch like she couldn't believe it was real. I reached for the locket, unlatched it, and revealed the picture of us inside. My throat felt like it was closing, but this time, I didn't run. I whispered, barely louder than breath, "Thank you for never rushing me." She pulled me into a hug so tight it took my breath away and said, "You are my everyday ladybug."
My boyfriend raised his glass and announced loudly that I will be shaving my head to support his sister's cancer. Sadie looked up at me through her tears and asked if I'd really do that for her. I was horrified because I'd never said this. I was a hair model, but the parents were already hugging me and crying, and the entire restaurant clapped like I was a hero. I was shocked and uncomfortable, but when I looked at my boyfriend, he just smiled. Over the next few weeks, I tried to talk, but he shut me down, and instead just told his family how strong I was. Sadie's parents and her whole class even showed up at my door, where she hugged me and said she wants to be just like me when she grows up. I really didn't want to do it, but this was the first time her eyes had life since her diagnosis. I couldn't rip it away. So I texted my boyfriend, "I'm doing it," and he replied with a picture of him and Sadie crying tears of joy. I went and shaved my head. I cried because I knew my modeling career was over, but I also felt so proud. I drove to their apartment with butterflies in my stomach, but when my boyfriend opened the door, his face twisted. "You look like a freak," he whispered. "I only said all that so Sadie would feel better. I didn't think you'd actually do it." He shut the door before I could reply and blocked my number. I was so heartbroken, I drove home and just looked in the mirror and cried for 3 days straight. But then Sadie texted me, "What he did is disgusting. I'm so sorry, but my whole family is coming over today. Nobody knows what he did. I've a crazy idea if you're down." I smiled and instantly replied, "Yes." That evening, I walked into their family home with no wig. My boyfriend saw me first and quickly begged me to leave, but his mom was already walking over. She hugged me crying, "We're all so proud of you." But I instantly told her everything, speaking loud enough for everyone to hear. Her jaw dropped as she turned to him, and his face cycled through 4 different colors at once. His dad stood up from the table, and Sadie came over crying, acting like this was news to her. Everyone ganged up on him as he started hyperventilating because of everything. I walked out, and the next morning, Sadie texted, "Our parents disowned him, LOL. Also, look what I did to his head while he was sleeping." She sent me a picture of him shaved bald. My classmate's mom set a plate of dog food on the table and told me to eat it or go hungry. Gray meat with curling edges, mushy peas that were practically liquid, and 2 biscuits hard enough to crack a window stood in front of me. I looked over at Olivia and saw fresh chicken with rice and steamed vegetables. I cleared my throat. "Excuse me, I think I might have the wrong plate." Olivia's mom kept cutting her chicken. "I opened my home to you, and this is the thanks I get?" Olivia leaned over my plate. "Mom, didn't we feed this exact same thing to Pepper last night?" Pepper, their golden retriever, was asleep under the table, and Olivia's mom just shrugged. "We had leftovers. I'm not wasting perfectly good food." I tried a small bite to be polite, but the meat was rubbery with a sour aftertaste that made me gag. I put my fork down. "But you and Olivia aren't eating this." Olivia's mom set her knife down. "We don't run a restaurant, sweetheart. You eat what you're given, or you sit there hungry." Olivia giggled into her chicken. I asked if I could please call my mom, and Olivia's mom tossed her napkin on the table. "What's wrong now? The food not fancy enough for you?" I found their phone in the hallway, called my mom, and told her I wasn't feeling well. 20 minutes later, my mom walked through the front door. She went straight past Olivia's mom into the dining room and stopped at the table, my plate of gray meat sitting right next to Olivia's fresh chicken. She turned to Olivia's mom. "You invited my daughter into your home and fed her dog food while your family ate a real meal?" Olivia's mom opened her mouth, but my mom cut her off. She wasn't finished. "A restaurant would have at least given everyone at the table the same plate." She took my hand and walked us to the door, then looked back at Olivia's mom. "My daughter walked in here with manners, and you gave her dog food." She gave her the finger. "But you don't deserve our manners, you hungry bimbo." My boyfriend beat me with his bare hands, and I thought it would never end. Until one day, when he brought home Justice. He immediately jumped on me, and he was so close I could see the scars on his face. I couldn't stop laughing until my boyfriend screamed, "Get back here, you're my dog." And even though Justice could tell that he was ready for violence, he still refused to listen and kept loving me. So my boyfriend locked him in the bedroom as punishment. And that night, when I left the hallway light on, my boyfriend slammed me into the floor. "Do you know how much the electricity costs?" While I hugged myself and waited for it to end, Justice lunged off the bed barking. It took all my strength to hold him back. "It's okay, boy. I'm okay." My boyfriend's eyes went dark. "Control that dog or I'll do it for you." As he walked out, Justice put his paw beside my cut. "You're the only one that's there for me." That Tuesday, my boyfriend stormed through the front door. "Where are you? I lost my job today. Because of you. You ruined my life. As I walked towards him and caught a whiff of his alcohol breath, Justice followed 3 steps behind me, collar straining against my grip. But when my boyfriend's fist caught my temple, my head bounced off the counter and the collar slid through my fingers. I heard him yank open a drawer, and when I looked up, I saw the knife. Enough is enough. But as soon as he walked towards me, 80 pounds of German Shepherd launched across that kitchen and clamped down on the arm holding the blade. The knife hit the tile. My boyfriend swung, but Justice drove him backward into the cabinets, growling so low the floor shook. I used the distraction to crawl to the counter, grab the phone, and dial 911. But by the time the cops kicked down my door, it was too late, because Justice already had my boyfriend locked on his stomach, teeth around my boyfriend's wrist. The officers froze in the doorway. "Ma'am, where did you get this dog?" "A shelter," I said, still shaking. He looked at the faded scars on Justice's face. "He's got service marks. This is a retired K9. He's a trained takedown dog. Dogs like him don't stop. If it came down to saving his own life or yours, he'd pick you every time." My boyfriend jerked his arm. "Get off me. You're supposed to be my dog." But he didn't have any power anymore, and Justice didn't move. I was at my cousin's wedding when the officiant stopped the ceremony. "Someone in this room has betrayed this couple. You have 5 minutes to confess, or this wedding isn't happening." My husband couldn't make it, so I was sitting alone near the back. The bride and groom stood at the altar with their arms crossed. Nobody moved. The bride's sister Ellie shot up first. "Fine. I've been catfishing the groom's dad for 8 months, pretending to be a Ukrainian swimsuit model named Oksana. He sent me $6,000. The groom's dad jumped out of his seat grinning. "Oksana is here?" His wife smacked him across the face with her purse. The officiant checked his watch. 4 minutes. Before anyone could breathe, the bride's uncle stood up and pointed at his niece. "Your father isn't your real father. Your mom had an affair in the summer of '91. Your real dad is the wedding photographer." The photographer slowly lowered his camera. "I was hoping we could talk about this after the reception." The bride grabbed the altar to stay standing. I grabbed my phone and texted my husband. "You need to hear this. 3 minutes." The groom's mom stood up next. "I paid your ex-girlfriend $500 to show up today and object to the wedding. She'll be here in 10 minutes. The bride and groom screamed together. "You did what?" Someone in the back yelled, "Lock the doors!" The officiant's voice dropped. 2 minutes. The maid of honor burst into tears. "I started a GoFundMe for this wedding and raised $23,000. I kept all of it and bought a hot tub. It's being installed Tuesday." The bride lunged at her and 2 groomsmen held her back. 1 minute. The groom's twin brother stepped forward. "3 years ago at the family reunion, I hooked up with the bride. She didn't know it was me." The bride's face dropped. "That was you?" The groom staggered back like he'd been punched. The officiant raised his hand. "Time's up. Nobody confessed to what this is actually about." I stood up. "What else could there possibly be?" He pulled out his phone. "Someone RSVP'd yes to this wedding months ago, but isn't here today, which means there's an extra plate at dinner that will go to waste." The bride and groom both nodded like this was the real crime. I raised my hand. That was my husband. The officiant left the room, and the wedding never happened. No one in the family has spoken since. My mom ran downstairs and yanked me out to the car. She had to drop me off at school and knew she'd be late for work. She was panicking, trying to start the car, but as she turned the keys, I saw her face turn white. "Come on, come on!" It wasn't starting. She was breaking down, but someone knocked on the window. My stepdad was standing there and offered to give me a ride. I was nervous. I couldn't go anywhere without my mom since my sister went missing, but she just sighed, thanking him. "Mom, he scares me. Don't be silly. You'll be fine." I didn't have a choice, so I got in his car. Something about him seemed off, but he kept smiling at me. But when we got to my school, we didn't turn. My heart started beating. "Where are we going? This will just take a second." I felt my hands start to shake, but as we pulled into a gas station, a man I didn't know got in. I told him I was scared and wanted to go home, but I felt something touch my back. It was a knife. "Be quiet." I was terrified, realizing I was right about him. My tears started rolling as we started driving again, leaving town. "Please, just take me back to my mom." But he put tape over my mouth. I was starting to think my life was over. I'd never see my mom again, and she'd have to live knowing both of her daughters went missing. But just as we pulled up to the last light before the highway, a cop pulled up next to us. I felt the weapon dig into my back as the guy told me to keep quiet. I saw the door was unlocked, but we started moving again, and I knew I had no other choice, so I summed up all the courage I had and jumped out of the car, scraping my arms on the ground. The police officer saw this and quickly turned around to help me. They caught him later that day, and it turns out I wasn't the first girl he did this to. I held her photo, finally feeling closure after 6 years.
"Keep smiling or you're sleeping outside tonight," my mom said while someone from Child Protective Services knocked on our front door. We'd been filming our morning routine for the 13th time because I kept blinking wrong. My face ached from holding the same smile since 6 a.m., and the ring lights had burned fresh marks up both my arms. My mom yanked my sleeves down over the burns before she opened the door. My dad grabbed my school workbook off the counter and shoved it under the couch. The woman at the door held up a badge and introduced herself as Melinda. "A viewer sent us screenshots of bruises and burns on your daughter from your recent videos." My mom walked around behind Melinda where only I could see her face twist into a silent threat. I smiled with all my teeth showing. "Everything is amazing here. I love making videos with my parents every single day." Melinda swiped to a photo on her tablet and held it up. "Then why do you have a black eye covered with makeup in this video from last week?" "I hit a doorknob because I'm clumsy and my mom helped me cover it so viewers wouldn't worry." Melinda looked at me and back at my parents. "She's 10. Why isn't she in school right now?" My mom cut in fast. "She doesn't need school. She makes more money than most adults." else. Show me her schoolwork. My mom just stared at her. We don't waste time on books when she could be filming. Melinda stood up straighter. I need to speak with your daughter alone. My dad stepped forward, but Melinda held up her badge. Refuse and I call the police. Your choice. They went into the kitchen, but left the door cracked open. Melinda put a piece of paper in my hands. Read this out loud for me. I stared at the page for a long time and just held it up and smiled. I love reading. She put a pen in my hand. Write your name for me. My hand hovered over the paper, but I couldn't remember how to spell it. Everything is perfect, I whispered, and my eyes went to the cracked door. Melinda leaned in close enough that only I could hear. I'm getting them out of this room. She stood up and opened the kitchen door. Leave this house completely, or I call for backup right now. My dad slammed the front door on his way out. She sat back down and looked at me. Where do you sleep? My jaw ached from smiling all day, and my eyes burned. In the basement. I walked her downstairs to a concrete floor with 2 thin blankets and no pillow. Melinda photographed everything and rolled my sleeves up and looked at the burns running up both arms. How did these happen? The lights get really hot during filming. She went straight to my parents and pulled out her phone. Your daughter can't read. She can't write her name. She's covered in burns and she sleeps on concrete. I am removing her from your care right now. My dad gripped the door frame. This kid is our property and we own everything she makes. Melinda held the phone closer to his face. 2 officers showed up 20 minutes later and my aunt was right behind them. She knelt down in front of me and wrapped both arms around my shoulders. You never have to smile for a camera again.
After 8 years in captivity, my kidnapper got down on one knee. He took me when I was 16. For 8 years, I cleaned his house in chains and called him babe because the weeks I fought back, he stopped feeding me until I couldn't stand. He believed we were in love. So when he knelt on the floor holding my hands and said, I love you, I smiled and told him I loved him too. He reached into his pocket on the anniversary of the day he took me. I'm sorry, my love, I said, ducking my head like I was embarrassed, but I really need the restroom. His eyes scanned my face. I held the smile. All right, babe, I'll have a proposal for you when you come back. I walked slow and calm until the bathroom door closed behind me. The window had bars on the outside, but the metal was old and rusted. I broke the glass and pulled at the first bar until it bent and used it to pry the next one loose. A soft knock froze me. I'm sorry if you're feeling sick, honey. My hands were shaking so hard I could barely grip the metal. It's okay, babe. Just 2 more minutes. His footsteps shuffled away and I squeezed my shoulder through the opening. Glass sliced into my arms. I got stuck halfway through. No, please God, no. I was on the grass. I ran barefoot down the street and pounded on the first door I saw. An older man opened it and stared at a starved, bleeding woman on his porch. Jesus Christ, he said, and pulled me inside. His wife started cleaning my cuts while he called 911. A knock shook the front door. Honey, are you in there? My whole body went stiff. The old man walked straight to the door and opened it. Honey, he punched my kidnapper square in the jaw, flung him off the porch, and pinned him to the ground until the siren stopped in front of the house. The jury took 8 minutes. 8 years of my life stolen, and it took 8 minutes to find him guilty on every charge.
I opened the front door in a full face of makeup and a sundress to grab a pizza because I had a huge crush on the delivery boy. My knees went weak the second I saw him standing there holding the box. When he handed me the pizza, our fingertips touched, and we both looked at each other smiling and blushing, and somehow that turned into 10 minutes of talking on my front porch. When I walked back inside, Mom rushed out of the kitchen asking me how it went this time. Me and that boy are gonna grow old together, I swooned, hugging the pizza box like it was him. This happened every single week for 2 months, until the day it rained so hard our front lawn turned into an ice skating rink. I stood at the window watching the street and couldn't picture his little delivery car making it down our road, until Mom yelled that she just ordered pizza. I ran to my room and searched for my best red dress, convinced this was the night he asked me out. I waited by the front door for over 2 hours, until I started to worry something had happened. Mom called the pizza place, but they said he left for our place on time and should have been here by now. I was sweating buckets, so I went outside to look around. As soon as I opened the front door, I screamed. My pizza boy was lying on our front porch with blood pooling around him. Mom ran over and called an ambulance, but by the time they got there, he was already gone. He had slipped coming up our front steps and cracked his head on the ground.
I got the train and traveled 45 miles through the snow to go to school. But when I came home that day, I found out the train wouldn't be stopping at my station anymore. They had scheduled it to permanently close because nobody ever got on. I was devastated and wrote an email explaining this was the only way I could get to school. I figured nobody would ever see it, but then I got an email back saying a single student was just as important as 100. The entire station was kept open, even though it cost the Japanese government money. And every morning for the next 3 years, a train went out of its way to pull into an empty station where I was the only one who got on.
A cop leaned into my window and whispered, "Your happiness is ruining somebody else's life." I saw those same police lights in my mirror every single morning for a month. Same officer. He'd tap on my window with 2 knuckles and hit me with the same flat tone. License and registration. One day it was for driving too cautiously. The next, a brake light that worked fine. The ticket said $250. My boss handed me a written warning and told me one more tardiness, and I was done. Each stop dragged on for 30 minutes. He'd run my plates, circle my car, and check every tire like I was on a most wanted list. The worst morning, he pulled me out and made me stand on the sidewalk in the pouring rain while he went through my trunk, my back seat, my glove box. An hour later, he handed me back my keys without a word. My boyfriend started sitting next to me at every court date, and the officers stopped showing up. Case dismissed. 4 times my boyfriend sat next to me. 4 times the cop was gone. The one date my boyfriend couldn't make, the officer was sitting in the front row like he'd been waiting for me all morning. That night, I opened a notebook and started writing everything down. Every date, every stop, whether my boyfriend was there, whether the officer showed. Last Saturday, my boyfriend and I were holding hands across the center console on the way to dinner when those familiar police lights flashed behind us. The officer walked toward my window with his flashlight, and my boyfriend's whole body went rigid. He grabbed my arm. That's Jason, my ex's best friend. He was obsessed with her. Jason leaned down, and the second he saw my boyfriend sitting in my passenger seat, he froze. My boyfriend leaned forward. Harassing my girlfriend for a month because you can't handle that I moved on? He started laughing. You built a stalking case against yourself, Jason. Every ticket, every stop, every note she kept. She's going to end your career. I rolled up my window, put the car in drive, and pulled away while Officer Jason stood frozen in his own headlights. Every summer, I took hundreds of photos of a little boy who didn't know I was his mother. He'd come running out of the car with his little suitcase, and I'd scoop him up and hold him so tight he'd laugh and say, "Aunt Becky, you're squishing me." His first morning, he'd run into the kitchen. "Aunt Becky, can I have ice cream for breakfast?" I'd already have the bowl out. I let him stay up late because bedtime meant one less hour with him. I took photos of everything. Him on the swings, him with chocolate all over his face, him passed out on the couch after a long day. He'd look up at me with the biggest smile, and I'd turn away so he wouldn't see my face. On the back of every photo, I wrote the same thing: my baby, and the date. I only had 14 days a year to be his mom without him knowing. I lost him when he was 3. My ex's new wife wanted to be his mother, and she had the money and the lawyers, and I had nothing. She told a judge I was dangerous to my own son, and I couldn't afford to prove her wrong. The judge gave me supervised visits twice a year, 2 hours in a room with a social worker watching me hold my own son. She offered me a deal. "I'll give you 2 weeks every summer, but he can never know who you are." So every June, I picked him up, and for 14 days, I was his mom in secret. The summer he turned 13, she called. "He's too old for sleepovers. Please just give me one more summer." She hung up. Every summer after that, I posted the old photos online, missing my favorite visitor. People asked whose kid it was. I never answered. I figured I'd never hear from him again. I made peace with that. Last fall, I was doing the dishes when someone knocked on my door. A man was standing on my porch holding a photo with my handwriting on the back. He looked at me and said, "Mom?" I held him the way I did when he was little. He didn't say, "You're squishing me this time."
My son Ryan was 7 and had the world's most unique-looking handwriting. Teachers couldn't read it, and he failed every test even if he knew the answers. When Ryan came home with an A on a spelling test for the first time, I was so proud. But then I looked at the test and realized his handwriting was suddenly different, more normal-looking. I watched him do his homework and noticed how hard he gripped the pencil. I told myself it was nothing, until next week when Ryan's handwriting changed even more. When I showed my husband, he scoffed, "Kids' handwriting changes. You're being paranoid." But then I compared his new notes to his old ones, and the difference was too sudden. I brought the notes to Ryan's teacher, but she smiled condescendingly. "Kids' handwriting evolves as the brain develops. It's normal." I said, "This isn't just his brain evolving," but she just gave me a pamphlet about parental anxiety and pushed me out. That evening, I watched Ryan's hands shake as he tried to write and knew something was wrong. I took his notes to his pediatrician to run tests, but she barely even glanced at them. Ryan's handwriting change seems completely normal. He's perfectly healthy. Meanwhile, Ryan was sitting 5 feet away, his hands twitching every few seconds. The pediatrician prescribed me anxiety medication. I left her office feeling crazy, and when I came home, my husband instantly sat me down. "You're not a doctor. Leave it to the experts and stop stressing Ryan out. If you don't stop, I'm taking Ryan and leaving you." That evening before my husband went to bed, I watched Ryan writing, but this time, he wasn't writing notes. Something is wrong, but I don't know what. I instantly grabbed him and went to run out the door, but my husband blocked me. "Okay, that's it. You're crazy. We're done." He tried to grab Ryan's hand, but I pushed past him and got in my car. We drove to the hospital, and I went to a different doctor and gave him the notes. "I need a neurological scan right now." "Over handwriting?" "Yes." I pulled all my money from my wallet. He shrugged and took Ryan to the back. They called me in an hour later. Brain cancer. Early stage. Still operable because they caught it soon. By the time Ryan got prepped, my husband was at the hospital, crying and apologizing. I didn't say a word. After surgery, I came into Ryan's room. Doctors said he needed a few hours for everything to wear off before he could speak again. I took his hand, but then he gave me a note, written in his unique signature handwriting. "Mom, why did you keep trying even after everyone called you crazy? Dad said he'll leave. Doctors called you paranoid." I looked at him, because a mother always knows. My daughter Casey tried on her Halloween costume and started crying. She'd spent 200 hours creating it herself, so she really wanted to wear it to trick or treating with classmates, but she had cancer and could barely walk up the stairs. We couldn't afford a wheelchair, and Halloween was 5 days away. Casey looked over at her class yearbook and started flicking through last week's costume party photos, wishing she'd stayed healthy for just one more week. But then she saw a girl in the corner without a costume looking upset and got an idea. If she couldn't do Halloween herself, she'd make Halloween special for everyone else. She started writing hundreds of small Halloween jokes to give trick-or-treaters even when she was too weak to hold a pencil. She baked Halloween cupcakes despite the smell of steam making her nauseous. Even on days she was too ill to stand, she used everything she had and made custom candy bags for each classmate while lying in bed. But yet, even when everything was perfect, the girl from the photo still didn't have a costume. So my daughter looked at the outfit she'd made, the thing she'd spent months on, and made her decision. We drove to her friend's, and she gave the costume away, only crying once back in the car. On Halloween night, our doorbell rang, and I opened it to give Casey's classmates their custom candy bags. But when I looked looked behind them, my jaw dropped. Our front lawn had a huge empty candy bag, and beside it, the girl with Casey's costume was holding a wheelchair. This is for Casey, if she can. Everyone had chipped in to buy a wheelchair. I started crying and helped Casey come down, and her eyes just regained life. Her classmates helped her into the wheelchair and wheeled her around the neighborhood for hours.
My daughter was lying in a hospital bed with her arm in a sling when my husband told the doctor she fell off her bike. She was 3 and didn't even know how to ride one. The doctor looked at me and asked, "Is that what happened?" My husband's hand tightly closed around mine, so I nodded. He brought us home and rolled a brand new bike into the garage. "Got it for when she's better," he told the neighbors. "She's clumsy, but she'll get there." One of them looked at my daughter in her sling and said, "You're so lucky to have such a devoted father." He put his arm around my shoulder and pressed his mouth against my ear. "If you ever try to leave, I will take her somewhere you will never find her." That night he left for the bar like always. I walked out to the pool, pulled the cover halfway back, left the gate open, and turned off every light in the backyard. Inside, I switched off the pool alarm. He came home drunk at 2 in the morning and stumbled toward the pool like I knew he would. I watched from our bedroom window as he hit the water, and I didn't move. The house was so quiet I could hear the splashing from upstairs, and then I couldn't. I called 911 11 minutes later. At his funeral, his brother told me, "He always said we had Viking blood. Put something in Old Norse on the headstone." I walked into the carver's shop and handed him a piece of paper that said, "Drop smader barna sinna." He asked what it meant. "Devoted father." I smiled softly. He nodded and carved it in beautiful letters. I visited that grave once, the day they set the stone. I read the words out loud, knowing it didn't mean devoted father. It meant murderer of his own children.
My husband's best man humiliated us at the altar, and it made my wedding perfect. Philip patted his jacket, checked every pocket, and turned them inside out before facing 200 guests and announcing, "The rings are gone." The priest stood there with his hand still out, while Anthony grabbed Philip's arm. "Philip, those rings are 4 generations old. They're irreplaceable family heirlooms. Where are they?" But instead of answering, Philip pulled out his phone and started typing. The priest stepped forward and suggested they pause the ceremony. "Give me 30 minutes and you'll understand everything," Philip said, and my whole body went hot. "Philip, are you crazy?" I lunged at him, but Anthony held me back and got in Philip's face. "You lost my grandmother's ring that survived the Holocaust, and you're asking for more time?" Philip didn't flinch. My mom shot up, shaking. "What kind of sick game are you playing with my daughter's wedding?" Philip just kept looking at his phone. A woman in the 3rd row leaned to her husband. "This is the most disrespectful thing I've ever seen," and my face burned. A couple in the back grabbed their coats and walked out. My mom pointed at Philip with tears running down her face and told Anthony this was who he chose to stand next to him over family. Anthony's jaw tightened and he told Philip to leave. Philip didn't move. Anthony grabbed his arm and started pulling him toward the side door, but Philip planted his feet and looked straight at me. "Have I ever let you down?" I thought about the rehearsal speech he gave at that same altar 12 hours ago that made the whole room cry and knew he wasn't trying to ruin my day. So I told Anthony to stop, and we waited. I sat down on the altar steps in my wedding dress, and Philip stood by the back door with his phone in his hand, while the longest 19 minutes of my life crawled by. The back doors swung open. My sister stood in the doorway in military dress blues, holding a small velvet box. My knees hit the floor. The last time I saw her face was on a video call where she cried because she couldn't get leave. She walked down the aisle, held out the box, and said, "I've got the rings. Sorry I'm late." I ran to her so fast we both hit the ground, and I held on so tight neither of us could breathe. Philip put his hand on Anthony's shoulder. "She got emergency leave 3 days ago and made me promise to make sure she didn't miss the ceremony. The only way to stall without ruining the surprise was to pretend I lost the rings." I grabbed my boyfriend. "Please, my head is pounding. I don't think I can go out tonight," but he just smiled. "Don't worry, I'll grab you an Advil. I'm sure it's nothing." He helped me into the car, but my head was absolutely throbbing. I think we need to go to the hospital." "Babe, give it a little longer. The ibuprofen hasn't kicked in yet." But I knew it was serious. I just wished he'd looked for me once, but then I noticed something in front of us. There was something on the overpass, but as we got closer, the windshield smashed. Oh my God! We started swerving, and I kept screaming. We spun out, crashing into the barrier, and when my boyfriend looked at me, his eyes went wide. I couldn't see out of my left eye. "Is it bad?" He looked terrified, but then it went black. I woke up in the hospital, and everyone was standing around me. They were watching the TV, and when I saw up, they gasped, "She's awake! Oh my God, she's awake!" They hugged me, and I asked where I was, why my head was covered in bandages, but then I noticed the screen. It was someone getting arrested. A young kid threw a rock off the bridge, hitting a car, and it instantly clicked. That car was ours, but my mom was crying and told me I was so lucky. "How's your headache, honey?" I realized it was gone. She held up an x-ray of a brain. It had a giant tumor on the side. "This was in your head, honey. If the doctors didn't see it yesterday, it would have killed you."
My teacher asked, "Don't you want to go home because of the rumor?" "What rumor?" I wanted to check Instagram but remembered my phone died. Everyone went quiet. One girl was crying while the boys were laughing. Ms. O'Connor told me, "I'm not at liberty to discuss the rumor with you. I really suggest you speak with the counselor." So I left to find my best friend Kaylee, who was in Mr. Brady's class. I knocked and pointed at her. Mr. Brady looked at me with the same wide-eyed, sad expression Ms. O'Connor had and immediately let Kaylee come out. Kaylee hugged me. "I'm so sorry this is happening to you, baby. I'm so sorry. Please just tell me what the rumor is. I think it's best you go home." We walked to the main office and the secretary took one look at me and immediately handed me the sign-out sheet. I noticed my Uncle Fisher in the office and asked, "What are you doing here?" He wrapped me in in a bear hug. "Oh, sweetheart, why aren't you in class? Why is everyone acting weird?" He led me to the empty conference room. "There's no easy way to say this, baby girl. Your parents were in a car accident over the weekend. They didn't make it." My whole body went cold. But what did this have to do with a rumor? What are people saying? There was a drunk driver and he stopped again, trying to find words. "Please, for the love of God, tell me what this stupid rumor is." He looked sick having to tell me. Someone at the scene shared a video. Your mom, in the accident. Her head, it was dangling off her neck. In the video, she was still conscious for a moment and was still singing that Sabrina Carpenter song you two always played in the car. Matcha or something. It's espresso. I almost fought my art teacher because she failed me for not drawing furry art. I handed Mrs. Rosa my first project, and she tilted her little red glasses, picked up her red pen, and wrote a 0 across the top. I asked her what was wrong with it. She grimaced looking at it. "Your work has no life. I've been selling portraits since I was 12, and no teacher has ever given me less than 100. She looked at me over those red glasses. That's the problem. So that weekend, I went to the park and painted a family playing with their dog, something with actual life in it. Mrs. Rosa gave it a 20. I asked her how a painting of real people doing real things had no life. She looked at me over those red glasses and said, "Your work depicts life. It does not have the essence of life." One afternoon, a kid handed Mrs. Rosa a crayon drawing of a wolf girl in a hoodie, and she wrote 100 on it without hesitating. I walked up to her desk with my 6th 0 in a row and asked what a wolf girl in a hoodie had that my paintings didn't. She didn't look up. "That drawing has more life than anything you've given me." I slammed both hands on her desk and walked out. I tried painting something new that night for her next assignment, but nothing came. By 4 in the morning, my canvas was still blank and I had her class at 8:30. I trashed my room and told myself, screw it. If I'm gonna fail, then so be it. I smeared paint across it with my bare hands, punched holes through the center, scrawled every word I wanted to scream at Mrs. Rosa across the whole thing, and shoved it in my bag while wet. I dropped it on her desk the next morning and sat down. After class, she called me over and laid the canvas out flat. She picked up the same red pen and I braced myself. But then she said, This is what I have been looking for. This has life. I knew about your talent before you ever walked into my class, but none of your work was yours until now." She reached into her desk, pulled out every assignment I'd ever turned in, and spread them across the table. Next to every 0 in the same red pen was 100. I was getting dressed for my going away party when I noticed my fiancé laughing to himself and rubbing his hands. He'd proposed to me yesterday with a cheap-looking ring, just 2 days after we agreed I'd move for my job and do long distance. I asked if everything was okay, and he just smiled. "Tonight is going to be perfect, my dear." On the way to the party, he wouldn't take his eyes off his phone, but wouldn't tell me why. When we walked in, my best friend saw me and immediately pointed to the door. "I think you should leave." I laughed, thinking she was joking, but then I looked around and saw 20 people staring at me like I'd done something terrible. My roommate threw juice onto me and said the video I'd shared was disgusting. What video? I'd never shared any video? I looked to my fiancé for support, but he'd already positioned himself in the corner, still on his phone. I didn't know what to say and just ran to my car crying. Texts started flooding my phone. Cousins, co-workers, even people not at the party all saying, "That video was gross. Don't contact me again." I scrolled my phone looking for the video, but there was nothing. That's when my fiancé texted, "Your new job will be even tougher now with no support system, sad face, but I'm still here for you." I replied, asking him to show me the video, and he typed for 20 minutes but said nothing. That felt really wrong. So I decided to drive to his sister's house because she'd always been level-headed. I told her everything, and she showed me a video she received but hadn't watched because she wanted to hear my side first. She pressed play, and there I was, calling my best friend pathetic, mocking my cousin's art, and laughing about deep secrets people told me in confidence. I went pale. I'd never made this video, but then I saw its timestamp. It was dated yesterday, but in it, I was wearing the gold earrings I lost 2 months ago. I pointed at it and realized someone deep-faked me. I thought about who could it be, then remembered my fiancé was recording me non-stop these last few weeks for memories before I went away. We got in her car, and she pulled out her phone. He's not getting away with this. We got to my fiancé's apartment, and he wasn't there, but his laptop was open with a spreadsheet. All my friends' names were listed alongside their insecurities, and even purchase records of an audio recorder he'd placed in my car to record private conversations between me and friends. A row at the bottom said, "Proposal plus fake video plus isolation equals no one left but me and job turned down." That's when the bedroom door opened and he walked in. He saw that I knew and didn't even try deny it. He said he'd tell everyone it was a misunderstanding and I'd have my friends back, but only if I agreed to stay. I replied my friends now know the truth anyway, and walked out. I could tell he was confused until he saw his sister outside recording everything. She shared it to everyone and he was arrested, as secretly recording people and deep faking with intent to harm was a crime. My phone rang, and I heard my daughter crying from the other side. "What's wrong, honey?" She said a man pulled her out of class and asked a ton of questions, like if I ever abuse her physically or touch her where I'm not supposed to. I was horrified, so I immediately got in the car to pick them up. When I did, her 7-year-old brother said the same thing happened to him. My daughter was scared, but weirdly, he was just giggling. I just passed it off as him being nervous, but it was weird. However, when we got back to our house, police were waiting outside. "Ma'am, are you the mother of these children?" "Yeah? What did I do?" But they immediately grabbed me, pinning me against the car. They clicked the cuffs on me. "Mom, no! Where are you taking her? What's happening? What did I do?" But they weren't listening. "You have the right to remain silent. Explain it to CPS, you monster. They shoved me in the back of the car, and I saw my kids crying in the driveway as we drove off. They took my mugshot, threw me in a cell, and I cried for hours. Then finally someone came. They called me disgusting, saying it went on for too long. I begged her to tell me what was going on, and then she handed me a piece of paper. My jaw dropped. Apparently the allegations were that I lock my son in the closet all night when he misbehaves, don't give him any food, and have no electricity. I couldn't believe my eyes. I begged them to believe this wasn't true, and they said they were investigating right now. I knew they had to let me go. Finally they did, but I was getting to the bottom of this. When I got home, I saw my son crying, and my daughter mad. She said, "Tell mom what you did," but he looked scared. Apparently my son was mad at me that day because I made him get off Fortnite and go to bed the night before. So he went to school and said all of those things to his teacher as a joke. Then she called CPS on me. When the man came and asked him if those things were true, he said yes.
I was 15 minutes into labor and already in excruciating pain when my husband stood up and clutched his chest, suddenly falling to the floor. A doctor immediately rushed in and put him on a stretcher, wheeling him out before I could say a word. In response, I coded red. I was so worried about him that my own heart rate shot up, triggering my preeclampsia and forcing me to have a C-section. Thankfully, my baby was okay. I woke up and went to take a photo of our child, and that's when I saw my husband's Instagram from 30 minutes ago. He was drinking with a friend at the bar. I was in disbelief and showed my nurse, who was so shocked she suggested a plan. She called him from the hospital, telling him to come now for a serious emergency. I saw him stroll in an hour later, which is when the nurse started covering me with a white sheet. My husband freaked out and started rushing over, but the nurse got in his way and said she was sorry, but they needed to wheel my body away for examination. He started crying and dropped to his knees, and that's when she leaned down and said I died giving birth due to an anxiety-induced heart attack, and had he been there, it would have probably calmed me down and I'd still be alive. Translation: it was his fault. I was barely able to control my laughter. My husband started dry heaving, repeating, "It's my fault, it wasn't even real," over and over, and next thing I knew, he fell over and started having an actual heart attack right there on the floor. He thankfully survived, but when he woke up, I dropped the divorce papers on his chest. I was 12 and nearly 300 pounds when my mom dropped me off at fat camp, and when I met my bunkmate, the counselor was pinching her stomach. This is Chelsea. You can learn a lot about commitment from her. She's lost 20 pounds in 3 weeks. But while the other girls clapped, I couldn't help but notice that Chelsea's eyes were sunken and her hands wouldn't stop shaking. After that, I started paying more attention to her, and one afternoon, her head dropped onto the lunch table mid-sentence, and when I nudged her arm, she jerked awake like she'd been caught. "Sorry, I just haven't been sleeping." Before I could ask why, the counselor walked over and took away her plate. "Still got work to do." I waited until he was gone to whisper, "I'm going to report him." Suddenly, she grabbed my wrist so hard it left a mark. "No, don't. You'll make it so much worse." I promised I wouldn't tell, but the more I watched her, the harder it got to keep the promise. Because every night at 3 a.m., Chelsea was slipping out of bed and sneaking out into the forest nearby. One night, I finally decided to follow her into the woods where Jacob was already waiting. I crouched behind a tree and heard him say, "You're late," before they disappeared down the trail. I followed the sound of his voice until I reached a clearing. There, Chelsea was wearing a garbage bag over her clothes with 2 coats layered on top of it. Jacob looked at her stomach. 20 more by August. Run. She started jogging until he screamed at her to go faster, and when she finally collapsed, he dumped a jug of ice water over her. "Get up. You want results or not?" I sprinted back to camp and grabbed a phone from the counselor's cabin. I almost put it down because I promised her I wouldn't tell, but when I looked down at the mark she left on my wrist, I dialed anyway. They arrested Jacob that night, and the camp shut down 2 weeks later. On the bus home, Chelsea sat next to me and whispered, "He was going to start with you next week."
I've been gaslighting my husband for 8 years, and I never want to stop. You see, every single day I make him a peanut butter and jelly sandwich to take to work. I use his favorite expensive jelly and tell him my secret ingredient is love. He loves the sandwiches more than anything. But when he annoys me, he always comes home from work saying the sandwich today wasn't as good. I reply, "That's because my secret ingredient was hate." In reality, he can taste the hate because when he annoys me, I secretly use a cheap, sugar-free knockoff jelly instead of his favorite. He's never found out and annoys me less than he used to, as he now truly believes my mood influences how the ingredients taste. My dad suddenly burst into my room and yelled, "Did you eat the pills from my drawer?" "Yeah," I said. Dad's face went from worried to absolutely terrified in half a second, like I'd just told him I jumped off a roof. How many did you take?" His voice cracked and he grabbed my shoulders hard enough to hurt. 2, I had a headache from studying. He actually stumbled backward and had to grab my desk to keep from falling. "Oh God, no, no, no!" He was pacing now, running his hands through his hair so violently I thought he'd rip it out. When did you take them?" "Like an hour ago." "Dad, what's wrong? You're scaring me." He stopped dead and his face went even whiter. "I took one too, 20 minutes ago. I thought they were Tylenol." He sat on my bed and put his head in his hands, and that's when my stomach dropped because Dad never panics, not even when our house almost burned down last year. "We need to tell your mother." "Oh God, she's going to kill me." He looked at me with genuine fear in his eyes. "Do you feel anything? Dizzy? Hot? Is your heart racing?" I wasn't before, but now my heart was pounding from pure terror. Mom came running when Dad yelled for her, and I've never seen someone's expression change so fast. Confused to furious to absolutely horrified in about 2 seconds. "You left them where she could find them." She was screaming now. She rushed over, checking my pulse with shaking hands, looking at my pupils, feeling my forehead. "Baby, how do you feel? Any nausea? Chest pain?" pain? Before I could answer, my older brother Matt walked in looking annoyed until he saw Mom basically giving me a medical exam, while Dad sat there looking like he might puke. What's happening? Matt asked, but Mom was already on the phone with someone, nearly crying. Yes, my 15-year-old daughter. She took 2 of them about an hour ago. No, my husband took 1 too. Dad kept checking his own pulse and muttering about contraindications and drug interactions, which made everything scarier. Matt spotted the pill bottle on my nightstand where Dad had thrown it. He picked it up, read the label, and his eyes went so wide I thought they'd pop out. Oh my God, Dad, you didn't! He looked between our parents with this expression of complete disbelief. These were just sitting in your room? These? Mom snatched the bottle before I could see what it said. We're going to the hospital right now, Mom announced, already grabbing her purse and keys, mascara running down her face from crying. This is serious. This could cause... She stopped herself, which made my imagination go crazy. Heart attack? Stroke? Liver failure? Mom practically dragged me to the car, and I'd never seen her drive so fast. Mom, am I going to die? I asked, and she started crying harder. No, baby, no, but we need to make sure you're okay. Matt was in the back looking up something on his phone, and whatever he read made him make this choking sound like he was trying not to laugh, but also horrified. Matt, this isn't funny, Mom screamed. Your sister could be... I know, he said, but I could see him biting his lip hard. We screeched into the emergency room parking lot, and Mom practically carried me inside, even though I could walk fine. They took me back immediately, which terrified me more because emergency rooms never take anyone back fast unless they're dying. The doctor came in, this younger guy trying so hard to look professional, while Mom held my hand crying and apologizing for not hiding the medication better. Then the doctor came back with my test results on his tablet. So I need to discuss the results with you. My heart stopped because that's how doctors say you're dying in movies. There is nothing we can do now. She will have to wait it out. He was hiding his face. I could tell something was seriously wrong. I couldn't take it anymore. Am I gonna die or what? They all went silent. The doctor took a deep breath and said, how do I say this? Then my Matt said it for him. Relax. Worst case scenario, you'll just get bricked up. My dad completely covered his face. I looked at the doctor. What? But the doctor nodded. He's right. The pill you took was Viagra. Dad didn't make eye contact with me for a week after that.
My husband jumped up at 2 a.m. saying, what was that sound? What sound? I said, rubbing my eyes, but then I heard it too. Someone outside our house. I looked over at him, but just as I did, we heard the sound of glass shattering. We heard multiple men climbing inside our living room. We looked at each other and were both terrified, but then we both remembered it. Quick, get the gun. My husband jumped out of bed, grabbing the gun from his drawer, and for a moment, I believed everything would be okay. But as the voices got louder, he started shaking. Someone yelled, who's there? And in that moment, my husband bolted into the bathroom, slamming the door behind him. I sat there frozen, and someone banged on the door. Open this door! I started hyperventilating and pressed myself against the door. They kept banging, each time harder. I couldn't breathe and tears covered my face. Then finally, they charged at the door, completely breaking it down. I screamed and they grabbed me. Hey, you move, you die, don't move, don't move. I stood frozen in the corner, hands raised. They grabbed my jewelry box, dumped it into a bag, then started ripping through our closet. One tried to break down the bathroom door, but my husband screamed, take whatever you want, just leave me alone. They all looked at each other and pointed the gun at the door. They were about to shoot when we heard sirens. Red and blue lights were outside the window and they all panicked. They ran out of the room, but one said, your husband is pussy. They ran outside and I watched the police grab them before they could get away. And when my husband finally crawled out of the bathroom, I felt my fists clench with rage. I immediately slapped him in the face so hard he fell backwards. And as he laid there, I threw my wedding ring at him and stormed out. My parents came into my room and asked me to babysit my 5-year-old brother while they went out for dinner. I was fully blind and told them this was a bad idea. My brother was the kind of kid even adults couldn't keep track of, but my mom said because my IQ was in the 140s, I was smart enough to handle him even if I couldn't see. The first hour was chaos. My brother muddied the couch, broke mom's heirloom vase, and spilled dad's beer over the carpet. I cleaned what I could find with my hands and ran into things trying to track him down, but then he wanted to show me a magic trick. I laughed and reminded him I couldn't see it. He replied, oh yeah, okay, I'm gonna get you something so you can feel the magic. Dad said I can get them myself tonight. He tiptoed away and started scaling our huge bookshelf to retrieve dad's magic marbles. He said they're somewhere here. I didn't see Jacob climbing up the shelf. I also didn't see the shelf starting to tilt. I only heard him screaming, followed by a huge crash at my feet a second later. Jacob? I dropped to the floor and moved my hands around the fallen bookshelf, calling his name but getting nothing. That's when I found his hand squished under a board, but it was completely limp. I kept moving and reached his head, feeling something warm and wet pooling from his ears. I pressed onto his chest and got a faint heartbeat that was slowing every second. I dialed 911 with shaking hands and prayed he'd be okay. But when we got to the ER, the doctors pronounced him dead. My parents arrived at the ER minutes later, still in their date clothes, screaming this was my fault and blaming me. In court, they claimed I should be charged for Jacob's death. They argued my IQ showed I was smarter than most adults, meaning blind or not, I should have been able to stop him from climbing on the shelf. I reminded them they literally told him to climb the shelf knowing I couldn't see him.
him. The judge gave them 25 years. My husband's brother walked in holding an orange bottle of pills and said, "I thought you guys were trying for a baby." I replied yes, and my husband went white. But just as he was about to stand up, his brother put the bottle on the table. It was mifepristone, abortion medication. "I found this in his jacket pocket," his brother said. I picked it up and read the label that said it was refilled every 4 months for the last 2 years. That's 6 times, and I thought about my 6 miscarriages in those last 2 years. I asked why he'd been killing our children, but he wouldn't speak. I started emptying my purse, taking out my 5 IVF receipts for $20,000 each because I drained my savings to try and have the kids he was murdering. "I didn't even want kids," I yelled, thinking about how after every miscarriage he was the one who begged me to try again. "Why would you press me to try again if you're just going to kill them anyway?" He opened his mouth, and that's when his brother took out a photo. He asked if this had anything to do with the woman he saw my husband with at the restaurant last week. I grabbed the photo and looked closer, recognizing her as his co-worker, Camille. Suddenly I heard my husband's phone ding. He lunged for it, but his brother stepped in his way and I grabbed it. I opened it and found an email thread with Camille, of them talking about their future. I turned to my husband, crying and asking, why wouldn't he just leave me and be with her? Why kill our babies and cheat on me at the same time? For what purpose? But then I scrolled further and saw an email with a photo attached. I clicked on it, but before it could load, my husband tackled me to the floor. His brother separated us and pinned him down. I looked at the attached email again and saw the photo was me in the middle of a miscarriage. The message under it, "She's losing the baby right now. I'm holding her hand. Did the miscarriage insurance money come through?" And Camille's reply, "Yes, all $15,000, same as last 5. 2 more, and we can buy a house." It's so funny how she doesn't know. A woman was admitted with pancreatic cancer and dementia, and she's the happiest person I know. When a nurse wheeled her in, she was weakly dancing to a beat no one could hear. "Oh, how beautiful. My husband would love this." She laughed and coughed up blood into her hands. I turned to the nurse who whispered, "Her husband is dead, and all her 6 children are too. She's alone. She just forgets." The old woman stroked my hair. "You always wore it like that." The nurse left and I examined her. Bloated stomach, large tumor on her chest, yellow eyes, all the most painful symptoms of pancreatic cancer. But still, she smiled. "That tickles, Madeline. Be a little more gentle when you put makeup on me." I was about to ask who Madeline was, but a photo frame in the corner answered it. One of her dead daughters. From there, I played into her delusions. I'd braid what was left of her hair and sang old lady songs with her. I thought I was doing an amazing job of playing as her daughter, and when she was passing away 2 months later, I stayed overtime to make sure someone was in the room with her. Her pale, yellowed hand clutched mine as she said, "Thank you for pretending with me." My son died and his best friend dropped everything to take care of our family. We repaid him with a restraining order. A drunk driver hit my son Jamie and his best friend Samuel when they were walking home from school. Jamie died in my arms while Samuel walked away with just scrapes and bruises. When Samuel was released from the hospital, he started coming over every day and would sit in Jamie's room for hours, going through photo albums and tell us stories about him that we'd never heard. Our daughter Lucy loved having Samuel around too. We thought we were all helping each other heal, but 2 months after the funeral, Samuel showed up with a new haircut that looked exactly like Jamie's. Then he wore Jamie's old basketball hoodie every day. When he answered to Jamie's name when Lucy called it out, I pulled him aside. "Sweetie, I know you miss him, but you need to be Samuel. Jamie wouldn't want Lucy to be confused," he said. When he snuck into our house to sleep in Jamie's bed, my husband confronted him, but he just smiled. I dream his dreams now. He shows me what he wants me to do. It sent shivers down my spine, so I tried to limit his visits, but his mom accused us of being cruel to a grieving child, and we thought she was right. But one night, the cemetery called at midnight saying someone had broken into the grounds and was disturbing Jamie's grave. We found Samuel muttering, "I need his necklace, the one you buried him with. I need it to complete the transformation." We took him home, which was a big mistake because the next morning he was in Jamie's room wearing his funeral outfit, practicing Jamie's voice, sounding just like him, while Lucy sat on the bed watching him. "It's okay, Lucy. I'm still your brother. I've always been your brother." Lucy clapped. "Jamie's back." I sent her to her room while my husband confronted Samuel, but that's when everything exploded. "You don't understand," Samuel said, switching between his voice and Jamie's. "Jamie's soul entered me when he died. I felt it happen." He played recordings of Jamie's voice and lip-synced each word perfectly. "See, I am Jamie." When my husband tried to grab the phone, he screamed, "You can't take him away from me again. If you make Jamie leave again, I'll follow him. I'll cut myself open and let his soul escape. Is that what you want?" We backed away terrified, and he barricaded himself in the room and talked to himself for hours. When he started screaming about dying together, we called 911 and the police broke down the door to get him out. We got a restraining order and moved 2 towns over, but I still get letters from the psychiatric facility where Samuel lives now, all signed, "Your son Jamie." Lucy still asks when Jamie is coming home. I keep one photo of Samuel and Jamie together hidden in my drawer and wonder if we failed them both. I should have given up on earning my parents' love far sooner. My parents were already in their mid-40s when I was born, and my siblings were practically adults. My parents never said I was a mistake, but they didn't have to because their faces said it loud enough. I became the easiest kid in the world to raise because maybe they might eventually love me the way they loved my siblings. Then one day in gym class, I was running laps, and suddenly I was on the floor while the pain hit me like someone had shoved a hot knife into my side. The coach screamed for someone to call 911. The ambulance ride was a blur of fluorescent lights and strangers asking me questions I couldn't even answer because of the pain. They told me later that my appendix had been just hours away from rupturing, and that if the coach had waited any longer to make that call, I probably would have died right there on the gymnasium gymnasium floor. I went into emergency surgery alone because nobody could reach my parents. A nurse came to check on me every hour after surgery, and by the 4th visit, she started bringing me extra pudding cups. I waited in that bed for 6 hours for my family to walk through the door. Then the door flew open so hard it slammed against the wall behind it. My parents rushed in with tears streaming down their faces, and my sister came through carrying a bouquet of flowers and a balloon that said, "Get well soon." My mom ran to my bedside and grabbed my face in her hands and looked at me with more genuine emotion than I had seen from her. "Oh my God, sweetheart, are you okay? We came as fast as we could." I started crying too because this was the moment I had been waiting for my entire life. Then my mom stopped and looked around the room with confusion on her face. She pulled back from me and asked, "Wait, where's your brother?" Panic rose in her voice. "Is he still in the operating room?" My stomach dropped through the floor. I said, "I was the one in emergency surgery. I could have died." Every single ounce of emotion drained from her face. She stepped back from my bed and said, "Oh, your brother had a procedure today, so I assumed it was him." My mom reached over and took the flowers right out of my sister's hands and headed for the door. My sister dropped the balloon string as she turned to follow them out, and the balloon drifted slowly up toward the ceiling.
My daughter said she hates me and wishes she lived somewhere else, so I bought her a one-way plane ticket to Portland. When Taylor turned 15, all of our conversations became screaming matches. Last month, she stood in our kitchen red-faced, screaming that this place was a prison and she wanted to live somewhere else. I said, okay. What Taylor didn't know was that I'd been talking to my sister Kate in Portland for weeks about this exact moment, and Kate had already made the guest bed. 2 days later, I handed Taylor a one-way ticket and watched her face go from confident to scared in about 5 seconds. But she couldn't back down without looking stupid, so she packed her bags with a fake smile and barely said goodbye at the gate. Kate ran a strict house with no phones during meals and a 10 o'clock bedtime. By day 3, Taylor was calling to complain about loading the dishwasher and taking out the trash. By week 2, she had to earn every outing by scrubbing bathrooms, folding laundry, babysitting Kate's twin boys who drew on the walls with permanent markers. I didn't call her once, even when Kate told me Taylor asked if I was worried about her. I told Kate to say I hoped she was finding what she was looking for, but in reality, I was deep cleaning her room, organizing her closet, even buying new bed sheets she'd been asking for. 3 weeks in, Taylor called sobbing on the bathroom floor with food poisoning while Kate worked the night shift. All she wanted was for me to bring her soup and watch dumb movies with her like I always did when she was sick. She cried for 2 hours and told me she'd been horrible and begged me to let her come home. The ticket was one way for a reason. You chose this. The next morning, Kate called laughing, saying Taylor had cleaned the entire house top to bottom, made breakfast for everyone, and asked permission to call me and apologize. When Taylor finally called, her voice was small and shaking. She said I wasn't the villain and that home was never a prison. I let her sit with that for one more day before I told her I'd already bought the return ticket weeks ago. When I picked her up at the airport, she ran into my arms like she was 10 years old again. My daughter stole from me, and I've never been prouder. It started when a girl walked through my front door in old clothes that were way too thin for winter, holding a torn backpack. My daughter grabbed her hand and pulled her straight past me without saying a word. She sat the girl down in the kitchen and made her a cup of hot chocolate. The girl grabbed it with both hands and looked up with wide eyes. I've never had real hot chocolate before. At dinner, my daughter piled extra food on the girl's plate before she even asked. When they picked sleeping bags, my daughter handed her the warmest one and took the thinnest for herself. I figured she was just being a good host. Later that night, I heard rustling and followed the sound down the hallway. Through the cracked bedroom door, I watched my daughter pulling things out of her closet one by one. Her favorite winter coat, her boots that were almost brand new, a pair of warm pajamas. She folded each one and slid them into the girl's backpack while she slept. Then she crept into my room and opened my purse. She pulled out a $50 bill and tucked it into the coat pocket with a note. She went back to her room and fell asleep on the floor next to the girl. I picked up the note and read it twice before I could put it down. I know things are hard right now, but you're my best friend, and I'm not going to let you be cold or hungry anymore. I love you. Don't tell anyone, okay? The next morning, I watched as the girl walked out the front door wearing my daughter's winter coat over the same old clothes she came in with. Her mom pulled up and she climbed into a back seat packed with blankets and clothes hanging from every window. I told her mom our door was always open, and from that day forward, that girl had a plate waiting for her at our table every night. And that's when I realized I raised my daughter right. A man came up to my restaurant and said, "I have a date tonight with a very special lady." He smiled, and a 7-year-old girl stepped out behind him. I thought it was a cute daddy date daughter, but when I came out to refill their waters, the man had a notepad and was asking the girl questions. "Do you have any cousins? Tell me what your dad and uncles are like." Something felt wrong because these weren't normal daddy-daughter questions. I walked back and listened closer, and the questions got worse. "What's your school's name? Do you walk home, or does someone pick you up?" The girl kept answering, and he'd just write down, smile too wide, and continue questioning her. He asked, "Are you ever home alone?" And when she nodded, he got this look in his eye and said, "I can't wait to play together when you're home alone." My blood ran cold, and I instantly called police. The girl was still smiling and laughing at his questions when officers burst in. They dragged him out of his chair and physically tackled him to the ground. His head hit the floor hard, and I heard something crack. He slurred, "What did I do?" But an officer cuffed him and yelled, "People like you make me sick." The girl tried to reach him, but an officer held her back. I looked over and saw a customer recording the whole thing. The officers picked him up and forcefully dragged him out. I saw blood running down his head from where he hit the ground, and his body seemed limp. The girl was at the table, frozen and crying. One of the officers took out her phone and called her mom. I was still processing everything when 5 minutes later, a woman came through the door. She grabbed her daughter and turned around. "Which one of you called the police?" I stepped forward and said, "He was asking her alarming questions. We're glad your daughter is safe." But then she yelled, "That's her father. He was in a coma until last week and now doesn't remember his own life. He was trying to relearn everything about his daughter." She showed me photos of them together as a happy family. My face went white as she continued. "Now, because of you, the officers split his head open, and doctors are telling me the damage might be permanent this time. He'll never remember anything again." She took her crying daughter and walked out. I realized the man was just trying to get his daughter back, and I had him hospitalized for it. I found out that the nightmare I had for 20 years was trying to tell me something. I married my husband, and 3 days later started having the same dream every night, where I'd be walking down a long dark hallway, then open the last door to my left and see something horrifying. But I'd always wake up right before seeing what was actually behind that door. My husband would comfort me saying everything was okay and he's right here, and for 20 years I wanted nothing more than to figure out what was behind that door. Then we decided to go on family holiday, and because we booked a hotel last minute, we ended up with 2 rooms on opposite ends of the hotel. I took a room with our daughter, and my husband went to the other room with our son. I went to sleep on the first night, but right as I started having my nightmare, I was woken up by a knock on my door. My son was standing right there, screaming I needed to go to his room right now. He led me down a long, dimly lit hallway, and my heart was pounding. Something felt really wrong. We walked all the way to the last door on the left. I turned the handle and saw my husband dead in his bed. He had a heart attack in his sleep, and the scariest part is that I never had the dream again.
The principal sat across from me and folded his hands. "Before I bring your daughter in, I need to ask, is everything okay at home?" Her teacher was in the corner and wouldn't look at me. "Everything is fine at home. What is this about?" The principal glanced at her teacher. Her teacher studied her own shoes. "It might be easier if I just show you." He opened his desk drawer and held up a bra. My bra. The one I couldn't find that morning. "Is this yours?" I closed my eyes. Please tell me she didn't wear that to school. She wore it over her shirt, and during morning circle she stood up and announced it to the entire class. I pressed my back into the chair. "I'm so sorry. She must have gotten into my things while I was in the shower. There's more." He reached into the drawer and placed 2 water-filled balloons on the desk. They wobbled when they hit the wood. She used these to fill it out. I just sat there staring at my bra and 2 wet balloons on his desk. Her teacher spoke for the first time. She told the class she was basically a teenager now, and that flat was for babies. I need to ask, where would she have gotten the balloons? The door swung open before I could answer. My daughter walked in grinning. She spotted the bra on the desk. "Mommy, I did it. I looked just like you." The principal leaned forward. "Sweetheart, can you tell us where you found the balloons?" "Mommy's nightstand. She keeps a whole box of them in the back of the drawer." Every adult in that room stopped breathing. I opened my mouth and nothing came out. My daughter tugged my arm. "Can I bring some for Maya tomorrow? She wants to be a teenager too." I grabbed my bra off the desk, took my daughter's hand, and walked out of that office without correcting a single thing they were thinking. She looked up at me in the parking lot. "Mommy, why was everyone so weird about the balloons?"
My sister told me I deserved all my miscarriages. I called my sister Laura and told her, "I'm having a baby. You're gonna be a mom?" She screamed. "I'm coming over right now and we're going to shop for baby clothes." She showed up with her husband Matt and handed me a nutrient smoothie she'd made. "Drink up. My niece needs to grow up healthy and strong." Then Matt hugged me so tight he lifted me off my feet. "Danny's a lucky man. You're gonna be the best mom." Laura's smile dropped. "Actually, sweetie, I just remembered we have a thing. Matt, let's go." Matt put me down. "We just got here. Now, Matt." She turned back at the door. "Make sure you drink that smoothie." I drank the whole glass. The next day, I was making dinner when cramps hit so hard I dropped to the floor. Danny carried me to the car and I gripped his hand the whole drive. "Something's wrong. Something's wrong." The doctor told us there was no heartbeat. I kept saying, "Check again," until Danny pulled me into his chest and I felt his whole body shaking. The next morning, I drove to Laura's house and knocked on her door. She opened it halfway. "I can't deal with you today. I have the baby." My words came out broken. "Laura, I lost my baby." She just looked down and closed the door. That Sunday, she walked in holding her own baby, sat on the edge of my couch and said, "Sweetie, some women just aren't meant to be mothers." I started crying. "Why would you say that to me?" She kissed her baby's forehead. "Because I love you, and someone has to be honest with you." When I got pregnant again, I texted Laura, "I'm pregnant. I hope this brings us back together." She showed up the next morning with a tea she'd made. "I stayed up all night making this. I'm not letting you lose this one." My eyes filled up. "You're actually here? What happened to us? I needed you, and you were so mean." Her eyes got watery. "I was going through something, and I took it out on you. I'm so sorry." She hugged me, and it felt like I had my sister back. Then I drank the whole glass. 2 days later, I lost my second baby. The next time I saw Laura was at a family dinner at her house. I could barely hold my head up when Matt sat next to me, put his hand on my shoulder and said, "Hey, are you okay? You know you can always talk to me about anything." Laura watched from across the table, then spoke. "You lost another baby, didn't you?" Everyone went silent. "You're killing babies because you can't accept you're not a mother." I looked at her. "Laura, why are you being so mean? We used to be best friends." "Sweetie, that's exactly why I'm telling you." I shoved my chair back and ran to the bathroom, standing over the counter trying to breathe. When I finally calmed down, I I saw a bottle of abortion pills sitting on the counter. I stood there staring at it, and everything hit me at once. Her smoothie, her tea. Both times she showed up right before I lost my baby. I called the police. They walked her out in handcuffs in front of every person sitting at that table. "You couldn't let me have anything," she screamed. She was found guilty after they matched the pills on her counter to the medication in my blood work from both pregnancies. But I couldn't understand why she did this to me, so I called her in prison. "Why?" I could hear her breathing on the other end. "Because Matt said your name in bed, twice." I turned my phone on to 100 messages asking if I was dead. 12 hours earlier, I shut it off to study for a final I was way behind on. I was headed to my school's student center, but I stopped for an energy drink first, so I grabbed one at the gas station. But I forgot my laptop charger, so I went back to my dorm. My roommate was already out cold, and my bed looked so good I climbed in and set my alarm for 4 in the morning. I fell asleep, but the energy drink on an empty stomach hit me with terrible stomach pains a couple hours later. Everything was coming back up. I ran toward the bathroom and passed a guy standing in the hallway. I grabbed his arm and asked if he had anything because I was about to throw up everywhere. He yanked his arm back. "Get out of my way." I made it to the bathroom, but nothing came up, so I just grabbed my stuff and headed to the student center. A few hours later, I gave myself a break and turned my phone on. Over 100 messages. Friends, classmates, family, all asking the same thing. "Are you okay? Are you alive?" I lived in an all-girls dorm. That guy I grabbed in the hallway had broken into our building with a loaded gun. He went door to door. His last stop was my room. My roommate smashed her window and jumped into the bushes to escape. Everyone kept asking me the same thing, how I knew to leave. I didn't. I just wanted an energy drink. "Your chances of surviving this delivery are slim, but not zero," my doctor told me. He turned to my husband. "You need to choose her life over the baby's." My husband squeezed my hands. "You said the chances aren't zero. That's all we need." The doctor started to respond, but my husband turned to me, eyes already red. "We didn't try for 6 years just to lose this family now. Please, I need to meet my baby." I'd never seen him beg for anything until now, so I squeezed his hands back and told the doctor, "We're keeping the baby." He looked at me for a long time. "If anything changes, anything at all, you call me." I didn't think I'd have to, but 5 months later, I had a seizure while making dinner and hit the kitchen floor. I woke up to my husband carrying me to bed, whispering, "We're almost there." I called my doctor and he said I could still end the pregnancy. My husband took the phone and told him we appreciated his concern. The next one dropped me in the bathroom. My husband sat on the edge of the tub, rubbed my back and kissed my forehead. "You're the strongest woman I've ever met. This is worth the fight, I promise." But when it was finally time to deliver, I was in the hospital bed alone. He said he was making me food. But what dish takes 24 hours? The contractions were getting worse, so I called him, but it went straight to voicemail. All I could do was grip the bed rail and watch the door until my monitor started screaming and everything went black. I woke up a week later to an empty room. No baby, no husband. I hit the call button sobbing. The doctor came in smiling. "Your baby was born without a single complication." I asked to call my husband, and the doctor's face changed. He took the baby 3 days ago. I ripped the IV out of my arm and drove straight home. I walked through my own front door and saw shoes I didn't recognize. A woman was on my couch with my baby in her arms. My husband came out of the kitchen. "Babe, He saw me and his face went white. The woman's eyes went wide. "I thought you said she didn't make it." I snatched my baby from her arms and looked him in the eyes. The chances were slim, not zero. My sister's crush walked through our door and hugged me instead of her. None of us were surprised when my sister bragged about a potential boyfriend coming to family dinner. She'd always been competitive. "He works at my company, and he's the perfect catch. Someone that would probably never go for you." She laughed like it was just a joke, but I knew it wasn't. When the day came, she could barely sit still. "He's just so handsome and polite. I can't wait to move into his place. I love a man with his own money." I warned her to be careful about moving in too soon. "Don't be jealous. I know you would have jumped at the chance. At least I'm not like you, raising a kid in our parents' house." I changed the topic. "The guy must like you if he agreed to meet your family this early." She leaned in. "He doesn't know that you guys are my family. He thinks you just work in my department. Don't you want him to trust you?" She waved me off. "He rejects everyone who blatantly asks him out. Apparently he's waiting on someone special. I think that's code for being scared of rejection. Kind of like you." I played with my necklace. The doorbell rang and she sprinted to open it. "Hey!" The second she walked him through the door, I started crying. He saw me too and pulled me into a tight hug. My sister threw her hands up. "What the hell is going on?" I ignored her and grabbed Julian's hand and led him upstairs to where my son was playing Xbox. Julian stopped dead in the doorway and my family crowded in behind us. Julian looked at me and whispered, "Is that my son? Our son. What is going on?" I explained that Julian and I dated years ago, completely head over heels, but he had to leave the country to care for his terminally ill dad. We broke things off and left it to fate, and I didn't know I was pregnant until after he was gone. I never knew he came back. Julian knelt beside our son, and the look of pure joy on his face broke me all over again. I failed my group final on purpose, and it got me into Harvard. My professor announces a group
group project worth 70% of our grade. My 3 best friends swarm me. Obviously we're together, right? Professor hands us this massive case study about restructuring a failing tech company and says it needs a 30-page analysis plus a 20-minute presentation. I'm already mentally dividing the work when my friend goes, "You're so good at this stuff, you should take the lead," and the other 2 nod like bobbleheads. First meeting, nobody shows up. I sit there for 2 hours with my color-coded notes while they're posting Instagram stories from some party. I text the group, "Where are you guys?" and get back, "Sorry, emergency came up. You got this though." Second meeting attempt. Only one friend shows up 45 minutes late just to tell me she has to leave for her boyfriend's game. But email me what I need to do. I confront them after class like, "Are you guys going to help or not?" Suddenly, they're all concerned and serious. "Of course, we're working on it. Stop stressing." The night before the due date, I'm putting final touches on the presentation I built alone when I get an email. It's from the professor, sent to the whole group, but clearly meant for my 3 friends. Subject line, concerns about team member. I open it and there's a whole email chain. My friends had been meeting with the professor for weeks, building a case that I was the problem. One of them wrote, "She wants all the credit for herself because she's obsessed with her GPA. We've been trying to work around her, but she won't let us." Here's the worst part. Attached to the latest email is a separate presentation, 20 slides of mediocre work. They'd been working together this whole time, just without me. The professor's response, "I appreciate you bringing this to my attention. Let's discuss alternatives for your grades separate from hers." When presentation day came, I walked into that classroom with 2 USB drives. One had my complete project. The other had screenshots of every ignored message, every email, and their entire scheme. When the professor called us up to present, I plugged in drive number 2 first. My 3 friends went pale as I exposed them for the liars they are. Then I switched to my actual presentation and delivered a flawless analysis. 2 days later, I got an email. I'd failed the group project as expected, but attached was a letter of recommendation to Harvard's graduate program. I opened my email and saw my dream job offer staring me in the face. 25 years I'd been chasing this, but it meant moving to Switzerland. I looked over at my husband walking in with a bouquet of lilies and a card that said, "Forever yours, Junebug." What's strange is I hated lilies and he knew it, but still got me them. And Junebug had nothing to do with my name or anything about me. He looked at me and his smile faded. "You're not wearing the emerald necklace I got you for Christmas," he teared up, "or the dress. And your hair is down and not pinned back and curled the way I like it." He went straight upstairs and didn't talk to me for the rest of the evening. In bed, I told him I couldn't keep doing this and was thinking of taking the job. He started crying when I told him, "Please don't. I can't lose you. I'll do anything." It was the first time I had ever seen him cry. The next morning, I woke up to my favorite breakfast in bed and a handwritten note promising he'll change. I walked down and the whole house was cleaned and a card that said my name and my favorite flower, roses, beside it. That night, I called my best friend and she encouraged me to stay and make it work. Money comes and goes, but your soul is forever. So the next morning, I made my decision. I put on the emerald necklace and pinned back and curled my hair how he liked it. I put on the dress he got me and wrote an email declining the job offer. I walked downstairs to surprise him, and that's when I saw him walking out the front door carrying the lilies from 2 days ago. He got in his car and drove off. I don't know why, but I decided to follow him. He drove to a cemetery and walked in, and I watched him place the lilies down at a headstone. What was he doing? I looked closer and noticed the headstone said, "Forever yours, Junebug," the name he called me that I never understood why. A photo of a woman with his last name was also embedded in the stone, a woman I never knew about. She had curly pinned back hair, an emerald necklace, and a dress that looked exactly like mine. I looked down at my emerald necklace. "Forever yours, Junebug." I realized I'd given up my dream job to be molded into his dead wife.
Brad touched my cheek and then smiled. "I think we should open our relationship." He didn't stop there. "We're too tied down to each other, and I'm dying to explore what's out there." I had no words. My heart skipped several beats as he continued. "Baby, it's not about you. I just feel like I missed out on so many experiences in my 20s. You're cool with this, right? Let me get this straight. We've been together for 5 years. Our wedding is in 3 months, and my altered grandmother's dress is hanging in the other room, and you want to open our relationship? Better to get it all out now than having regrets after we're married, right?" I forced a smile. "Fine." His eyes lit up, and he leaned forward. "You know what? Since we're embracing independence, we should both really lean into it and stop being so codependent on each other, right?" I nodded slightly. He grabbed my shoulders. "Exactly." He started swiping dating apps immediately. He had no idea I was about to make him beg me to close it back up. The next day, I rejoined the friends I hadn't seen in a while and started going to the gym when all the hot guys worked out. 2 weeks in, Brad had managed one coffee date that went nowhere. I was flourishing. He followed me around the house. The agreement was about sleeping with other people, not actually living your life and partying. I touched up my lipstick. I've got to make up for missing out on a lot of girls' nights. At his parents' anniversary dinner, his mother toasted, "To the future bride and groom, may you both find true happiness." I raised my glass. "I'm sure we will." Right after Brad fully explores what he missed in his 20s with our open relationship. His choice, not mine. His mother's champagne glass trembled, and his father choked. Brad tried to laugh it off. On the way home, he snapped. "How could you do that? You humiliated me." I kept my voice even. "So you want to sleep with other women but keep it a secret? Sounds like cheating to me." His knuckles went white on the steering wheel. 2 weeks later, I casually mentioned, "I'll be home late. I'm having drinks with Liam." Brad turned pale. "Liam? As in my best friend? Marvel superhero Liam?" "Yep, that Liam. Our agreement has no exclusions for friends." He was pacing as I walked out in a red dress I'd never had the guts to wear. After my date with Liam, Brad was pacing when I came home at 2 in the morning. "Tell me nothing happened. Sorry to disappoint. Things happened. I mean, wow, Wow, Liam was even better than I imagined. Honestly, you could learn a lot from him. He fell to his knees. This is insane. You slept with my best friend. What kind of a person does that? I calmly folded my arms. You asked me if you could sleep with other women 3 months before our wedding, and I'm the insane one? 1 week before our wedding, Brad woke me up. I want to close our relationship. If you don't agree, I'll cancel the wedding right now. I got out of bed. I took off my engagement ring. I threw it at his face. I've already canceled it. What? Why? Because I'm moving in with Liam next week.
My sister told my whole family I have a foot fetish. They stopped laughing when I told them hers. It started 6 years ago. A foot care commercial came on while I was watching TV and my heels were dry, so I watched it. My sister caught me looking and told everyone I had a foot fetish. Every birthday, every holiday, someone slides me foot lotion while everyone giggles. I've explained the truth a dozen times. No one cared. Christmas morning, I was surrounded by wrapping paper and foot products, foot masks from my aunt, fuzzy socks from my mom, and the grand finale, a luxury foot spa from my sister, who handed it to me with the biggest grin on her face. Thought you could use some alone time with this. She winked at me. Everyone laughed. I sat there holding the box and smiled. Thanks. She crossed her arms. Just admit it already. You're obsessed with feet. I shrugged. I'm not, but okay. She nudged my cousin and whispered something. My cousin kicked off her slippers and wiggled her toes at me. Want a closer look at my dogs? Everyone howled. My aunt propped her feet on the coffee table near my face. Maybe she wants to inspect these too. My mom didn't stop any of it. My dad was too busy wheezing. My sister walked over and dangled her bare foot inches from my face. Admit you have a fetish. Say it and we'll stop. I pushed her foot away and stood up. Since we're sharing personal things, does anyone else want to confess what they're secretly into? The laughter died. My sister rolled her eyes. No one? I'll go first on someone's behalf. My sister has a weird kink too. The room went still. Last month I found a camera in my bathroom, hidden behind the vent, pointed at my shower. Dead silence. I traced the serial number, connected to your email, your cloud, your camera. She forced a laugh. You're insane. I turned to my uncle. You stayed in the guest room last Thanksgiving. There was a camera in that bathroom too. His face dropped. I looked at my cousin. You showered here after the pool party. She has your footage too. I looked at mom and dad. Your bathroom. 3 years. My mom stood up. My sister's face twisted. You went through my private stuff? I found your camera pointed at my shower, and I already gave everything to the police. The doorbell rang. I was doing a head count on an overnight school trip, and that's when I saw him. A kid I'd never seen before, curled up in the corner. All he had was a jacket zipped to his chin, hugging his knees to his chest. He was wide awake, staring at the exit. I walked towards him and he pulled his jacket tighter. Where are your parents? I asked. They don't care about me. He started shaking, so I gave him a hug to steady him, and that's when I felt something hard against his ribs. He looked down at my hand, then unzipped his jacket and placed a bandana on the floor between us. My hands shook as I unwrapped it and found a gun. I pulled him into the hallway ready to call the police, but suddenly he collapsed against the wall crying. Why are you here? He couldn't stop crying long enough to speak, so he reached into his jacket pocket and handed me a note. It read, I don't want to do this, but I can't keep going anymore. I sat down next to him and he told me everything. He was in a park with the gun pressed against him, counting down from 3 when he saw our school bus collecting students and heard them laughing. It was the first time he'd smiled in months. At that moment, he shoved the gun in his jacket and ran onto the bus because it was his way of giving life one more chance. When he stopped crying, I brought him a sleeping bag and called 911. They told me his parents had filed a missing persons report 2 hours ago. He still sends me a note every year thanking me for doing that head count. When CPS called about my son, I nearly went into shock because as far as I knew, I didn't have kids. Is your name Stacy Briggs? Asked the lady from CPS. No, that's my twin sister, but she cut me off. You have a son by the name of Philip. He's in our care until you can come pick him up. You aren't listening to me, I said in frustration. I don't have a son. I don't have kids at all. I can't have them. My sister is Stacy. Please come pick up your son before we file a case against you, she finally said. Fine, I snapped. I'm on my way. As I drove, I started thinking about the past. I've wanted kids ever since my twin sister gave birth to a baby boy at the age of 16. Because of how young she was, our parents forced her to give the baby up for adoption. It was an open adoption, and we met with the couple several times before my sister gave birth. As I drove, my phone suddenly rang, so I put it on speaker to hear my sister sobbing. Philip ran away, she said. I'm on my way to pick him up, I explained. CPS for some reason thinks I'm his mother. My sister fell silent for a moment before she said coldly, You know you aren't, right? I'm his mother. I jolted in shock. No, you aren't. The Barstows are his parents. We need to get him back to them. What if we didn't? She finally asked quietly. I never wanted to give him up. You can help us run away. I laughed. I'm not helping you kidnap the kid you gave up for adoption, I hissed into the phone. I hung up quickly. When I met the CPS lady at the children's home, I knew something was wrong. What is it? I asked. I have no idea how, but Philip's just gone, she said. Did you check the cameras? I demanded coldly. He's seen getting into a car with a woman who looks exactly like you. He's with her now, she said. I pulled my phone out and tried calling my sister, but she sent me straight to voicemail. I hopped into my car and sped through town until I reached my sister's house. She was hurrying out of the front door, dragging a suitcase and a crying Philip with her. I boxed her in and called 911 immediately. What the heck do you think you're doing? I demanded. He's mine, she screamed. My baby! Philip was visibly shaking. You've completely lost it. I'm sorry, Stacy, but I'm not covering for you anymore. You're done. As soon as I said that, police cars poured onto the street, sirens wailing. Stacy tried to run, but she was too late. They tackled her and cuffed her, leading her away.
My daughter with Down syndrome flipped through her yearbook, but when she got to her class photo, she noticed her teacher had cropped her out. She'd done the same thing with the school's Christmas photo earlier this year, and my daughter started crying. She'd spent years hating herself and was just finally starting to smile at the mirror. Now this teacher had broken that smile. I emailed said teacher, but she replied that removing my daughter from photos was only done to uphold school image and reputation. I was furious, and I went online, and that's when I found this same teacher was applying for a new role as head of the district's special education department. I sent the hiring board everything, and 2 days later, while I was dressing my daughter up in princess outfits, a package arrived at my door. Inside was a handwritten apology from the teacher, a yearbook with my daughter cropped back in, but also a complaint withdrawal form she begged me to sign. Turns out the department had started an investigation and wanted to fire her, but if I signed the withdrawal form, she'd get to keep her job. I looked at the form, then handed it to my daughter because this was her decision. She took the form immediately, and while laughing, wrote just 7 words. No, to uphold school image and reputation. She was out of a job in 2 weeks.
I grounded my daughter for getting punched in the face at school. She came through the front door with a black eye and a busted lip, sobbing so hard she could barely breathe. A girl named Wendy has been targeting me all year. You need to get her expelled. I tilted her chin toward the light and took photos of every bruise. Thanks, Mom. You always fix things for me. The next morning, I sat across from the principal, showing him the pictures of my daughter's face. I want Wendy expelled. He sat up straight and crossed his arms. How well do you know your daughter's online activity? I know my daughter. He placed a folder in front of me. My daughter had created a group chat called Wendy's Dead Mom Club. The first screenshot told kids to ask Wendy what her mom got her for Christmas. In another, my daughter said, "At least my mom can still drive me to school." I turned the page. Finish what cancer started. Wendy screenshotted every message before my daughter could delete them. Your daughter is being suspended. I slid one of the screenshots into my purse and closed the folder. When I came through my front door, my daughter was on the couch scrolling on her phone. So is Wendy expelled or what? I held the screenshot in front of her face. You wrote this. She barely looked at it. Oh my God, Mom. She's being so dramatic. Her mom died like forever ago. I took her phone and put it in my pocket. You're grounded until further notice. She stopped smiling. You're supposed to be on my side. Not this time. She ran to her room yelling, "You were supposed to fix things for me." The door slammed and I pulled out my phone and deleted every photo of her bruises. My daughter's new friend whispered, "Please don't let me go home." Then I heard her mother's car pull into the driveway. My daughter had her new friend Abigail and the shyest kid, but 5 minutes before her mother came, Abigail whispered, "Please don't let me go home. I'll do anything. I'll even sleep on the floor." I knelt down. "Why don't you want to go home?" She shook her head. "I can't say. Please just don't make me." Headlights swept across my kitchen window and Abigail immediately bolted upstairs. The doorbell rang and I decided to open it. Her mother smiled. "Brought these cookies. Thank you for having her over." That's when I noticed the old man with a gray beard in her car. Suddenly, my daughter came running down the stairs. "Mommy, Abigail ran away. She's gone." Her mom didn't even wait. She shoved past me and started tearing through rooms. And when she flung open my daughter's bedroom door, the window was pushed wide open. Below it, the back gate leading into the woods was swinging open too. I realized Abigail had actually run away. It was mid-December, and Abigail had no jacket. Abigail's mom got in my face. "What did you do?" She dialed 911, saying her daughter was missing while I was supposed to be watching her. Police and search teams arrived within minutes. We called Abigail's name for 2 hours in the freezing cold as the sun set. But what's strange is her mom never looked scared or worried like a normal mother. Her jaw was clenched, and she looked cold and calculated. Looked like she'd lost something big, but my daughter just kept smiling. Then while walking, my daughter noticed a blood trail. We followed the trail for 2 miles until we found Abigail under a log. Her mom sprinted straight at her, but Abigail scrambled backward. "I don't want to go with Mom." Everyone turned to the mom at once. "What does she mean?" The mom chuckled and told the officer Abigail was just confused in shock. But then Abigail spoke. "My mom wants to sell me. Check her phone." Everyone froze. Her mom went pale. She turned around and started running, but officers tackled her.
My friend's family was about to get deported because their court translator was deliberately lying, and I was the only person who knew. They were on the stand for their immigration case, and these next few minutes would determine if they would have to leave the country. They didn't speak English and only understood Tigrinya, so the court had someone translating. But when the judge asked how long they've been in the country, and the dad said, "We arrived 2 years ago on a work visa in Tigrinya," the translator lied. She turned to the judge and said, "The father says they came here on a tourist visa and never left." The dad smiled and nodded, having no idea what she said was wrong. But since I understood Tigrinya, I leaned forward. The judge asked the dad why they let their visa expire, and the dad explained their daughter developed leukemia while here, and doctors said travel could kill her. But again, the translator lied. He says he simply didn't prioritize renewing the visa. I was shocked, watching the judge's face change as he wrote something down. He asked if the dad had made any attempt to renew the visa, and the dad nodded. He explained in Tigrinya that he went to the office 4 times, but each time they demanded more paperwork and eventually closed his case. The translator looked at the judge and said, "He says he never even tried and just hoped he wouldn't get caught." I gripped my armchair so hard my knuckles turned white, because with every lie, my friend's family was a step closer to being deported. But then the translator lied again, and I had enough. After the dad explained his daughter is in remission now and calls this country home, and the translator said he admits he has no legal right to stay. He's asking for leniency. I stood up. That's not what he said. I speak the language, and she's mistranslating his answers. The judge told me to sit down, but I held up my phone. "Please, let me record his answers on speech translation. If I'm wrong, I'll leave and you can hold me in contempt." The translator went pale and shook her head, but the judge looked at me, then the family, and allowed it. I immediately started talking to the dad in Tigrinya, asking him to repeat repeat all his answers into my phone so it could translate it. The answers instantly lit up. His daughter's leukemia, the 4 visits to immigration. It all contradicted every word the translator had reported. Her face was ghost white and she was sweating. The judge looked at the real answers, banged his gavel, and immediately ordered an investigation into the translator. I hugged my friend's family because they were allowed to stay, and it turns out 14 families had been wrongly deported because of the translator. She was getting paid per deportation by a private detention facility. My boyfriend played basketball with his sister, and it was the worst mistake of his life. My boyfriend's 10-year-old sister gave him the poster she'd made for his basketball team, but he ripped it in half and said, "I told you I don't care about your drawings. Stop trying to be my friend." Her eyes filled with tears, and the next day, she showed him cuts on her arms. "Cameron, kids at school are bullying me." She was almost crying, but he didn't even look at her. I was shocked and immediately told him to treat Iris better, or I would break up with him. Iris saw me saying this and smiled, and Cameron immediately apologized, saying he was just stressed about basketball because D1 scouts were watching him. A few hours later, Iris waddled over to show us a drawing, and this time Cameron smiled. He said he loved it, then immediately brought Iris out to play basketball outside. I watched them laughing and smiled about the change. But then, a few days later, Iris texted me, "Meet at the cafe, please." I agreed, and Iris walked in alone. I could tell she'd been crying. Cameron fakes being nice. He's mean to me again the second you leave. She pulled up her sleeve. He said these bruises are my warning to not tell you. If I ruin anything before his big game next week, he said he'll make it worse. I was appalled and told her everything would be okay. I knew exactly what to do. Right before the championship game started, I asked Cameron to meet me in the tunnel. He showed up smiling, but I immediately said, "Iris told me everything." His jaw clenched, but I said, "You're not a man. You're a pathetic, weak little boy. If my best friend was dating you, I'd tell her to run." He started tearing up, but I kept going. "I don't respect you, Cameron. You could score 100 points today. You'll still be a failure as a person. If you touch Iris again, I'm calling police." He started sobbing and walked back to the court in tears. But then he saw Iris in the stands. She was holding a poster she'd made for the other team. The poster he didn't want. During the game, Cameron played terrible, missing every shot and getting benched. The scouts left early. 1 month later, Iris texted me, "Cameron's actually nice to me now. Thank you." I looked at my phone and smiled, because sometimes you have to break a person in order to make them stronger. I was doing donuts in a parking lot when my phone rang. I picked it up and dropped it when I heard my dad on the other end say, "Hey, Peanut." The last time he called me that, I was 12, and I screamed at him until he swore he'd never say it again. That was 15 years ago. I pulled the emergency brake. "Dad, why did you just call me that?" He laughed, but it sounded off. "Just came out. Drive safe." He hung up before I could respond. My dad doesn't slip up. Not with his words. Not ever. I called him back 3 times. No answer. My hands were shaking on the steering wheel. Then my mom called. "Honey, we're fine. Don't come home. We're having a wonderful afternoon." My mom calls me love, not honey, and she's never said wonderful in her life. Someone was telling her what to say. I peeled out of the parking lot and called 911. I drove 90 the whole way there. When I pulled into their driveway, there were 2 police cars and an ambulance. They were rolling my mom out on a stretcher. My dad was sitting on the porch steps with an ice pack on his jaw and his left eye swollen shut. I ran to him. He looked up at me. "Knew you'd come, Peanut." A man had broken in with a knife and zip-tied my dad's hands. He made my mom sit on the kitchen floor. My dad told him he needed to call his daughter to cancel lunch or she'd come looking. The man stood right next to him and listened to every word. The cops told me they got there right as the man pulled the knife back out. Another minute and it would have been over. I enabled iCloud on my phone, and concerning texts instantly started popping up from my daughter's group chat. "Okay, Maddie, get ready. As soon as he walks in, do it." "What?" Then Gabriella said, "Wait until he's alone, then kill him." I rubbed my eyes in shock. I showed my husband. Another text. "Okay, I'm about to stab Alex. Make sure nobody find his body." We both gasped. I knew she had been acting weird, but killing someone? My husband started dialing 911, and I immediately dialed her school's number. "Have you seen my daughter Maddie? Do you know where she is right now?" The receptionist was confused. She should be in the library. Why?" "Please, I think she's about to kill someone." But then I heard something. There was an alarm going off. "Lockdown. This is not a drill." I heard the receptionist panic. "Oh my God, I have to go. Wait, hello?" But when I looked at my phone, she already hung up. More texts came through. "Go. They're gonna know it was us." Oh no, she must have done it. I instantly grabbed my keys, running out to my car. But as I started driving, reality hit me. Maddie constantly dyed her hair black and always told me how much she hated Alex. The signs were there all along, but just as I pulled into the parking lot, I saw 3 police cars right behind me. I was about to run inside, but an officer yelled, "Ma'am, do not go in there. There's an active threat." I kept slowly creeping towards the door, but he pulled out his taser and pointed at me. "Stop," but I turned and ran for it. I heard him shoot, but it barely missed me as I made it inside. I yelled, "Maddie, where are you?" And I heard the police chasing me inside. I found the library but couldn't see her anywhere. "Ma'am, stop," but then I heard giggling in the back. I ran over and saw her sitting there with her friends, ignoring the lockdown. "Maddie!" She finally heard me, and when they took off their noise-canceling headphones, they were shocked. The police ran up and grabbed me, but I yelled, "Wait, Maddie, what the hell are you doing? You sent texts saying you were gonna kill Alex." All of them looked at each other. "Yeah, Mom, I'm the imposter?" The police suddenly stopped moving too, and that's when we all realized she was playing among us. A black pickup truck filled with guys pulled up next to us and said, "Hey girls, are you lost? Want to see what we have in our truck?" We said no, but they kept insisting. So finally, my best friend and I looked at each other and just started running.
running. I realized with horror that they were following us. I grabbed my friend's hand and pulled her down a different street, hoping that we could lose them. But no matter where we went, that truck kept following us. The guys were shouting, "Come on, you teases! You know you want to see how it feels to be a big girl? It's gonna happen whether you want it or not, so you might as well stop running." I didn't want them to know where my house was, but there wasn't anywhere else nearby that we could go. We got to my house, bolted inside, and locked the door. But my parents weren't home. And then we heard car doors opening and my blood ran cold. I peeked out the windows and I saw them getting out of the truck and coming up towards our house. I heard what they were saying they were going to do to me and my friend. It still gives me nightmares. That's when I remembered what my parents had gotten me for Christmas that year. I ran back into my room and sprinted back out with my BB gun. It's harmless, but it looks just like a real rifle if you're not looking too closely. I unlocked my front door. My friend was screaming at me, begging me not to open it, but I knew this was our only choice. I threw the door open and held the gun up on my shoulder and aimed it at them like I was ready to shoot. They were maybe 5 feet away from the door then, but they stopped dead in their tracks. I said, "Think very carefully about how you want this to go down." Well, thinking didn't take them long. They turned right around and sped away.
The second I walked into class, Haley instantly started laughing at me. Look how stupid her green pants are. Nice ginger hair, fire crotch. All her friends started laughing, pointing at me, but I just sat in my seat. She ridiculed me every day and made it her mission to make my life miserable. And since she was the best volleyball player in her school, her whole team bullied me. I left school every day in tears, but when I walked up to my locker, I saw her coming up behind me. "Hey, leprechaun, Halloween isn't until October." She was about to pull my hair, but I moved out of the way. She fell forward, twisting her knee, and instantly screamed, "What did you do? This is your fault, Ginger." I tried my best not to laugh. She came to school in a wheelchair the next day, and nobody could believe it, but she kept trying to make fun of me. Here comes the Irish flag, but none of her friends laughed. Some even stood up and sat somewhere else. Soon, she was by herself. Nobody wanted to sit near her because she wasn't cool anymore, and I thought it was justice. But then, the fire alarm went off. We thought it was another drill, but we heard, "Fire in the building. Everyone get outside." The hallway was filled with smoke, and we all panicked. Everyone ran outside, but as I made it halfway down the hall, I heard, "Help, please wait." It was Haley. Everyone burst through the doors, but I couldn't. I turned around and ran back to the room. "Please, somebody." She was crying, and her wheel was stuck against the desk. The flames were spreading fast. She saw me. "Please, don't leave me here." I ran over, but couldn't stop coughing. I tried to pull the desk, but it was stuck. The flames spread into the room. "Oh my God, what do we do?" I knew we had to act fast. I grabbed her and said, "Trust me." She looked at me and let me pick her up. I piggybacked her out, but the fire was everywhere. I couldn't see, but then I saw a light. I ran towards it and barely made it outside. I thought we were safe, but she screamed. "Ah!" Her hair was on fire. The firefighters rushed over and put it out, but her hair was badly burned. She ended up losing all of it, but when I saw her in the hospital, she cried and thanked me for saving her. Then I handed her a gift. It was a brand new wig, bright red.
My dad made me cry at my wedding, and I love him for it. While planning the wedding, I turned to my dad. "Don't worry, we'll make sure it's wheelchair friendly so you can roll me down the aisle. You deserve a father who can stand next to you." In his lap, he was rewatching a video of him holding my hands while I took my first steps. I didn't even know what to say, but during the wedding rehearsal dinner, every father pulled their daughter onto the dance floor. In the corner, I caught my dad gripping his wheelchair and stretching his legs with tears in his eyes. "Dad, it's okay. I love you no matter what. Wheelchair or no wheelchair. Don't worry. I'm going to do something at your wedding that you'll never forget." "Dad, what do you mean? Don't worry about it." On my big day, we were in front of dozens of guests when I reached for his handles, but he grabbed my hands and pushed them off. "Dad, please don't do this." His jaw was clenched and he began to shake. Every eye shifted from me to him. He planted both feet on the floor, and for the first time in 15 years, my dad stood up and walked. Turns out he'd been in intense physical therapy for over a year to surprise me for this moment. "I told you, you deserve a father who can stand next to you." I was home alone upstairs when I heard a phone ding from the closet near me. I didn't know what to do, so I walked over and slowly opened the door. Nobody, but there was a cheap phone on the floor I'd never seen with one file saved. A photo of me from my old yearbook with a message underneath, "Your face still looks wearable." I was shocked and ran downstairs, calling my parents and then the police. The cops swept the house but found nothing. They told us to keep our doors locked because burglary rates spike during Christmas. I tried to say this wasn't a regular burglary, but they told me to wait until anything else happens to call again. That night, I only fell asleep around 3 a.m., but an hour later, I woke up to the sound of another ding from my closet. I was shaking, but again I got up and opened the door. There was another cheap phone. This time the photo was of me through my own window, and the message said, "It's happening tonight. Christmas is coming early." I was about to run to my parents, but then I heard something behind me. I turned and saw the latch in my ceiling open and someone climbing down. He clamped his hand over my mouth and pressed a gun against my side before I could scream. I recognized him immediately. He went to my old school and got expelled after they caught him following me home every day for months. He taped my mouth shut and whispered he'd been living in our attic for 6 months planning this perfectly so he wouldn't get caught. He told me we were going out the window together, and if I screamed, he'd shoot me and my parents instantly. He started pulling me toward the window and opened it, and cold December air rushed in. But right as he was about to push me through, someone knocked on my door. "Honey, is everything okay?" I heard something. My mom's voice. He froze and pressed the gun harder into my ribs. He told me to open the door just a crack and say goodnight, nothing else. He walked me to the door and took the tape off my mouth, standing behind it with the gun digging into my side. I opened it just enough for my mom to see my face and told her everything was fine, that I just dropped something. She looked at me, and I wanted to scream, but I could feel the barrel pressing tighter with every second I kept the door open. The hallway was dark and she couldn't see my eyes. She said, "Okay, I love you. See you in the morning sunshine." And I had to watch her turn around and walk away, knowing I wouldn't ever hear her call me that again. He pulled me back and taped my mouth again, dragging me to the window and climbing out onto the ledge. He pulled me behind him, but the second his foot hit the ledge, he started tipping. He'd forgotten to take into account the ledge was icy in December. His hands weren't fast enough to grab on, and he slipped, falling 3 stories down and hitting the ground. Our spotlight then flicked on, flooding the ground where he laid in blinding white light. A boy tugged on my wedding dress and pulled a small gift bag from behind his back. "A lady told me to give this to you, but you can only open it when that man isn't looking." He pointed over to Victor, my father-in-law and county mayor, who'd given a toast 20 minutes ago saying his late wife would have loved me. I asked the boy what lady, and he looked towards the empty parking lot with no one there. She was crying and said, "You deserve to know the truth." I took the gift bag, and when I looked over, Victor was suddenly smiling too wide at me. I brought the bag into the bridal suite and locked the door. Inside was a burner phone with one video. I pressed play, and the footage was filmed through a window, showing Victor beating an unconscious woman on the ground. A text file sat next to it. This is what really happened to his first wife. I felt sick. My husband had told me his mother died in a car accident. Did he know the truth and hide it from me? That's when someone knocked on the door. "Everything okay in there?" I shoved the phone into my dress and opened the door, telling Victor I was just fixing my makeup. He smiled and asked what was in the gift bag. I said a card from my mom and pushed past him and walked out, but he followed me, keeping 10 feet behind. I sped away towards my cousin Sam, who was a cop. I showed him the video, and Sam pocketed the phone, writing me a note that said, "We've been building this case for years. Your husband might be in on it. Meet me at the parking lot and don't let him catch you." He walked off, and I waited a minute before following, but Victor and my husband cut me off. Victor grabbed my arm and walked me toward the edge of the tent away from the guests. "I know what's in that bag." He put his hand out. "Give it to me, and this stays a happy wedding." Suddenly, the scars on his knuckles looked like a threat. I told him I didn't have it, but my husband went to reach inside my dress. But just as he was about to, Sam appeared behind them with 2 other cops. Then they identified the woman who gave the gift bag. She was Victor's housekeeper for 18 years and stayed quiet out of fear. But when she saw the wedding, she couldn't let another woman walk into that family. My boyfriend fell in love with someone else, and I couldn't be happier. Mason and I were on our 4th date when I set my fork down and told him, "My daughter Eva is 6. She's autistic. She barely speaks, and strangers terrify her." The last man I brought around, she clung to my leg and sobbed for an hour. I waited for him to say he didn't want to see me anymore. Instead, he leaned forward. "What makes her feel safe?" I packed Eva's headphones and her favorite snacks, and we brought her to the zoo. Mason stayed 5 steps behind us the entire time, and Eva held my hand so tight her knuckles went white. When the giraffe feeder got too loud, she covered her ears and dropped to the ground. So Mason sat down on the concrete a few feet away, close enough that she wasn't alone but far enough that she didn't flinch. He stayed there until she was ready to stand. She never looked at him once, but when we got to the car, her grip on my hand had loosened. So when Eva's birthday came around, I invited him. The second someone lit the candles, Eva screamed, knocked the cake off the table, and covered her ears. One mom rolled her eyes. Mason grabbed a toy microphone from the gift pile. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Eva's dance party." He put on Baby Shark and flailed around the living room like a complete fool until my daughter started to giggle. When he dropped to his knees to catch his breath, Eva walked over and put her hand on his head. He went completely still. His eyes squeezed shut, and he put his hand over hers. One night, Eva had a nightmare and wandered into the hallway crying. I started to get up, but she walked right past my side of the bed to his. Mason picked her up without a word. Eva buried her face in his chest and grabbed a fistful of his shirt. He carried her to the couch, pulled a blanket over both of them, and rocked her back and forth, whispering, "You're safe. I've got you." Her grip on his shirt loosened, and her eyes closed. I covered my mouth in the hallway so they wouldn't hear me sobbing.
I lost control and swerved across lanes on the highway because my left arm started tingling and went dead. Then my left leg went numb and I could no longer brake. I pulled over and dialed 911, knowing I had 3 hours before the stroke gave me permanent damage. I'd just been selected for the Olympics and couldn't risk losing my spot. I was about to ring when a cop approached my window. "Ma'am, you're drunk." "I'm not," I replied. "I'm having a stroke." "Yeah, right." He did the flashlight test, then the follow my finger test, and I failed all because I couldn't move my body. He opened my door, physically pulling me out and putting me in handcuffs. photographs, saying he was just doing his job protecting people. At booking, I told the officer I was having a stroke. He wrote something down and led me to a cell with a woman named Dana. I tried to tell her I was having a stroke, but what came out was, stroke. Dana looked horrified. Guard, something's wrong with her. The guard walked over. She's drunk. She doesn't smell drunk, Dana replied. Get a doctor. The guard looked at me drooling on the floor. For a DUI, she'll be fine. He wrote, lying about medical emergency on my form and walked away. Dana spent the next 3 hours banging on the bars, screaming for help, but the guards never did a thing. Not when my eye turned purple. Not when I started seizing. Not when I was paralyzed on the floor in my own pee. But Dana was still yelling for help. Around 6 a.m., I stopped breathing entirely and passed out. Dana threw her shoe through the bars and hit a guard in the head. They finally called an ambulance. I was in a coma for 3 days. When I woke up, the doctor said I'd had a massive stroke. I'd spent 9 hours in that cell. 9 hours of easily preventable brain damage. 4 officers lost their jobs. The department settled for $7.2 million. But the thing about strokes is you can't sue your way back to normal. I talk slower now. My left leg doesn't bend much anymore. Because of that one cop, I never competed in the Olympics. And now, I never will.
My 9-year-old son couldn't stop coughing, and when I found out why I called the police, I woke up at 3 a.m. to the sound of my son choking next door. I ran in and saw he was clutching his chest and could barely breathe. I threw him into my car and we sped straight to the ER. They did everything they could, but found nothing wrong. After 2 hours, the doctors just looked at me and said, it's probably just allergies. Then they handed me pills before kicking us out. We gave it time. Until one Saturday after soccer practice, when my son coughed so hard, everyone thought he was dead. Urgent care ran every test they had before saying, nothing dangerous, keep giving him the allergy meds. I was out of options, and that night I ended up finding an air monitor on Reddit. It arrived the next morning and I used it straight away. Within 10 minutes, the thing was screaming. I called the helpline on the monitor and the guy on the phone went quiet. Get your family out of that room immediately. There is something toxic in that room that can cause illness. I shoved my son into my bedroom and started searching for the source of the toxicity. I held the monitor near the built-in closet we'd had installed 2 years ago by a cheap contractor I found online. The light flashed an even brighter red. I grabbed my tools and started ripping out the baseboard. Behind the paneling was black mold so thick it looked like paint. Then I noticed a loose floorboard near the base of the closet with something underneath it. I picked it up and it was dated August 1997. If anyone finds this, please tell my mom I didn't run away. I was trapped here. He kept me in the walls. It was signed Samantha. I called the police. They searched the property with ground-penetrating radar. 3 days later, they found a girl buried in the crawl space directly beneath my son's room. Turns out she was a missing child from 1997, and the house belonged to her foster father who held her hostage. That was the source of the toxicity that caused my son's cough. My fiancé tucked my hair behind my ear and said, "You have the most beautiful eyes I've ever seen." I smiled and asked him what color they were. They're brown, but when the sun hits them, they turn almost gold around the edges. I went quiet. I want to know what your eyes look like. He started to describe them, but I put my hand over his mouth. Don't tell me. I don't want to be told. I want to see them. So the next week, I was sitting across from a doctor asking him if there was any way to get my sight. He looked at my file and said, "There is a surgery, but if it fails, you could wake up worse than you are now." I told him I'd take the risk and sign the papers before I could think about it. I told my fiancé I was visiting family and checked into the hospital the next morning. The night before the surgery, I sat in the hospital bed and ran my fingers across my own face. I found my cheeks, my nose, my eyelids. I knew that if this didn't work, these hands were the only way I'd ever see. But 2 weeks later, the doctor said the bandages were ready to come off, so I called my fiancé and told him to come to the hospital. He burst through the door in a panic and froze when he saw the bandages. "What happened to you?" I pulled the gauze off. Light hit first, then shapes, then color, and then him, standing in front of me with tears running down his face. He took one step toward me and stopped. "You can see me?" he whispered. I held his face in my hands and looked into his eyes. "They're green," I said, and my voice broke. He hugged me so tight I couldn't breathe. A brick was thrown through our downstairs window, and an armed man climbed inside our house yelling, "Where is she? Where is Carmen?" But I was upstairs in the bathroom with my cousins. We were only up here in the first place so we could skip dinner and not look bloated for the party tonight. And now an armed man was downstairs looking for me. I heard my grandmother screaming, and then plates smashing and loud thuds. My uncle yelled something that got cut short by the sound of a gunshot. My cousins and I were terrified. We locked the bathroom door quietly, but then we heard footsteps coming up the stairs. "Carmen, come out to play," the voice yelled again. I shoved my cousins into the bathtub and pulled the curtain over us. The footsteps stopped right outside the door. We could all see his shadow in the gap underneath. That's when my cousins started shoving me out of the tub. "Just go out there and give yourself up. It's your fault he's here." I fell onto the tiles, and then the door cracked. It was being kicked repeatedly. The frame exploded inward, and the door swung open. The man standing there holding the gun was Renzo, my older brother's 23-year-old friend. We'd been texting for months casually, just sending memes or replying to each other's story, but I was only 15. I never wanted anything to do with him, and thought it was always friendly. Renzo looked at me and pointed his gun straight at the curtain. "Come with me right now, or I'm shooting all your friends right now." He loaded the pistol, and my body went cold. I stood up and walked towards him. Renzo grabbed my wrist and dragged me out. My whole family was face down on the floor, bleeding out. Renzo shoved me into a car, where he zip-tied my hands and started driving. I kept asking where he was taking me, but he didn't answer. 90 minutes later, we pulled into a parking lot near an abandoned warehouse. Renzo forcefully dragged me in, again refusing to say where we were. He sat me in a chair and stood back, ignoring my cries. That's when a second man, wearing a mask, walked over and placed his hand on my shoulder. He kneeled down and told me everything was going to be okay. Then he took off his mask. It was my brother. "This is why you shouldn't talk to older guys online, even if it's casual," he said. "They can be crazy. I paid Renzo to do this." He video called my grandmother on the spot, and she picked up laughing. Nobody was hurt. All the blood was fake. The whole family was in on it, trying to teach me a lesson about messaging older men. The man sitting beside me randomly asked me to marry him, not even getting off the couch or buying a ring to make it special. I was touched by the gesture, but felt crushed inside. You see, this man was my husband, and we'd already been married for 35 years. We still flirted and cuddled with each other in our 60s, but then one day, he randomly missed our anniversary for the first time ever. Then he forgot my birthday. A year later, he was looking through me like I wasn't even there. That's when he was diagnosed with Alzheimer's. I was destroyed and spent an entire night flicking through our photo albums, begging him to remember our life together, but he just shook his head, confused about who I was. I cried myself to sleep, convinced I'd lost my husband forever, but it turns out that was far from the truth. The next morning I came down, and he was already in the kitchen. He'd made me breakfast and had picked a flower from the garden. We made eye contact, and he went bright red looking at the floor. When I sat to eat, he started flirting with me, complimenting my hair, asking me to tell him about myself, and getting nervous when I flirted back. Exactly how he acted when we first met. He clearly had no idea who I was, but evidently traces of his love remained. So one evening, when we were watching TV together, a wedding scene came on. He watched the groom give the bride a ring. Then he looked at his own hand, staring at his ring. He slid it off and held it out for me. "Will you marry me?" We had our second wedding, and it was the first time in 2 years he'd been lucid for an entire day.
I bought a hidden camera to see why our nannies kept quitting, and now I'll never sleep again. When our first nanny quit after 11 days, I called her begging for a reason. Did one of the kids do something? No, the kids were great. Then what is it? She hung up and blocked my number. I told my husband Warren, and he shrugged. We'll find someone better. The second nanny lasted 9 days. I came home from work and she was already gone. I called her immediately. "What happened? You left my kids alone." "I'm sorry, I can't explain. Please don't call me again." Warren said, "She sounds crazy." It kept happening. 3 nannies, 4, 5. Warren said we just had bad luck, or maybe our kids were hard to handle. But our kids were angels. So I started asking different questions when the nannies quit. Did anyone come to the house? Did my husband stop by for any reason? The 7th nanny went dead silent. "What did he do?" I demanded. "Nothing. I have to go." I bought hidden cameras and didn't tell Warren. The new nanny started, and on her 3rd day, I got a notification for the camera while Warren should have been at work. Instead, I watched him walk through the front door. The nanny said, "Mr. Brennan, is everything okay?" He walked toward her slowly. "You're going to quit this job, and you're not going to tell my wife why. I know where you live. I know where your mother lives. Do you understand?" She nodded, shaking with fear. "Good. Now get out of my house." She grabbed her purse and ran out the front door. I sat in my office with my hand over my mouth. Then I watched my husband unlock a drawer in the back of the bookshelf that I didn't even know existed. He pulled out a small blue bottle. That night, after Warren fell asleep, I opened the drawer. Inside was a bottle of antifreeze and a life insurance policy on me worth $2 million. Warren had been chasing the nannies away because he didn't want anyone finding out he was going to kill me. I drove straight to the police station. The police found traces of antifreeze already in my water bottle. He was arrested the next morning.
I accidentally got revenge on my ex-husband. By the time our daughter was 3, I was changing her diaper with one hand and making my husband's lunch with the other, all while he was on the couch playing video games. "You promised you'd be a better dad," he sighed. "Why do you always bring that up?" I filed for divorce, and as he walked out with his suitcases the next day, I gave my daughter a hug. "It's not your fault mommy and daddy aren't friends anymore, and he will still make time for you." From there, our daughter spent every weekend waiting for the man who promised he loved her to show up for her, but he never did. And a few months later, I saw on his Facebook that he was married with stepchildren. This ruined her self-confidence, so at school she struggled to make friends. And after I caught her waiting by the front door for me to come home from work because she had no friends, I called my ex-husband. "Can your stepkids come over to play with my daughter since they're all the same age? It's basically free babysitting." His stepkids came over the next day, and they immediately ran to the living room to build a fort out of couch cushions. When my ex-husband's car pulled up, they started tugging on my pants. "Let us stay. We want to play with Mia." My ex-husband agreed to let them sleep over, and the next morning they said, "Can we spend more time with you and Mia? You're more fun than our parents." I laughed it off, but that evening my ex-husband came banging on my door. I opened. "You're trying to steal my kids from me. They're never coming back." He slammed it shut. I picked up my phone and made a phone call to his new wife because he already ruined our daughter's life once, and I wasn't going to let him do it again. "Hey, Mia has been begging to play with your kids. I can pick them up tomorrow and take care of them. I know how hard it is doing it all on your own. That would be amazing. Honestly, thank you." They still come over every weekend to play Minecraft together, and Mia doesn't think about her daddy anymore.
A stranger cornered me. "Mom, it's me, Emily, your daughter. I can't believe I finally found you. I love you." I stared at her because I didn't have any kids. "I think you have the wrong person." She pulled out a birth certificate with my full name printed on the bottom. "I was born on March 15th, 2003. You were 17 when you had me and gave me up for adoption." "That's not possible. I was in a coma that year and spent weeks in the hospital." But when I looked at her face, I saw the resemblance. The jaw, the eyebrows, even the way she stood with her weight on one foot the same way I did. Suddenly, Emily grabbed my left wrist. "You are my mom. You have a scar right there from falling off your bike when you were 15. It's in my adoption file. Your blood type is O negative. You're allergic to celery. I've read it like 100 times." I froze because everything she was saying was correct. How do you know all this? Who told you about me? Emily reached into her bag again, but this time she pulled out a folded piece of paper. "Before you gave me up for adoption, you left me this handwritten note in my file." She handed it to me, and it read, "I'm so sorry I couldn't keep you, but please know that I wanted to. Every part of me wanted to." The letters were round and messy, exactly how I used to write in high school, but I still felt like I was reading the note for the first time. "1 second, Emily," I said while picking up my phone to call my mom. "Come to the grocery store right now." When she finally arrived, she walked through the doors and froze in the middle of the aisle, staring at Emily like she was terrified. "Mom, what's going on?" She looked at Emily, then back at me. "Do you remember the coma you went into after the car crash in 2003? I nodded. She pointed at Emily. "Right before that, you got pregnant and gave birth to Emily. Then you gave her up for adoption. And when you woke up from the coma, the entire year was wiped from your memory." I looked down at the note still in my hand. "So I wrote this? You held her for 3 hours before you let her go." Emily stepped forward. "She really doesn't remember me? She's not pretending?" My mom shook her head. "I never told her because I thought she could start over." Emily looked at me. "I spent my whole life looking for you because I knew you didn't throw me away." I grabbed her arm as she walked away. "I may not remember you, but I'm not letting you go again." My teacher smiled at me on the first day and said, "Tell the class one fun fact about your dad." "Can I talk about my mom instead?" Mrs. McCoy leaned against her desk. "The assignment is about fathers." I kept my eyes on my desk. "He's not around." She wanted more. "Divorced? Traveling?" I shook my head every time. She crossed her arms. "That's not really a fun fact. Dig deeper." I squeezed my hands together under my desk. "I don't want to do this." Her voice went flat. "Stand up." I didn't move. "Now." I stood and the whole class turned to look at me. "One fun fact. The whole class is waiting." A kid in the back groaned and McCoy pointed at him. "See? You're holding everyone up." My hands wouldn't stop shaking. "Mrs. McCoy, please." She almost smiled. "I'm not accepting please as an answer. 5 seconds before this becomes a disciplinary issue." I can't. 4. You don't understand. 3. My voice cracked. "Please just let me sit down." 2. Tears ran down my face with 30 kids staring. 1. Last chance. "He's in prison. He's in prison for killing my mom. He stabbed her in our kitchen while I hid under my bed." I was 7. Nobody moved. McCoy's smile disappeared. She looked right at me and said, "Apple doesn't fall far from the tree." The classroom door opened. Principal Okafor walked in holding the same red flag file folder from McCoy's desk. She looked at my face, then at McCoy. "My office. Now." McCoy smoothed her skirt. "I'm in the middle of class. Now." Okafor held up the folder. "This student's file has been on your desk for 2 weeks. Red flagged. Trauma protocol. Do not discuss family. You signed the acknowledgement form." McCoy went pale. "You went to high school with her father. He bullied you. And you specifically asked for this student to be put in your class." McCoy's mouth opened, but nothing came out. Okafor stepped closer. "You've been waiting 30 years to take it out on his 12-year-old daughter, the girl whose mother he murdered. He ruined my life. She was 7. She hid under a bed and listened to her mother die. She's not him." Okafor turned to me. "Get your things. You're transferring out." I picked up my backpack. Hadn't even unpacked my pencils yet. I contacted a local TV show that does lie detector segments and told them my husband had been cheating. They said they'd love for us to go on. It all started when I saw his phone light up with a number I didn't recognize. He'd been calling this number at various points through the night for months. He'd also been coming home late 4 times a week, saying he picked up running after work, but he never brought spare clothes and never came back sweating. He stopped looking at me the way he used to and started flinching and rolling over when I reached for him in bed. His bank account showed money randomly going out, and he had emails for reservations at spa treatment centers. So I made the decision to go on the show. The week before, I told him I'd won a behind-the-scenes tour of his favorite TV show. His face lit up. He talked about it for days. The morning of, he buttoned up his nicest shirt and smiled at me. I smiled back, knowing he was about to be ripped apart on live TV. The host sat him down on a chair and hooked him to a polygraph. We told him it was a fun part of the tour. He didn't question it. And then suddenly, the curtains in front of him pulled back. Sound equipment, lights, a full audience, and dozens of cameras were aimed directly at his face. His smile disappeared. He looked over at me, standing off to the side, and we made eye contact. He asked what was happening. The host walked over with a microphone and told him his wife knows he's been unfaithful, that this polygraph was his chance to confess. He shot out of the chair so fast the wires pulled tight. "No," he yelled at me. "Please, not like this." He put his hands together. "I'll tell you everything, just not here." The audience erupted, booing him for trying to get out of being exposed, but I just crossed my arms and shook my head. He wasn't getting out of this. The host motioned at him and he sat back down, knowing walking off the stage would only make him look worse. The host started, "Have you ever been unfaithful to your wife?" He shook his head, saying no. The polygraph read for a minute, then lit up green. He was actually telling the truth. The host continued, "Have you ever kissed another woman during your marriage?" Again, my husband said no, and again the polygraph confirmed he wasn't lying. "Have you ever had inappropriate contact with anyone outside your marriage?" No. Another truth. I put my hand over my mouth because what if he wasn't cheating? But then the host asked, "Have you ever lied to your wife about what you do after work?" He said no, but this time the polygraph went red. The audience gasped and my jaw tightened. My husband was white
in the face. The host leaned in. Where were you on the nights you told your wife you were running? My husband stared at the floor, but the host kept pushing. Where were you when you called that number at 2 in the morning? The polygraph was out of control, showing his heart rate at near 200 beats per minute. My husband looked up at me. His eyes were red and we made eye contact. I was at chemotherapy. I've had cancer for 8 months. The room went silent. I stood there and couldn't move. My husband pulled his collar to the side. A port sat in his chest. I told you I was running, so when you saw me getting thinner, you wouldn't worry. He was crying. The number is my oncologist. I called at 2 in the morning because that's when the pain got so bad I couldn't take it. I saw the sound guy leaning his microphone in closer to my husband. My jaw was on the floor. Tears filled my eyes. I told my family he was cheating. I had his sister turn on him, brought him here to humiliate him in front of cameras, and he was fighting for his life the whole time.
The girl's girl turned her back on every girl who needed her. Hallie would walk wasted girls home from parties and pretend to be someone's girlfriend to get creeps to back off. When the football players ranked girls by their bodies at lunch, Hallie took photos of them and threatened to send them to every parent unless they apologized. She'd literally treat protecting girls like her life's purpose. But when winter break passed, Hallie showed up wearing headphones, staring at her phone, and completely ignored her girls. When Nevaeh ran up crying about her boyfriend cheating, Hallie stepped around her and kept walking. Amira sat down next to Hallie, sobbing about her parents' divorce, and Hallie picked up her tray and moved to an empty table. When Sienna fainted from not eating, Hallie looked up from her homework, watched the nurse handle it, and went back to work. They thought she was going through something heavy, so the three got her with flowers and coffee. Hallie said, "I'm not interested," and walked away. When days turned to weeks, they made a schedule to check on her and left notes in her locker. Even a teacher asked Hallie why she wasn't helping organize the Women's Empowerment Assembly, and Hallie said, "That's not my responsibility anymore." It wasn't until we were at a party that someone finally told us what happened to Hallie. Hallie had gone to a New Year's Eve party with her girls, prepared to be designated driver, but someone put something in her drink and she started feeling sick and disoriented. She locked herself in a bathroom and texted the group chat, "Something's wrong. I'm in the bathroom. Please come get me now." Then another, "I can't stand up properly. Please hurry." Amira responded, "Are you sure you didn't just drink too much?" Nevaeh wrote, "We can't leave right now. There's guys from State College here." Sienna said, "Just throw up and you'll feel better. We'll check on you in a bit." Hallie spent 4 hours in that bathroom vomiting and terrified. When she managed to call 911, the paramedics found her severely dehydrated and had to carry her out. Her girls were already at the next party. They texted her the next day asking if she was okay, as if they hadn't chosen guys they just met over her safety. My little sister and I were home alone at 2 a.m. when a man pounded on our door. "Can you help me carry in my groceries?" I instantly knew something was wrong. He wasn't holding any grocery bags. There were no cars on the street, just a white van in our driveway with no plates. "No, thank you," I screamed. He knocked again, softer this time. "Aaliyah, open the door. I know you know who I am. I just want to talk." I turned around and my 9-year-old sister Aaliyah was shaking with her hands over her mouth. I locked the bedroom door and grabbed her hand. "Aaliyah, who is that? How does he know your name? Just don't let him in here. I'm sorry," I whispered. "You can tell me anything. I met someone on Roblox a few months ago. He said he was 11. He wanted to be friends, so I gave him our address so he could come play." She buried her face in her knees. "I'm sorry. This is my fault. Please don't be mad." Suddenly, the front door burst open and we heard the man's voice again. "I just want to play, Aaliyah, just like you promised." We could hear his footsteps going up the stairs, and I covered Aaliyah's head to make her feel protected. His voice was right outside the door, and we could hear him breathing. "Don't be scared, Aaliyah." He twisted the handle and threw his shoulder into the door. The frame cracked. I shoved Aaliyah under the bed to hide her and tried to get ready to fight a 40-year-old man with no weapon. He hit it again, and the door fell down. When his eyes met mine, he was furious. "Where is Aaliyah?" Suddenly, the front door slammed open, and Dad's footsteps pounded through the house. "Where are my daughters?" He sprinted up the stairs and beat the man until his fists were splintered. Aaliyah threw herself into his arms before he could say a word. "I'm sorry you had to leave work for me, Daddy. I know this is my fault." Dad pulled her tighter. "You're 10. Nothing about this is your fault. I'm just glad I installed the security camera system last week." I sat next to them and put my hand on her back. I watched a man get publicly humiliated at a nail salon, but when we found out why he was there, the entire salon went silent. I was at a nail salon getting my French tips done when the door opened, and this huge guy walked in. He was holding hands with a little girl who couldn't have been older than 6. They walked up to the counter. "2 appointments, please. One for her, one for me." They sat down at the stations. The nail tech smiled at the little girl. "What color do you want, sweetie?" She lit up like a Christmas tree. "Sparkly pink." The tech turned to the dad. "And for you, sir?" His voice dropped, almost a whisper. "Same color. We're matching today." The dad was nervous as soon as the nail tech started working. We all had the same question. Why was he getting his nails done? His daughter reached over and squeezed his big hand with her tiny fingers. "It's okay, Daddy. You're gonna look so pretty." He smiled at her. Then a voice cut through the salon. "I'm sorry, but is no one going to say anything?" I turned around to see a woman in her 50s. "This is a women's safe space, not a space for pedos." The dad's whole body tensed up. He didn't respond. The woman continued, gesturing dramatically at the room. "Isn't he making you all uncomfortable?" Nobody answered. She took our silence as agreement. "See? This is weird. This is creepy. I'm not going to pretend it's okay." The little girl's face was starting to crumble. The
The woman leaned forward in her chair and looked directly at the little girl. Sweetie, do you think this is normal? Your daddy getting his nails done like a little girl while surrounded by women? The dad shot to his feet. Do not talk to her. Oh, now he's getting aggressive. Everyone see that? She looked around the room. This is what I was worried about. Violent and creepy. The dad's whole body went rigid. His daughter looked up at him, and her eyes were filled with tears. He still didn't answer. The salon manager finally came out from the back room. The woman jabbed her finger toward him. I want him removed or I'm calling the police. Ma'am, he hasn't done anything wrong. He's a grown man in a nail salon, getting his nails painted pink. There's other children here. The dad pulled his daughter close to his chest, while the woman pulled out her phone and dialed 911. I'm calling the police right now. The dad stood up slowly. When he spoke, his voice cracked right down the middle. My wife is dead. She died 3 weeks ago. A drunk driver ran a red light and she was gone, just like that. He looked down at his daughter who was clinging to his leg now. My daughter and her mom have been going to her nail appointments together. He held up his hand that was half painted sparkly pink. Did you want her to go alone today instead of with me? The woman's face was white as a sheet. Her mouth opened and closed. The manager walked over to the woman's station. Your appointment is over. Get out. Now. She walked out without another word.
I cried in front of the entire school, and my principal pointed and laughed. He called my name during the assembly, and I walked up to the microphone. It's National Sibling Day, and everyone has to share one interesting fact about a sibling. I asked if I could share something about my mom instead. He shook his head and started to get mad. No, this is about siblings. One fact about your brother. I blinked back tears and told him there was nothing interesting I could share. He crossed his arms. Are you having memory problems? You're a little young to be losing your memory. A few old teachers laughed, but nobody else did. I looked out at the crowd and said he was very uninteresting, I guess. He pointed at me. Now you're going out of your way to be bratty. Something really bad happened to my brother. It's really hard for me to talk about. He waved his hand. Oh, please, don't give me that whiny crap. Tell us one thing or I will send you home and call your mother. I wiped my eyes and said fine. My brother was involved in the Huntington incident. The entire auditorium went silent. One student asked what the Huntington incident was, and a teacher just shook her head. The principal grabbed my arm and pulled me off the stage. He leaned in close with an eerie smile and whispered, runs in the family, huh? He ruined lives and you just ruined an assembly. I told my mom everything that night. She called the school and the principal said I was lying. My mom went straight to the Board of Education, but nothing happened until 3 months later. We got called into the principal's office. A lead investigator from the board sat across from him and said, is there something from your past you'd like to share with us? The principal leaned back with that same smirk. I have nothing to hide. The investigator pulled out a folder and opened it on the desk. You used to live near Huntington High School, the same school your nephew attended. The principal went still. The same nephew who was shot and killed during the Huntington incident by her brother. The investigator closed the folder. You got transferred to this school to target this girl and publicly shame her. You should be ashamed of yourself. He was fired on the spot. Before I walked out, I turned back and said, you blamed me for what my brother did. What does that make you? He crossed his arms again, but this time he was ashamed. My boyfriend forgot me at the airport on Valentine's Day, and I've never had a better time. I was shaking with excitement when I got off the plane. I had taken a leap of faith and decided to book a flight to see my boyfriend of 3 years in person for the first time. I kept imagining him standing there with a cardboard sign with my name on it like you see in the movies. I hugged the present I brought for him to my chest. I stood by the pickup lane for almost 2 hours. He didn't return any of my calls and didn't answer any of my texts. I felt my heart drop into my stomach. Did he really forget about me on Valentine's Day? I took a deep breath and mumbled to myself, Drew is probably working late again. He's been doing that a lot lately. I sent him another text asking where he is. I can't help but start to feel annoyed at the countless couples I see running up to each other, walking hand in hand, or straight making out in the middle of the walkway. I hug the present close to me again. It's wrapped in a brown paper bag that I got from the grocery store, but I decorated it all over in hearts and flowers. It took a long time to be able to get Drew this, and I knew it would be a present he would absolutely love. I even told him I had a gift for him when we talked about me coming to see him. I squat down and pretend to doom scroll, but really, I'm staring at my icons and trying my best to keep from tearing up. It was difficult to scrape the funds together, but I managed to buy a ticket to come see him, and he knew I was coming because he was the one who encouraged me in the first place. I checked my messages again, still nothing. I then try calling Drew one last time. Hello? It wasn't Drew. It was a woman's voice. I'm frozen, listening to the woman. Hello? Hello? Hey hun, someone called you, but I think they have a bad connection. I then hear Drew in the background asking for the name, and when the woman tells him, he frantically tells her to hang up, but I beat her to the punch. It wasn't until my luggage and I were in a luxury hotel room that I finally let myself cry and check my phone. Drew claimed the woman was a cousin. He forgot to pick me up because he'd been busy with work, and he gave me excuse after excuse. I wasn't going to let this trip be a waste of money. I ripped open the present. Inside was $5,000 that I had tirelessly saved, because that was the amount Drew still needed in order to buy the motorcycle of his dreams. Instead, I took it to the casino. I ended up hitting the jackpot and walked out with $100,000 by the end of the night. The next time Drew saw my face, it was in the local paper for being the city's biggest winner ever.
I introduced my boyfriend to my parents, and 10 minutes later, law enforcement and ambulances were surrounding my house. We'd been dating for 9 months when I brought him home for the first time. Everyone who had ever met him said he was perfect, but the second my stepdad shook his hand, something Something shifted behind my stepdad's eyes. We sat to eat, and my boyfriend was perfect. He pulled out my chair and complimented the food and asked my parents about their work. But my stepdad gripped his fork and grinded his teeth, getting angry about everything my boyfriend did. When he told my stepdad he was disowned on his 18th birthday, so being part of a family was huge for him, my stepdad Death stared with a clenched jaw. When my boyfriend said he wanted to foster kids one day and give them a shot at what he never had, my stepdad scraped his fork over his plate repeatedly like a madman. I tried to kick him under the table, but he looked at me like he was telling me to shut up. My boyfriend started talking about his work, showing photos of the program he runs for disadvantaged kids at the local elementary school. My stepdad literally slammed his fist on the table so hard his plate flipped and sauce splattered across and onto my boyfriend's shirt. We all looked at him like he was crazy, and my mom gave my boyfriend napkins to clean up and told my dad to step into the kitchen. I was apologizing over and over while they were talking, and that's when my 8-year-old brother came downstairs. He jumped into my boyfriend's arms and my boyfriend lifted him onto his hip. My mom saw from the doorway and commented, "Aw, he already loves you." My boyfriend smiled. "Yeah, me and this little guy are best buddies. I taught him to swim this summer out in your pool. I watched him for a couple hours while she ran errands." My brother nodded and wrapped his arms around his neck. This time, my stepdad didn't even look angry. He walked over, ripped my brother out of my boyfriend's arms, passed him to my mom, and without saying a word, punched my boyfriend so hard the whole chair fell with him, and my boyfriend's head bounced off the tile. Blood spread across the floor instantly and gushed from his ears. My mom covered my brother's eyes and I dropped beside my boyfriend, shaking him and screaming at my dad. "What is wrong with you? Somebody call 911. I could barely see through the tears. My stepdad didn't say a word. He pulled out his phone and held the screen 6 inches from my face. Open was the intimacy offender registry list. My boyfriend's photo was right there, followed by his conviction date. A girl DM'd me saying, "I need you to block my boyfriend." He was my cousin, but she still thought I was a homewrecker. I wrote back, "You don't have to worry, that's my cousin. We're family." She responded in seconds, "I don't care. Block him." I blocked her instead. She came back on 5 different accounts in under 2 minutes. "You think blocking me is gonna help?" I blocked every single one. A few days later, a text popped up on iMessage from a number I didn't have saved. "So you're just gonna ignore me?" I didn't respond, and she started calling from different numbers back to back. One voicemail was just her screaming, "Pick up the phone. I know where you go to school." I walked out of class and she was standing right next to my car in the parking lot. She walked straight up and got in my face. "Stay away from him. I'm not asking again." She tried to grab my phone out of my hand and I pulled back. She screamed, "Homewrecker," and people in the parking lot stared at me like I was the problem. I got in my car with my hands shaking and called my cousin. "You need to handle your girlfriend before I handle her myself." He went quiet. "What girlfriend? I'm single." I told him everything and he started laughing. "Bro, I turned her down weeks ago. She asked me to send her pictures of my feet. I unblocked her and texted, 'If you want me to block him, meet me at Panera. We can talk.' She agreed in seconds. She walked in smiling and sat down across from me. "I knew you'd come around." My cousin stepped out from the booth behind me. Her face dropped. She jumped up and started yelling, "You're cheating on me with your own cousin? That's disgusting." Every table turned around. She dropped her voice soft. "It's okay, baby. I forgive you. We can work through this." My cousin held up his phone. We were never together. He started reading every text where he rejected her out loud and got to the one where she begged him for pictures of his feet. The whole place started laughing. He looked her dead in the eyes. "Leave me and my family alone. I'm not gonna ask again." We both filed for restraining orders the next day.
I was in my baby's nursery when I played my surrogate's voicemail. "Me and your husband are in love, so I'm keeping the baby." My husband put down the roller. "What did she just say?" When I replayed the voicemail, he said, "She's out of her mind. I barely know her." Before I could respond, the doorbell rang. When we opened it, we saw her standing on our porch with her hands on the belly that carried my baby. "I need to talk to him." My husband stepped in front of me. "Tell her the truth. Tell her how you feel about me." He shook his head. "I barely know anything about you." She started sobbing. "Yes, you do. You know me, and I know everything about you because of how much time we've spent together." "Like what?" "Like how you have a scar on your left shoulder and how you've always liked your coffee black." I looked down at the paint still on my hands and felt tears in my eyes. Was our relationship a lie? She continued, "I know you stretch on the front porch before your runs. I know you leave the house at exactly 6:14 every morning. I know you always park on the left side of the driveway." But when my husband spoke, his voice was shaking with fear. How do you know all this? How do you know where I park? Have you been following me?" Tears formed in his eyes as she grabbed his hand. "Oh, honey, there's no need to lie anymore. You were the one who told me that we should just raise the baby together." But I knew she was lying by the way that he pulled his hand away. I turned back to her. "Have you been stalking my husband?" Her face broke. "Stalking? I saw him 3 years ago at a coffee shop. I knew the second I looked at him that he was the one for me." Her voice softened like she was telling a love story. "I did everything I could to be close to him and know everything about him. And when I heard you two needed a surrogate, I knew it was meant to be." She gripped her belly and looked at me. "You can't even carry your own child. Real mothers don't pay strangers to do it for them." My husband shut the door, and luckily, 4 weeks later, when our daughter was born, she was forced to give the baby by 2 officers and a court supervisor. And that night, I finished painting the nursery. I borrowed my mom's laptop and found a hidden folder with my name on it. Inside were hundreds of images of me in situations that never happened, my face on bodies that weren't mine, in rooms I had never seen. I confronted
at my mom and she didn't even flinch. "You've been my little cash cow since you were 13, she said. "I'm calling the police," I told her. "Go ahead. I'll tell them you made these yourself. Who do you think they'll believe?" My dad walked in from the garage and I begged him to help me, but he just looked at her and said, "I told you the password was too easy." I called my cousin Tanya, who worked in cybersecurity. "Don't touch anything on that laptop. Don't screenshot anything. Don't send me anything." She told me what my mom was doing was a federal crime and helped me file a report. An agent contacted me and said they were building a case but needed me to act completely normal so my parents wouldn't destroy evidence. So I went home and smiled at dinner and pretended everything was fine. A few days later, my mom sat me down. "People are starting to notice the AI content looks fake. We need real content now. Authentic stuff. You're going to have to step up." I told her I had finals coming up. "I didn't ask if you had time. This is how we pay for your life. You owe me." I told her I just needed to get through graduation. "Fine, but the second that diploma is in your hand, we're doing a whole new shoot, and you're going to smile and cooperate." A week before graduation, she cornered me in the hallway. "I've been keeping records too. Accounts in your name, messages that look like they came from you. You'll be 18 in 3 months and they can charge you as an adult." She patted my cheek. "So whatever you're planning, don't." Graduation day, I walked across the stage while my parents cheered from the front row. My mom took at least 50 photos of me, and I knew exactly what she was thinking about doing with them. At the party, my grandmother gave a toast about what wonderful parents I had. 2 hours in, I was cutting the cake when 2 black SUVs pulled into the driveway. 6 agents burst through the front door. My dad tried to run and they tackled him. My mom started screaming that I was a liar, and they forced her down onto the floor. Tanya appeared next to me and whispered, "It's over." My mom FaceTimed me and said, "We need to talk." When she moved her camera, I saw my entire family sitting in my living room. She hung up before I could respond. I called her back. Voicemail. My sister. Voicemail. My dad. Voicemail. Nobody would answer. Someone had to be dead or dying. I was 20 minutes away at the grocery store, and I abandoned my cart in the middle of the aisle and sprinted to my car. I drove 20 over the whole way. I ran a red light and nearly sideswiped another car as I swerved around traffic. I needed to get there now. I pulled up to my house, ran inside, and froze. My entire family was sitting in my living room in a circle with one empty chair in the middle. "Sit down," Mom said. "What's going on? Is someone hurt?" Dad closed the door behind me, and I realized this wasn't about someone else. "We're here because we love you," my sister said. "We can't watch you destroy yourself anymore." She pulled a letter from her pocket and started reading. "You're always asking to borrow money. We found pills in your bathroom last week." My aunt interrupted. "You have marks all over your arms. You've lost 30 pounds in 3 months. They thought I was a drug addict. This was an intervention." "You think I'm on drugs? Sweetheart, we just want to help you get clean," my mom said. "You have this completely wrong," I said, but my brother cut me off. "We already know you're going to deny it. That's why we took action." My dad cut in. "We called your boss this morning. We told him you were going to rehab for 90 days. I collapsed into the chair. "You did what?" my sister answered. "He said he's proud of you for getting help, but that they'd have to fill your position." Mom chimed in again. "He said he'd give you a good reference once you're out of rehab and ready to look for a new job." Something inside me snapped and I screamed, "I'm not on drugs. I have lupus." The room went completely silent. "I was diagnosed 4 months ago. The weight loss is from the medications. The pills are my prescriptions. The marks on my arms are from blood draws and IVs. The money was for medical bills." Nobody said a word. "You just destroyed my career trying to save me from a problem I didn't have." After everyone left, I picked up my phone. 62 notifications. My aunt had tagged me in a post. "Today we staged an intervention for someone we love very much. Please keep her in your prayers as she begins her journey to recovery." Everyone I'd ever known now thought I was a drug addict, and no explanation I'd ever give would erase that.
My vice principal tried to suspend me for frayed shoelaces, so my mom came to the school and turned the dress code against her. Miss Harmon pulled me out of calculus. She pointed at my feet. "Those shoelaces are in clear violation of school policy. They're frayed at the tips. Section 8, paragraph 3, all accessories must be well maintained." I looked down at my white sneakers with white laces and laughed. She wrote that down too. "Laughing during a disciplinary meeting. That's insubordination. Call home for replacement laces or I'm issuing a suspension. Call her yourself and explain why you're suspending a straight A student over shoelaces." She picked up the phone. 20 minutes later, my mom walked in. She didn't sit down. "Show me the policy." Miss Harmon slid the handbook across her desk. "Go ahead." My mom read for 30 seconds and looked up, not at me, at Miss Harmon. "If you're pulling my daughter out of class over shoelaces, I want to see you passing your own dress code." She stood up slowly. My mom looked her up and down. "Oh, honey, what is that on your lanyard?" Miss Harmon's hand went to her chest. "That's hardly the same." "It's the same handbook, sweetheart. Section 4, accessories must be professional." My mom flipped a few pages. "And section 8, paragraph 3 says all accessories must be well maintained. So are we not going to talk about the nail polish chipping off 3 fingers?" She curled her fingers into her palms, but my mom already had her phone out and snapped a photo. "Oh, and don't even get me started on those shoes because that scuff is visible from across the room, and that's the same section, same paragraph, same rule you used on my daughter's laces." Miss Harmon sat back down. "This is getting out of hand." "Oh, I agree. So I'd like to file a formal complaint for 3 dress code violations on the person enforcing the dress code. All documented." Miss Harmon opened her mouth and nothing came out. My mom set the handbook on the edge of the desk facing her. "My daughter's laces were frayed at the tips. Your violations are visible from across the room." She turned to me. "Get your backpack. We're done here." I grabbed my bag, and at the door, I turned around and stuck my tongue out at her. The next morning, Miss Harmon passed me in the hallway with a brand new lanyard and freshly done nails. She looked at my laces, opened her mouth, and kept walking. My mother streamed everything we we did on our devices to the living room TV. Then she streamed something that got her arrested. If you have nothing to hide, she said, you have nothing to fear. Dad installed the software that afternoon, and suddenly every text I sent appeared on the screen in giant letters for my whole family to see. My best friend texted me, I think I like Shepherd, but don't tell anyone. And Mom cackled from her recliner. Like he'd ever be interested in a cow like her? When I got my first period, I quietly Googled whether my cramps were normal, and my brother saw the surge pop up on screen and screamed, oh gross, she's bleeding. Mom paused her show, pointed at me, and said, get up and explain to your brothers what menstruation is since you decided to make it everyone's business. I had to stand in front of the TV and give my 9-year-old brother a biology lesson while crying. Months later, I was still watching every text I sent scroll across that screen. I met a boy named Callum, and I walked into a gas station and bought a prepaid phone with cash from my part-time job. I hid it inside an old boot in my closet, and for 3 incredible weeks, I felt like a normal teenager. My 12-year-old sister found it and ran straight to Mom holding it up like a trophy. Mom read every message out loud in a baby voice while my brothers made kissing noises, and she announced my punishment. Cameras, bedroom and bathroom, streaming to the TV just like everything else. Dad drilled them in while I begged him to stop. Your mother knows best, he said without looking at me. Mom pulled me out of school the next morning, and I sat in my room and listened to her call Callum's mom and tell her I'd been institutionalized for Pound Town addiction. When Callum showed up at our front door, Mom called the police right in front of me and told them he was a predator stalking her daughter. She handed them screenshots she'd edited on her phone to make him look dangerous. 2 officers showed up to follow up on Mom's complaint. She was mid-rant about Callum being a predator when one of the officers stopped listening. He was staring at the TV where the live camera feed had just switched to my 12-year-old sister's bedroom. Ma'am, the officer said slowly, is that a live feed of a minor's bedroom on your television right now? Mom didn't flinch. That's our family safety system. We don't believe in privacy in this household. The officer looked at his partner. Call CPS immediately. They walked both of my parents out in handcuffs. I still check every room I'm in for cameras. A man walked into our restaurant with his date and acted way too perfect the entire night. He refilled his own water, pulled out the chair of an old lady on the other end of the restaurant, and tipped $250 because he believes in being kind. His date was swooning the whole time, and by the end, gushed about how amazing he was. He helped her into her coat, and they walked out. I didn't think much of it until 5 minutes later when he came back in alone. He walked straight to me and told me his date was waiting in the car, so he only had 5 minutes. Then he said, I need you to void the $250 tip. I smiled because I thought he was joking. But sir, you were so kind. I was playing it up for my date. Now void it, he said like I was stupid. You think I actually tip like that? I don't tip my dog when it brings me the newspaper. Why would I tip you? My face went red. He stepped closer. Void it, or I dispute the charge with my bank. You'll get nothing, and your manager will get a phone call, and you'll out of a job. The customer was always right. I couldn't afford to lose this job, so no matter how badly I wanted to smack him, I just voided it. He signed the new bill with a smirk and walked out. I stood there shaking. This girl had no idea who she was with. I was about to walk to the bathroom to cool off when I realized I could still reach them. I pulled off my apron and ran out the front door. He was about to open his car door when I called out to him. Sir, we've amended your tip from $250 down to $0 as you requested. I made sure I was loud enough for his date to hear through the cracked window. Then I continued, but I need your signature on one more form, company policy. He walked toward me, whisper yelling, what are you doing? But I got even louder. Just following up on your request, sir. You told me inside that you don't tip people who fetch drinks like dogs. Is that still correct? His date opened the car door. What's going on? He spun around going pale. Nothing. She's confused. I stepped closer. I'm not confused, sir. You left $250, then came back in to void it because you were only playing it up for her. I just need you to sign one more time to confirm it. I handed him a bill. His date's face started twisting in disgust. He went red and couldn't get a word out. She just got out of the car and started walking down the street away from him. He called after her, but she didn't turn around. You're a real princess, right? A little girl at Disneyland asked me, grabbing my gown with both hands. Can you save my mom? Her little brother grabbed her arm. Stop it. She can't do that. Yes, she can. Princesses can fix anything. The boy pulled her back and said, sorry. I knelt down. What happened to your mom, sweetheart? The girl sniffled hard. She's been sleeping at the hospital and she won't wake up. She grabbed my gown again. But you can fix her with magic, right? I couldn't save her mom, but I could make today magical. I visited your mom's dreams last night and she told me to make sure you have the best day ever. The girl's eyes went wide. Really? I nodded. Come with me. I held out both hands and the girl grabbed on before her brother did. I walked them to Space Mountain and the boy screamed the whole way down. When we stumbled off the ride, his hair was sticking straight up and his eyes were huge. The girl laughed for the first time. Then she stopped. Is it okay that I'm laughing? It hurt that this sweet girl thought being happy meant she was letting her mom down. Your mom would want you to laugh, sweetheart, I said. She smiled softly and took my hand again, and we kept walking. The boy spotted an ice cream cart and pulled his sister toward it. I bought them both a cone, and within seconds, he had chocolate all over his chin, trying to make her laugh. She giggled, and then her face crumbled. I want my mom. Her brother put his cone down and wrapped both arms around her. It's okay. I'm here. He held her like that until she stopped shaking. Then he wiped her face with his napkin and walked her to a bench. I sat down next to them, wondering how long this 7-year-old had been holding his sister together. That's when the sun started going down and the castle castle lit up across the park. The girl's eyes locked on it, and she whispered, "My mom told me everything we were gonna do here before she got sick. She said we'd ride Space Mountain and get ice cream and watch the fireworks, and she'd hold my hand because they're loud." Her mom was supposed to be the one sitting here, and it broke my heart that it was me instead. I put my arm around her and said the best thing I could think of. "Want me to hold your hand instead?" She nodded into my sleeve. The first firework cracked over the castle, and the boy tucked his head into my shoulder. The girl slid her hand into mine. Halfway through the show, I felt the boy's chest shaking, but he didn't make a sound. I was glad he finally let himself cry. The girl squeezed my hand during every boom. When the last one faded, she tugged my sleeve. "Can you tell my mom I had the best day ever when you visit her dreams tonight?" I held out my pinky finger, and Pinky promised her that I would. Then I pulled the boy in for a hug and whispered, "What's your mom's name and which hospital?" That night, I drove to the hospital still in my costume and found their mom's room. I sat down next to her on the bed and took her hand. I whispered, "Your daughter had the best day ever." She laughed and ate ice cream and watched the fireworks. "And I held her hand for you because she said they're loud. If princesses could really do magic, I would have woken her up right there." My dad kicked the front door open with a pocket knife in his hand and screamed at my mom, "You think I'm stupid? You think I wouldn't find out?" He dragged the blade along the wall and swept everything off the dinner table. Mom grabbed his arm, begging him to stop, but he shoved her into the counter. "Go upstairs," Mom whispered to us. "Shut your door. Don't let your dad in." We made it to the top of the stairs before his footsteps started coming up behind us. "Girls," Dad sang, "Daddy's home." My sister pulled me into her room and grabbed 2 Barbies off her dresser with shaking hands. "Just like hide and seek, okay? First one to the phone wins." She posed one on the dresser. One arm up, one leg up, head turned left. When we played with Dad, that meant he already checked this room. Safe to hide here. We split up. I hid in my closet and pressed my hands over my mouth. Dad went into my sister's room first and tore our family photos off her wall. He smashed the frames with his boot and ripped her closet open with the knife. "You can't hide from me in my own house." When he moved to the guest room, I crept out and slipped into my sister's room. I posed my Barbie on her dresser the same way. Safe. I hid in her closet and waited. A minute later, my sister slipped in beside me. We held hands and listened. Dad finished the guest room and moved to the bathroom. We heard him rip back the shower curtain. "Everything I did for this family and your mom makes a fool out of me." When he moved toward my room, my sister squeezed my hand and crept out. She made it to the guest room and posed her Barbie. Safe. I crawled to the bathroom and marked it safe too. It was working until Dad stopped in the middle of the hallway. He walked back to my sister's room and picked up the Barbie. "One arm up," he said quietly. "One leg up, head turned left." My blood went cold. "So you think Daddy's stupid too, huh?" He tore back through every room we'd marked and found my sister in the guest room. "Found you," he whispered, and dragged her out by her arm. "Where's your sister?" She didn't answer. "Tell me." I watched through the crack in the bathroom door as she caught my eye, shook her head once, and pointed down the hall toward the phone. "Go," she mouthed. I bolted. Dad dropped her, and his footsteps thundered behind me, but I was smaller and faster. I slammed the bedroom door and locked it and grabbed the phone off the nightstand. "My dad is trying to hurt us," I told the operator, and screamed our address twice before he broke through the door. "Daddy, please stop. I'm scared." "Don't call me that. You're not even mine." He lunged at me, but suddenly collapsed. Mom was standing behind him, holding a broken lamp with blood running down her face. "Get your sister. Run." We ran barefoot across the front lawn as the sirens got closer. Mom didn't make it out. The next morning, I threw every Barbie we owned in the trash.
Every morning, the same old man walks in and spends 20 minutes looking for the perfect red rose. He never missed a single day in 6 months. One morning, I finally asked who they were for. My wife, 60 years, and she still expects fresh flowers. I told him she was a lucky woman, and his face fell. He took out a photo and tapped the dates written on the back. She passed away a year ago on our 60th wedding anniversary, but I told her I'd bring her flowers every day, and a promise is a promise. Every morning, I set that rose on the counter, and every morning he'd put it back and take his time choosing another one. She always said I take too long choosing. I always responded that you don't rush perfection. One morning, 8:15 came and went, then 8:30, then 9. His rose was still rotting behind the register when my shift ended. The next morning, a woman I'd never seen walked in. "Are you the girl who saved an old man a rose every morning?" I nodded. "They found Charlie in his chair 2 days ago with her photo in one hand and a dried rose in the other. He said walking into your store felt like coming home to her. Thank you."
My boyfriend's location was turned off, so I went to his apartment with a weapon. My boyfriend and I share our locations. We say it's for safety reasons, but we both like to stalk each other. He also texts me, "Good morning, beautiful," every single morning for 2 years straight. So when I woke up to nothing, I knew something was off. By 5 p.m., I was pissed, and when I checked his location, it was off. I called him 3 times, all voicemail. I texted, "Your location is off. Are you good?" My phone buzzed. "I'm fine. I just need some space." I texted back, "Space for what?" Dots appeared. "We need to break up. I'm done with your ass." I dropped my phone so hard my phone cracked. I picked it up and called him again. He declined. Then he texts me, "Stop calling me. If you call me again, I'm going to block your psycho ass." But before I could text back, I knew something was off. I zoomed in on the texts like I was analyzing evidence. I noticed every sentence was grammatically correct. Periods at the end. Complete thoughts. My boyfriend always types in iPad baby language. Either his frontal brain lobe developed or someone else was typing. I grabbed my keys, grabbed a weapon I've kept under my bed, and I left for his apartment. While driving, I thought maybe he really did just want to break up. but I knew I was being lied to. I had a key to his apartment that he gave to me for emergencies, and I pushed that door open fast as hell. Inside, the apartment was dark. I smelled Ariana Grande perfume that wasn't mine. I walked toward the living room, and then I saw him. He was tied to a chair, duct tape over his mouth. His face was bruised. When he saw me, he started shaking his head, like he was trying to tell me to run. I ran toward him. "Who did this to you?" He just looked to his right. That's when I saw her. She was standing in the kitchen doorway, holding his phone in her hand. It was his ex. "I need you to leave before something bad happens to you." I smiled. I rocked her shit with my pink baseball bat. As I untied my boyfriend, he said, "Can you do that tonight in bed for me?"
My mom removed my bedroom door to spy on me, so I gave her a reason to lock hers. Every night, I had to stand in her doorway, turn out my pockets, show my arms, and breathe in her face so she could smell for alcohol. She never found anything, but when I turned 15, she still took off my bedroom door. "I know you're being a bad kid behind my back. I just need to catch it." One morning, I came out of the shower and caught her downloading a spyware app on my phone. That night, I sat on my laptop and decided to show her how bad I could be. I texted a fake Instagram account. "I need my illegal study meds. Let's meet behind the school at 3 p.m. The next afternoon, her car screeched into the parking lot, and she spent 20 minutes searching while I took notes. That same day, I texted myself from another fake account. "Make sure you bury the thing beside the oak tree in your back garden." And at 4:45 a.m., I saw my mom destroying the backyard with a plastic shovel and a flashlight, finding nothing but worms. I kept going, and by week 3, she was calling in sick to work, sitting at the kitchen table at 10 at night with her phone plugged in, refreshing my messages over and over. And on Thursday night, I made fake diary entries in my notes app. I can't wait for the older guy to pass me the stuff during history class tomorrow. I walked into class excited, and halfway through my essay on the Cold War, my mom burst in screaming, "Get away from her." She grabbed me by the shoulders, shaking me, then pointed at a quiet kid. "Are you the one giving substances to my daughter?" Security had to drag her out while the entire class stared. I found her after school waiting by my car, looking as insane as ever. I pulled out my phone, held it up to her face, and showed her everything. "You wanted a bad kid so badly, Mom, so I gave you one." Her face crumbled. She drove home, walked straight to her bedroom, closed the door, and hasn't come out since.
My daughter Zoe climbed into my dad's lap holding her favorite book and asked, "Can you read yet, Grandpa?" I watched him shake his head and play the audiobook instead, and something in me broke because Dad never learned to read after his parents said books wouldn't put food on the table. After Zoe fell asleep, he pulled me aside and asked if he could have 3 hours alone every evening before her bedtime. I agreed, and the next night at 6 p.m., he locked his bedroom door. Zoe ran up to it tapping, asking where Grandpa went, and I told her Grandpa was busy. Hours later, he came out with his eyes red and rubbed his temples like his head was splitting. I wanted to ask what he was doing, but I trusted him and respected his privacy. This went on for 3 months until Christmas Day came. Zoe dragged us out of bed at 6 a.m., begging to open her presents. My dad sat down next to her on the carpet and handed her favorite book. Then he took a deep breath, opened the book, and began to read. Zoe and I stared like he'd just performed a magic trick. His voice shook, and some words came out slow and hesitant, but Zoe still burst into tears. She flung herself into his arms, sobbing against his chest. "You did it, Grandpa. You did it." I looked at him with tears in my eyes and asked, "How did you learn?" "I've been going to reading classes every night," he said. Then he wiped Zoe's tears and kept reading until she fell asleep in his lap. I know Zoe and my dad are going to be best friends for life.
My girlfriends and I were shopping for Jessica's engagement party when we saw her fiancé getting ice cream with another woman, hugging her, touching her waist, and looking deep in her eyes. We were about to walk over to him, but I stopped us. "Wait, we need to be smart about this," I said, and took out my phone, and we all dialed Jessica. "Hey, where is Graham right now?" "Graham's at Home Depot with his brother." "Why?" We all exchanged jaw-dropped looks. We told her not to ask questions, and to just call Graham right now and keep him on the phone for at least 5 minutes. She didn't understand, but trusted us completely. We watched Graham in the distance. He answered his phone and excused himself from the woman, then ducked into a bathroom. This was our chance. We marched towards while she was scrolling her phone. "Hey, are you here with Graham?" I put my phone on the table. "That's our best friend's fiancé." I pointed to their photos together. Her jaw dropped. "What?" "He told me he was single. We've been talking for 2 months." We explained our plan, and she was appalled but also immediately on board. We called Jessica first and told her everything. Graham came out of the bathroom minutes later, and Jenny immediately started acting like nothing was wrong. "Babe, can we stop by the nail salon? I want to get my nails done so I can scratch your back later." He went red and smiled. Yes, please, yes you can." We followed them from a distance, and by the time they got to the salon, Jessica was already there, but she was hiding from them. We rushed her into the bathroom and she looked broken, eyes red, crying silent tears. We cleaned her up and gave her the biggest pep talk we could manage, even getting her to smile. We got her into position outside and saw Graham in the salon completely oblivious. They were standing at the reception desk ready to pay. When she asked him to get ice cream after, that was the signal. Jessica stormed in behind them and tapped his shoulder. He turned around and within a second went pale, then red, then green, then all the colors of the rainbow. "Jess, what are you?" "Thought you were at Home Depot with your brother." The other girl spun around. "Graham, babe, who is this?" she asked. "I'm his fiancé." Jessica held up her ring. "Or I was." She took it off and pressed it into his chest. Before he could respond, the other girl exploded. "You've been taking me 2 months out telling me you were single." Graham opened his mouth to speak when suddenly a nail tech slammed her tools down. "In my salon? You should be ashamed of yourself, young man." A grandma getting a pedicure stood up on one foot and pulled out her phone. "I'm recording this. us. Every woman in that salon stared at him. Graham's knees were literally shaking. He almost fainted before running out the door. The owner walked to the now crying Jessica and put her arm around her. Anything you want, honey, on the house. I hugged Jessica. Don't cry over a man who went, yes, yes, please, yes, you can over some nails. My brother constantly mocked me for ending a woman's life, so I finally told our family who was really behind the wheel that night. I've been sober for 8 years, and my family still blames me for the worst night of our lives. 10 years ago, a girl named Bethany Hollister was killed, and everyone thinks I was behind the wheel. I was charged and did community service, and I've been called a murderer by my relatives every holiday since. I spiraled hard and drank myself into oblivion before I finally got sober. But to my family, I'm still the screw-up who killed an innocent girl, and my brother George is still the golden child. Christmas at my parents' house started the way it always does. My mom's face tightened when I walked in. My dad wouldn't look at me. George was holding court in the living room. Hey sis, staying out of trouble, I hope? Dinner was uncomfortable while George dominated every conversation. He kept making digs at me. Some of us actually contribute to society. Must be nice having no responsibilities. I took it quietly like I have for 10 years. After dinner, George stood up to give a toast. We've been through a lot as a family. His eyes landed on me, but we don't give up on each other. Even when some of us make mistakes that can never be fixed. Everyone glanced at me. Then he raised his glass to family and to remembering those who aren't here because of choices that can't be taken back. He was toasting about the girl who died and looking directly at me. George shrugged. Some mistakes follow you forever, right sis? I was gripping my water glass so hard my knuckles were white, and I thought about that night 10 years ago. The night George came to pick me up from a party because he was supposed to be the sober one. The night he showed up having already been drinking for hours. The night he insisted on driving anyway. The night he ran a red light and killed a 19-year-old girl named Bethany Hollister, walking home from her shift at the diner. The night he begged me to say I was driving because he had a scholarship and everything to lose. I was 17. I loved my brother. I'd been drinking too, so I blew over the limit, and that was enough. I went through the courts and the guilt of being called a murderer when I wasn't even driving. George went to college on his scholarship and never looked back. I stood up. You want to talk about that night, George? Let's really talk about it. His smile froze. You know what I think about every day? Bethany Hollister's face. Her parents at the trial. The way her mom couldn't stop shaking. George shifted. Maybe we should change the subject. But you know what I never did, George? I never drove that car. Dead silence. You picked me up that night. You were supposed to be sober, but you'd been drinking for hours. I begged you to let me call someone else. George went pale. You're confused. You ran that red light. You hit her. And when the cops came, you said, please, I have the scholarship. Just say you were driving. My mom whispered, George, what is she talking about? I was 17 years old. I have spent 10 years being called a killer while he built his perfect life on my silence. My dad stood up. George, tell me she's lying. George opened his mouth, but nothing came out. Tell me she's lying. It was complicated. I panicked. You let your sister take the fall for something you did. For 10 years. She agreed. I was 17, and you were my big brother. You've mocked me for a decade while I apologized to that girl's grave every single year. I grabbed my coat. Bethany Hollister is dead because of you, George. They follow you now. I walked out, and the last thing I heard was my father telling George to get out of his house. I don't know if my family will ever forgive me for lying, but for the first time in 10 years, I'm not the only one carrying Bethany Hollister's name. My friend walked into class without sleeves on, and everyone pointed at her while laughing. Look, she's so pale. She slammed her Twilight book down and quoted, my skin's like marble, pale and perfect. The class went silent. She then grabbed me and pulled me out of my chair. We're watching Twilight at your house tonight. Bring your brother Justin. You told me kids make fun of him too. We were halfway through the bucket of popcorn when Justin walked in. She pulled him over to the mirror, pointed at his teeth and said, one day we'll be perfect vampires. You'll see. I had no idea what she meant until the next morning at lunch when she smiled and I saw her canines had been filed into points. I asked if they were fake. Permanent, she said, running her tongue over them. She caught a boy whispering about her, smiled with her fangs out, and he choked. She squeezed my arm. See? No one laughs anymore. Now I just need more vampire friends. She followed me to my locker and demanded that she would be coming over the next day. When I opened my front door, she ran straight into my bedroom and shoved the Twilight DVD in. We watched in silence until the scene where Edward bites Bella. My friend paused it and stood up to go to the bathroom. She turned the wrong way down the hall. I heard the bathtub running. Then Justin screamed. I sprinted to the bathroom and shoved the door open. Tina had filled the tub with ice water and was holding Justin under the surface with both hands. His legs kicked against the tub. Ice sloshed over the rim onto the tile. I grabbed her arms and pulled, but she wouldn't let go. He has to die first, she whispered. Then he wakes up perfect. My parents crashed through the door. Dad ripped her off and Mom yanked Justin out of the water. He collapsed on the floor, coughing. The paramedic sedated her, and her last words were, he was so close.
A customer walked into the rage room I worked at and smashed a brand new iPhone with a bat. Next to be destroyed were expensive unworn shoes and a wallet. Why is he destroying $2,000 worth of stuff? My coworker responded, maybe they belong to an ex, but then he smashed dentures and a Rolex watch. As he walked out, I joked, are you trying to hide something? He winked, maybe. My coworker pointed at the TV showing a missing persons case. What if that was him? I laughed nervously, but he stayed serious. You never know who someone really is behind closed doors. The man returned the next day, and my coworker slipped an AirTag into his pocket. As soon as our shift ended, he showed me his phone. He's a 3-hour drive away. Aren't you a little curious to find out what he's up to? I nodded and let him convince me to get in the car as he drove to his location. My coworker turned off his headlights. Wait here while I see what's going on. He sneaked up to the window and was so horrified that he vomited into the grass beside him. So I left the car to look through the window. It was the same man from the TV screen, tied down to a chair, covered in so many injuries, he looked like he was on the verge of death. I took out my phone to call the police, but that's when the customer from the rage room opened the door. Please hear me out. We nodded. Turns out, the man on the chair had attacked his daughter as she walked home from elementary school. At first, he brought him here to kill him, but then he started bragging about how much he hurt his daughter. So instead, he decided to torture him. We won't say anything. We got back in the car and went back to work the next day. It's been a year since then, and the police never caught him. All year, Tommy had been the most perfect kid alive for Santa. He shared what little food he had even when his stomach grumbled and helped Mom with the dishes without being asked. 10 days before Christmas, he wrote Santa a letter asking for warm socks for Mom because hers have holes. He asked for LED lights for me because I do homework by phone light, and for himself, a coat because his doesn't zip anymore. At the very end, he asked for only one toy, a small Spider-Man action figure. When me and Mom opened his note, we started crying, but as we were about to put it down, our doorbell rang. Our landlord, Mr. Darius, came inside to collect rent. Mom wiped her teary eyes, reached into her purse, and handed him her last $50. I'm sorry we're so late. This is all I have. He looked around, nodded, and walked away. On Christmas morning, Tommy sprinted into the living room, excited to see the presents, but the tree was completely empty. His smile dropped and he looked over at Mom. Is Santa coming? She walked over and hugged him. I'm so sorry, baby. But he ripped away from her and sat by the fireplace. Santa's coming. I know he is. He waited 3 full hours, his brave face turning into a frown with each minute that passed. At 10:30, he looked out the window and saw the neighbor's kid playing with a brand new robot and burst into tears. I wasn't good enough, was I? He started rocking back and forth, and I ran over hugging him so he'd know it wasn't his fault. Mom was watching us with red eyes, but then someone knocked on the door. We were confused because nobody ever visited us, but when we opened it, we saw Santa, red suit, white beard, and a huge bag over his shoulder. Is there a Tommy here? Tommy came running out and froze. Santa got down on one knee. Sorry I'm late, buddy. Had some trouble with the sleigh. Tommy's bottom lip started shaking, and he whispered, you came. Santa reached into his bag and pulled out a winter coat. Tommy put it on, and his eyes went wide. It zips. Then Santa pulled out warm socks for Mom, LED lights for me, and the Spider-Man action figure. We were all already in tears when Santa pulled out an envelope for Mom. She opened it, and cash for 2 months of rent slipped out. Mom looked up, and Santa adjusted his beard. Mr. Darius? He winked and put the beard back before Tommy noticed. I realized that when Mr. Darius came to collect rent, he'd seen Tommy's letter to Santa on the desk and decided to help, because sometimes making others happy can be more valuable than money.
My mom slapped a chore contract on the table I'd just scrubbed and started recording. We're done being your servants. You're doing exactly 50% of the chores. Sign it or find somewhere else to live. Dad stood behind her nodding, wearing the shirt I'd ironed that morning. I looked at the contract, looked at their smug faces, and signed it with a smile. 50% starting tomorrow. I won't do a single thing more than my share. They high-fived each other. Next morning, I started the laundry and pulled my clothes out mid-cycle. Dad found his work shirts floating in cold gray water at 7. He missed his client meeting trying to dry one with Mom's hairdryer. Mom did her Zoom call with corporate in a wrinkled gym shirt. By Friday, I'd vacuumed exactly half of every room, leaving a perfect line down the middle. Dad walked in with his boss for dinner, and the table was set on my side only. I sat there eating takeout. Where's the food? Dad hissed from the kitchen. I only bought my half of groceries, I called back loud enough for his boss to hear. The man left after 15 minutes. They called a house meeting that night. You're being deliberately difficult, Mom said. This isn't what we meant. I pulled out my phone and played the recording. You said exactly 50%. I have spreadsheets showing I'm at precisely 50%. You're supposed to be mature enough to know what we really meant, Dad said. So you meant I should read your minds instead of following the contract you recorded yourself handing me. They went quiet. Please just go back to how things were, Mom said. We didn't realize how much you were doing. I leaned back. Actually, I'm really enjoying this system. My grades have never been better. Plus, you were right. 50% is way fairer than what I was doing before. I heard we have an interesting candidate. The CEO sat down at the end of the table. His eyes went to the glass wall where my 5-year-old niece sat coloring in the reception. He looked back at me and didn't smile. He fired a question about case law I'd never studied, and I stumbled through an answer that made the partners stop taking notes. He asked about merger litigation, and my voice started shaking halfway through. Through the glass, my niece had stopped coloring. She was standing with her face pressed against the window watching me. He leaned back in his chair. Walk me through the Westmoreland Doctrine. I opened my mouth, and nothing came out. He turned to the partners, and before anyone spoke, the conference room door flew open. My niece marched in, dragging her backpack with the kind of determination only a kindergartner has. The receptionist ran in behind her. I'm so sorry. She said she needed the bathroom and made a break for it. My niece walked straight past the receptionist, past the partners, past me, and stopped right in front of the CEO. She looked him up and down. Are you the big boss man? He nodded slowly. She unzipped her backpack, pulled out a squished chocolate cupcake in plastic wrap, and set it on the table right in front of him. My aunt said the big boss man here is super scary and makes her brain go wobbly. She pushed the cupcake closer. My mom says sugar helps brave come out, so I saved this from my lunch so you can stop being scary and my aunt's brain can work again. The CEO stared at the cupcake, then at her. He let out a laugh so real the partners looked at each other like they'd never heard the sound before. He unwrapped it it, took a bite, wiped the frosting off his lip, and said, "Let's start over." My niece climbed into his leather chair and spun in circles while I gave the best interview of my life. When we left, he walked us to the elevator and bent down to her level. "Thank you for the cupcake. It definitely helped my brave come out." I got the offer the next morning.
My best friend told my crush I wear push-up bras to get his attention as a joke, so I told a funnier one. Ranai and I had been best friends since we were toddlers. She was the pastor's daughter who acted innocent, but was the best liar I knew. Ranai knew I've had a crush on Oscar since 2nd grade. Then 3 weeks ago, at a party, I finally worked up the courage to talk to him alone. Ranai came and saw us laughing together. Her face changed. That's when she announced to everyone, "At least I don't need to wear push-up bras to get his attention." She looked right at me. "Remember when you bought a neon pink one hoping he'd notice?" Everyone laughed. Oscar laughed the hardest. I pulled her outside immediately. "What the hell was that about?" Ranai shrugged. "Relax, it was just a joke. Besides, I like him too. And unlike you, I can actually get him without padding." Over the next 3 weeks, the bullying started. Boys would throw balled up tissues at my chest in class. "Need more stuffing?" they'd ask. Girls would corner me in the bathroom, demanding I prove it was real. Teachers saw it happening, but did nothing. Ranai watched it all while holding Oscar's hand in the hallway. She'd post Bible verses about kindness on Sunday, then laugh when someone threw tissues at me on Monday. But Ranai also had her own secret that only I knew. She'd been sneaking around with different boys for over a year, and I'd been her Bible study partner while she went on dates. Her parents were the strictest in our church. No dating until 18, no being alone with boys. Today is Bible study night. Ranai just texted her parents that we're studying together, then headed to Oscar's house. I'm sitting in my room now. Ranai's mom's number is in my contacts. After 3 weeks of hell, I pick up the phone and dial. Her mom answered. "How's Bible study going?" "Actually, I want to tell you a joke. Ranai's at Oscar Miller's house." "Just kidding." Well, not kidding. The line went dead. Ranai's parents had burst in, her dad still in his pastoral collar. Turns out Oscar was throwing a party that night. They walked in and saw Ranai and Oscar on his couch. She was undoing her strap while she was on top of him. She was wearing the same neon pink push-up bra she'd mocked me for wearing.
I unfolded my secret admirer's note and laughed at the Dear Noel written across the top because he never spelled dear right. I stacked it on top of the pile in my locker, then looked at every face in the hallway wishing I knew which one was his. That day came when a boy from my English class walked up to my locker with his hands shaking and said, "I'm the one who's been writing to you." I hugged him tight, and from that day on, we walked to class together, studied at coffee shops, and walked through the park holding hands. When Valentine's Day came, he gave me a letter and said, "I wanted you to open this one in front of me." I ripped it open and smiled because Dear Noel was still staring back at me. Instead of reading it, I asked him why he spelled dear like that. He looked confused. "That's how you spell it." I laughed and waited for him to laugh too, but he just looked so hurt. I stopped laughing and told him it was spelled D-E-A-R, not D-E-E-R, like the animal. He nervously played with his fingers and said, "No one ever told me that." I asked him how that was possible. He told me he grew up in an orphanage in a town so small it didn't have a school, so he'd go to the library every day and sit there for hours, sounding out words from books by himself. He looked down at the letter in my hands and said, "I didn't have anyone to tell me I was getting it wrong. All I could do was hug him. Every letter he writes still starts with Dear Noel, and I wouldn't want it any other way." On my first day of teaching at a private school, a kid said, "This is so long and boring. Can't we just watch a summary video of this on TikTok?" I was about to say no, until my supervisor pulled me aside. "The district is grading every teacher on how they handle their students' short attention spans. If your grade at the end of the week is low, you'll be let go. Do whatever it takes." I walked back in thinking I could handle it. "We're not using TikTok to learn, but we can play a game." Everyone sighed. "Can we just play the audiobook version of this so class can end sooner? I'm bored." The next morning, I changed my approach and walked in with a bowl of Hershey Kisses. "For every 10 minutes that you all sit still, you will all get one each." It wasn't until 9 minutes and 55 seconds that Mikey screamed, "Your mom gay!" and the entire class burst into laughter before begging for their iPhones. So after lunch, I tried a new approach and started handing out educational iPads to the students, and they practically drooled over them. But 2 minutes later, someone airdropped inappropriate content to every device in the school. I immediately ran to collect them and turned on the projector behind me instead, because I decided to try playing Subway Surfers clips while I taught history, but they were too focused on the game to pay attention to what I was saying. I told myself that at least I had more time to figure it out, but that's when the superintendent walked in. My knees were shaking. Am I being evaluated early? Yes. She walked me to the hallway where her face changed into a huge smile. "Congratulations on your promotion." "What do you mean?" She laughed. "We made up the evaluation because we needed to see what you'd do under pressure. We put the worst behaved kids in your class and told you your job was on the line, and you still didn't give up. But why? Because we wanted to see if you were qualified to be on the State Board of Education, and after seeing how you handled everything, you definitely are."